DJ Cumberbun.
Yes.
Feeling good as hell.
Like that.
I do my hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Ooh, child, tired of the bullshit. Gone, dust your shoulders off. Keep it moving, yes, Lord. Trying to get some new shit in there. Swimwear, going to the pool shit. Come now, come dry your eyes. You know you a star, you can touch the sky. I know that it's hard, but you have to try. If you need advice, let me simplify. If he don't love you anymore, just walk your fine ass out the door. I do my hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Ooh, girl, need to kick off your shoes. Gotta take a deep breath, time to focus on you. All the big fights, long nights that you've been through. I got a bottle of tequila I've been saving for you.
He better know my worth. There's so much that I deserve, but I ain't worried now. I'ma let my head down. He been trying it, but not today. So girl, if he don't love you anymore,
Then walk your fine ass out the door. I do your hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Show it off tonight. Toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? We gon' hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling?
I think about us, baby, all the time. But you know that I'm putting in some attention, yeah. He don't love you anymore.
Then walk your fine ass out the door. Your hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling? Hair toss, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling?
Watch your face. What I got, you got to give it to your mama. What I got, you got to give it to your papa.
Ooh, child, check my nails.
You can do a little dancing and you drink a little water.
Check my nails, check my nails. Baby, how you feeling?
What I got, you gotta get it, put it in you. Very superstitious. A habit, nothing more to say.
Check my nails.
Very superstitious. This is the new stuff. The devil's on his way. I go down singing. If you want to won't you show for me? Go for looking less. Show for you.
Check my nails. Check my nails.
Show for me.
Baby, how you check my nails? Check my nails.
DJ Cumberbun.
On a dark desert highway, cool wind in my hair, warm smell of eucalyptus rising up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. My head grew heavy and my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. Then she stood in the doorway. I heard the mission bell, and I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven and this could be hell. Then she lit up the candle. showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor. I thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. Plenty of room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here.
One of the greatest songs of all time.
Amanda Tiffany Twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz. She got a lot of pretty, pretty boys. She called friends.
Hello, 10-letter name. Hello, Datura Dude. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Kai Ryu. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, BCCTV. Hello, Ashley. Hello, Neuron.
He said, we haven't had that spirit here.
Hello, Erica.
And still those voices are calling from far away. Woke you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. They're living it up at the Hotel California.
Let's get the YouTube chat up.
What a nice surprise, your alibis.
Hello, Ulersoth. Hello, Jennifer Holly. Hello, Little Morphine Annie. Hello, Todd Pemper.
Mirrors on the ceiling, they pick champagne on ice, and she said, we are all just prisoners here of our own device. In the master's chambers, they gathered for the feast. They stab it with their stealing eyes, but they just can't kill the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I had to find the passage back to the place I was before. Nights of the nightmare, we are programmed to receive. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave. You can check out anytime you like, but you can never leave.
Hello, how we doing? The tweet has been sent out. The beacons are lit. Gondor calls for aid. How we all doing? Dayman. Aha. Hope you have a great and wonderful weekend and you get to do something fun for yourself. I will. Hope you do too. And we are gonna be getting started here with some stuff. How we all doing? True, it is Friday. It is Friday. Let's kick it up. All right? Let's kick up with our Friday tradition.
You know we finally here, right?
Well,
It's Friday then.
Then it's Saturday, Sunday,
what? It's Friday then. It's Saturday, Sunday, what? It's Friday again. It's Saturday, Sunday. Let's go. Let's go. What? Hey. No, you did.
Happy Friday, everybody. Am I covering the Hassan Dillon shit? Maybe. We'll see. It's not the top of my... I gotta be honest, like, drama between internet content creators is not, like, what I'm super focused on right now. But, if we have time, sure. Hello, Dummerk. Or Drumerk. Hello. Or Drummer K. Hello. Sorry, I'm very... There's someone else in chat who goes by Erica, and I just have that stuck in my head. My bad. I'm good, but I'm scared of the news you will cover. Yeah. Luckily, I mean, there's always a ton of news, but we're just gonna cover, like, some of the main hits today. Got it right the last time? Excellent. Whew, how am I? I'm doing good. Gonna strategically place that so my cleavage is in the shot. There we go. How we doing, folks? That would be me, yeah. So I do have a few fun things for us to look at today before we get into it. I came across trailers for 2 different games that I just thought looked really cool and were worth talking about. So the first one is called Judero, which is really weird, but it appears to be kind of like a stop-motion, like, claymation style game, which I don't know that I can recall something like that, except for, like, an obscure Super Nintendo game called, like, I think it was called Clay Fighter back in the day. And this uses some really interesting techniques. Like, I'm not gonna say it's beautiful, but it's fascinating to look at, and truly, I've never seen anything else like it, really. So let's take a look at the trailer, huh?
by the seed dew and the fall, by the first days of creation, by the victory of dreams that didn't pass. And beside us, angels that hold back deceit. I swear, by silken hair, that I have rejected that soft, sinful bed. I swear, by silence, and sorrow, and truth, and by the final look of my Aineen, that ilka sure-headed thought and cantrip should pass me by. Judro, and Dachloa's river form, the tale of darkness, born of light.
Like, I don't exactly know what the hell that was, but I do know it was really cool, right? Like, I've never seen another game look remotely like that or have, like, that evocative of a trailer. Like, it almost looks like a... Did they have custom figurines? Yeah, no, it's, it appears like if you look at it, it looks like, all of the assets are handmade. Like, Ray Harryhausen style, you know? And, like, the animations are all done with that sort of thing, yeah. Again, like, you can even see it in, like, the trees here. It looks like the trees were handmade. Perhaps the only thing that's maybe not handmade was, like, the ground... Some of the ground assets, like the grass. But I can see the grass even being handmade. There are definitely ways to get that done. There are a few old school stop motion games, one of them based on Poe's work, but this looks awesome. Yeah, right? Like, I haven't seen one in ages. And it has kind of like a Donkey Kong Country vibe. You know, like that strange style of animation that was unique to Donkey Kong Country. So, I don't know. It just looks cool. It's an indie game. And you can... Oh, God.
By silent.
Nope. You can take a look at it on Steam and like wishlist it and stuff. They actually have a demo that is out that you can download. So I don't know if any of you are interested in checking it out and reporting back. There you go. There's the link in all the chats. Gravelly, whispery Scottish man voice narrator. I would listen to that guy read a lot of different things. So that was cool, and then I came across an artist on Twitter who does a lot of like pixel art based on like latex and fetish wear, which I just find fascinating and like just really, really talented. You know, like this is really good stuff. Like, that's some impressive pixel art, right? And I wanted to know more about, like what does this artist do, right? Because usually pixel artists are involved in, like, video games to some extent. And it appears that they make pixel art for an upcoming action-adventure game called Last Ditch Effort.
SMEXINESS has me coping so hard right now, ha ha ha.
Kyrie, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you for being the first person to support stream today. I appreciate it so goddamn much. But this game looks so good, dude. And this is a trailer from 2022. And they've only been working more on it, but you can see throughout this trailer the amount of effort and work that's being put into the pixel art and the animations. It's so good, dog. Like, goddamn. Like, look at that. Also, the art direction in this game just looks great. Yeah, Moonwell Games. Definitely worth a follow. Getting it on your radar, you know? Is this a game to be released, or has it already been released? It is not released yet, to my knowledge. But it just looks really, really awesome. Also, hello, G-Ren. I don't know how many of y'all are in relationships, but the mix of the nice lazy bustier and the flannel cozy is the ultimate in mixed signals. And it's for everyone to figure out. Sometimes I just like clashing ideals. Looks awesome, love the music. Yeah, the music was really nice too. This is where game meets art. Ah, all games are art, my friend. Jack a centrist. Reminds me of The Messenger. Ah, The Messenger was a great game. I don't think I ever finished it because it was really hard and I didn't have the patience for it, but it's so good. Also, just real quick, Matt Walsh is just a little baby man. Like, no wonder they have him as a mascot for the Daily Wire in diapers. Dude is so upset that leftists are criticizing the new Speaker of the House, and calling him like a Christian nationalist, which he is. I believe he outright says that he is. And Matt Walsh is just really upset that people don't love the idea of ending separation of church and state. Actually, people aren't really a huge fan in a very diverse society of putting into power a theocrat. And I just love this clip in particular that's been doing the rounds today. And I love it because basically Matt Walsh says that that the Inquisition was given a bad rap, which is very funny to me because like the Inquisition was terrible. Like the Inquisition's main job was coming up with new ways to torture confessions out of people. And Matt Walsh thinks that the Inquisition was pretty all right. And people saying that the new Speaker of the House is like comparable to the Inquisition. That's not fair. But also the Inquisition was actually good. Like just listen to this.
But this Salon piece still stands out for how blatant and flagrant it is. Here's how the piece begins. Quote, "The House of Representatives, now run by Mike Johnson, offers a discount version of the apocalyptic orgasm that holy rollers have dreamed of for years. They've renewed the Inquisition and seem determined to convert the U.S. into a theocracy run by people who will thump you with the Bible but haven't read much of it." Now, at this point, you're probably wondering, where has that happened? Like, what is he talking about? Where have Republicans done anything that could be remotely compared to the Inquisition? Now, of course, the Inquisition gets a bad rap anyway.
just like, where have Republicans done anything remotely comparable to the Inquisition? But I mean, if they did, it'd be pretty cool, though. Right? Like, like, what a weird thing to say.
But that's a topic for a different day. But in what way is Mike Johnson ushering in a theocracy? Is he proposing making church attendance compulsory? Has he tried to pass a law forbidding the practice of non-Christian religions? Has he burned any atheists at the stake recently? As far as I know, the answer is no on all counts. But this Salon piece still stands out for how blatant and flagrant it is. Here's how the piece begins. Quote, "The House of Representatives, now run by Mike Johnson, offers a discount version of the..."
Oh, sorry, it just looped. My bad. But like literally Mike Johnson defines his politics, right? By his religious affiliation, you know, like his entire idea of political existence and is predicated on this. The New York Times put together a piece on him. For Mike Johnson, religion is at the forefront of politics and policy. Now, what exactly does that mean, right? His colleagues celebrated his candidacy by circulating an image of him on bended knee praying for divine guidance with other lawmakers on the House floor. Or, let's see. In the moments before he was to face a vote on becoming Speaker of the House this week, Representative Mike Johnson posted a photograph on social media of the inscription carved into marble atop the chamber's rostrum, "In God We Trust." In his first speech from the chamber as Speaker, Mr. Johnson cast his ascendance to the position second in line to the presidency in religious terms, saying, "I believe God has ordained and allowed each one of us to be brought here for this specific moment." Yeah. Also, Mike Johnson literally tried to overthrow the government and overturn the 2020 presidential election. Yeah. Speaker Johnson really does provide a near-perfect example of all the different elements of Christian nationalism, said Andrew Whitehead, a sociologist at Indiana University, Purdue University, Indianapolis. What a weird... That is shitty to say. I hate that. Being comfortable with authoritarian social control and doing away with democratic values. Which, yeah, he literally tried to overthrow democracy. So, yeah, he's pretty comfortable with authoritarians and anti-democratic, basically definitionally. Right? In previous interviews, he said he believes the founders wanted to protect the church from the encroaching state, not the other way around. He literally, in interviews, talks about needing to put God into government, needing to enshrine Christianity at the center of the United States. He literally talks about turning America into a theocracy. Like... Again, Matt Walsh, again, just... His Twitter bio describes himself as a theocratic fascist, and I think we should believe him when he says that. You know, nothing he does or says contradicts that description of him. Yeah, also Mike Johnson, very big into the don't say gay shit, wants to pass a national bill of don't say gay, meaning that it would be effectively illegal for, like, gay teachers to exist. Yeah, he's talked about, like, queerness as, people who are gay as earnest advocates of atheism and sexual perversion. So, you know, like... Dude is not shy about what he believes. And Matt Walsh is just sitting over there whistling, being like, da-da-da-da-da, sure, he's saying those things, but I agree with them, so that makes it not Christian nationalist, I guess. Yeah, dude is a shit show and basically evil. And I have no problem saying that. Both Matt Walsh and our new Speaker of the House. Wait, his wife is a conversion therapist? Is that... I have not heard that. Mike Johnson, wife, conversion therapy. Oh my god. Before he became a politician, House Speaker Mike Johnson partnered with an anti-gay conversion therapy group. Dude. Prior to launching his political career, Johnson, a lawyer, gave legal advice to an organization called Exodus International and partnered with the group to put on an annual anti-gay event aimed at teens. Oh my god, dude. Founded in 1976, Exodus International was a leader in the so-called ex-gay movement, which aimed to make gay individuals straight through conversion therapy programs using religious and counseling methods. By the way, we've had people in my community who have gone through like conversion therapy camps, and they'll tell you it's torture. They just torture children into trying to make them not gay. You know? Like, literally, he worked with this organization, and then the group shut down in 2013 with its founder posting a public apology for the pain and hurt his organization caused. They operated for 37 years. My god. He literally worked with them from 2006 to 2010. Yeah. Oh, cool. For years, Johnson and Exodus worked on an event started by ADF. I think ADF is Alliance Defending Freedom. In 2005, known as the Day of Truth, which was a counter-protest to the Day of Silence, a day in schools in which students stayed silent to bring awareness to bullying faced by LGBTQ youth. Day of Truth sought to counter that silence by distributing information about what Johnson described as the dangerous gay lifestyle. Yeah, you know what these kids who are protesting being bullied for being gay, or protesting their friends being bullied for being gay, really need? They need to be bullied by the straight kids in their class. What the fuck is wrong with these people, right? What the actual hell is wrong with these people? Oh, cool. We have a quote from when he went on the radio to advertise one of these events. Are you guys ready for this? I mean, our race, the size of our feet, the color of our eyes, these are things we're born with and we cannot change. What these adult advocacy groups like the Gay, Lesbian, Straight Education Network are promoting is a type of behavior. Homosexual behavior is something you do. It's not something that you are. What an... Oh my god. He then went on to say, some credit to the fall of Rome to not only the deprivation of the society and the loss of morals, but also the rampant homosexual behavior that was condoned by the society. Yeah, again, he's literally one of these Christian fascist guys who blames, like, the fall of Rome on gays and, like, degenerates of society for, the downfall of civilizations. So, guys, to give you some insight, right, into this, because I come from a background like this, right? These people believe that being gay is a moral failing, and that the more moral failings a society has, the more likely it is to collapse. This is a pretty common belief. Derived from stories about like Sodom and Gomorrah, goes all the way back to that for them anyway. And yeah, it's bullshit, obviously, but that tends to be their line of thinking. This is part of like the Christian fascist worldview. Yeah, they don't believe that being gay is a thing. They believe that being gay is a choice, and that making that choice on a societal level to accept the gays is something that causes the downfall of society because it is a sign of the moral failing of society. Which, by the way, just need to throw this out there, the Nazis also believed. The Nazis believed this and sent like gay men to be re-educated in in programs or on the front line of World War II. Alternatively, they were sent to concentration camps to live with the pink triangle, or just be executed. And if you were a lesbian in Nazi society, they would attempt to re-educate you by basically turning you into like a prostitute by force. They would turn you into someone used by the troops or by prisoners in order to turn you straight. Because again, they viewed it as a sickness, a moral degenerate sickness of society. And people like Mike Johnson and Matt Walsh, they carry that proudly. They carry that belief proudly into the modern day. Because again, they are fascists and they hate gays. That's all there really is to it. And of course, by the way, if you confront them directly with this and you're like, hey, do you hate gay people? Every single one of them will say, no, I don't hate gay people. I love gay people. I love the sinner, but I hate the sin. Which is historically something someone says right before they do something absolutely heinous to you. Like, it's really awful. And like, I gotta be honest with you guys, it's not that long ago where like if you went to an event as an openly gay person,
Gay is a choice, then dare them to be gay for 5 minuets.
if you went to an event openly gay, right? You show up with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, right? People like this, people who say, "Oh, hate the sin, not the sinner," would literally pick up rocks and start throwing them at you. Like my partner was literally attacked with stones when she was a kid for doing just that. People showed up with buckets of rocks. They brought their own rocks to throw. Like, that's not that long ago, chat. And it's the direct result of advocacy like what Mike Johnson has done in the past and continues to do. So, yeah, he's a bad man and should feel bad and shouldn't be Speaker of the House. But, you know, we don't get to choose the world we live in exactly. All right, folks, we have to talk about the goings-on in Israel today. And, of course, the bombing continues. No ceasefire has been reached. However, it does appear like international pressure is intensifying, and the United States is starting to put more pressure on the Netanyahu regime to put an end to it. But we'll see what ends up happening. We do have to talk about something here, which is that the IDF bombed the area around the Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City's largest hospital. And they deliberately targeted ambulances. And not only did they deliberately target ambulances, their spokesmen are going on television admitting that they deliberately targeted ambulances. And I have to be honest with you guys, what we're seeing here is kind of unprecedented. Like, mainstream news outlets now, like the Washington Post, Israel launches deadly strike on ambulance outside hospital in Gaza. This is a headline that you would not see 5 years ago. You know, like this wouldn't happen. But yeah, this they dropped the bomb on these ambulances. They killed 15 people and injured 60. Because again, remember the hospitals are now places where people are sheltering. So bombing the area next to the hospital is just full of people. You know? Yeah, the strike was one of several attacks on schools and health infrastructure on Friday in Gaza, where Israeli forces have waged a large-scale offensive to destroy Hamas. Now, yeah, more than 9,000 people have been killed in Gaza now since the start of the war. And I need to remind you guys that bombing schools and bombing hospitals are international war crimes. Right? Like that is just a war, like, these are just war crimes. Israel is doing multiple of them every day. You know, we covered one yesterday where they bombed the school and killed, like, another 15 people. You know? They killed UN workers in UN schools by bombing them. They claim that Hamas is using UN schools for their for their attacks, you know? Like, it's insane. Put them in the Hague? Yeah, literally every single person in charge of prosecuting the war in Israel should be put in the Hague. They should be put on trial for international war crimes. If there's any justice in the world, maybe they will be one day. Now, of course, the Israeli military confirmed Friday that its aircraft targeted the ambulance, saying in a statement that the vehicle was being used by a Hamas terrorist cell. A number of Hamas terrorist operatives were killed in the strike, the Israeli Defense Forces said, adding that it provided more detailed information to intelligence agencies who we work with. Oddly enough, they don't say who. They don't say who. But you... How many terrorists did you kill? Did you kill 1? 2? 3? Were all 15 of the people killed in the ambulance attack? Were all 15 of those people Hamas? What about the additional 60 who were injured by the blast? All Hamas, of course. You know, according to these people. Here's CNN covering this, and you know, be warned.
These ambulances were part of a convoy that was heading south towards the Rafah crossing. The Red Cross had been informed that the convoy was leaving the hospital towards the Rafah crossing, and perhaps most damningly, we've just been hearing, Jessica, from the Red Cross, who confirmed that they had been given information about this particular convoy that was due to leave the Shifa hospital on its way to the Rafah crossing.
Now, just to be clear, this was a convoy put together by the Red Cross. They put together this convoy. And not only that, these are people being put into the convoy to then be sent into Egypt to get the medical care they need. Yes, no, this was a convoy of injured people who qualify to enter Egypt through the Rafah border crossing. Yeah, their description of why it was Hamas included that the ambulance was speeding, you know, almost like it was an emergency. Yeah, like almost like there are people dying in the back seat who need to get to a hospital that is better equipped.
What we know about the attack is that there are several casualties, many wounded as well, and that this does appear now to have been a convoy of wounded Palestinians being taken to the Rafah crossing that was hit as part of that IDF strike, now claimed by the IDF again, with the idea that this was part of their operation to take on Hamas. The evidence that we're getting from those sources, not just inside the Al-Shifa hospital, but again, from the Red Cross does seem to contradict that. These
Yeah, this kid dying on the ground? Hamas, apparently, according to the IDF. Here, like, just actually just stunning interviews happening on a daily basis. The fact that Fox News is even, like, catching on to this is insane to me.
More and more war crimes. God fucking damn it.
Yeah, Kyrie, thank you for gifting Axie Mama sub.
Could be more ambulances carrying Hamas terrorists?
Almost. The difference being not plan, but execution. This is a practice. This is an established practice. And for those of the viewers who have been around and saw the war in 2014, we showed video footage of it back then.
This is an established practice. What is an established practice? Like, injured people being taken to Egypt? What are you talking about? You literally agreed to open the border in this way, and you're still bombing the ambulances.
Of Hamas operatives.
Hello, Alec Gunter. Thank you very much for the raid. Also, everyone go follow Alec Gunter. Very based.
Getting into ambulances, going from one place to another, using them as their taxis on the battlefield.
I'm sorry. You think that Hamas was using these ambulances as taxis to go to Egypt? Is Egypt also the battlefield? Because it would seem to be awfully far away from anywhere in Gaza, actually.
Seeing now is exactly that. We know, and we have shared with different intel organizations, and we will expose to the world, to those that are intellectually honest enough to listen, that Hamas uses ambulances as their ways of getting around the battlefield without being exposed to threat. We will show pictures of it and maybe even video. And the bottom line here that
I have to be honest with you. I don't care if, like, Hamas is doing that, if it comes at the price of bombing ambulances that have men, women, and children inside who are civilians, who are being taken to a hospital for medical treatment in a different country. Like, even worst case scenario here, injured people in Hamas get medical treatment in Egypt? Like, what? Oh, okay, those are less combatants for you to deal with. That's fewer people for the IDF to have to kill. Like, even in their hypothetical here, it's insane. The Geneva Convention doesn't say you can under these circumstances. Yeah, of course not. There are no circumstances in which you can bomb ambulances unless you know, like, for certain they're wired up with, like, a ton of TNT inside, okay? Like, that's, like, the one exception, maybe. And none of those had TNT wired into them. They just had people inside who died.
this is a common denominator. Hamas abuses everything, the civilians, everything that is supposed to be.
I wonder who gets abused more when you bomb the ambulances in a highly populated district. I wonder, is Hamas blowing up the ambulances? Killing 15 and wounding 60? Or is the IDF doing that? The finance minister of Greece has condemned this and said it violates the Geneva Convention. Sophie, are you talking about Yanis Varoufakis? Because he is very based. Dude, again, literally, I told you this. I told you this at the very beginning, and it has been true the entire time. Every time Israel drops a bomb, they're just going to say it hit Hamas targets. That's all they're going to do. It doesn't matter if all of the people killed are children. They're just going to say, those were Hamas targets. You know, they picked up AK-47s that were laying around and became valid Hamas targets. You know, that's what they're going to do time and time again. And that is what they have done. Yeah, you know, we had good intel showing us that that newborn baby was actually a small tactical nuke, so we had to drop a bomb there. Again, this is what happens when the IDF is indoctrinated by Israeli propaganda to believe that every Palestinian is a valid target for violence. You know? That's what they do, by the way.
To be protected, schools, UN facilities, mosques, and hospitals. The Shifa hospital is basically a big military compound controlled by Hamas. And that is what it should be condemned unequivocally.
Well, you know, I think it should also be condemned when you bomb locations where there are hundreds of civilians sheltering, you know, like mosques and schools and whatnot, and then you just kill hundreds of civilians, and then you go, oh, what are you gonna do? Maybe some Hamas guys were in there. Like, even in this case, right? Like, this guy is not even saying what Hamas target they hit, right? They claim they have intelligence here that shows a Hamas cell or like a Hamas leader was in or around these ambulances. Then who did you kill? Who? Did you get one? Did you get two? We're all 15 of the casualties. The deaths involved in this, were all 15 of them Hamas? You say you have intelligence. Share it with the world. Who did you kill? Clearly he thinks that he knows who they killed. Tell us.
From the UN.
I'm just gonna say it. This is bullshit. Obviously, I don't think they actually knew that there were any Hamas people there. Yeah, it's bullshit. Because if they knew, they would be crowing from the rooftops about who they killed. If it was a Hamas leader, they would be crowing from the rooftops about which Hamas leader they had assassinated. Yeah, no, Christinos, they bombed the Jabalia refugee camp the first time under the pretense that they had to kill one Hamas leader. Yeah, who did they try to kill? We don't know. But, you know, the IDF says, trust us. We have our reasons. We have our reasons for slaughtering civilians. You just have to trust us. Like, motherfucker. On what grounds? On what grounds do we have to trust people who are openly admitting to doing war crimes? Who are throwing their hands up in an interview? Being like, well, what do you expect us to do? Not bomb those churches, schools, and hospitals? Why did they bomb the camp again? They claimed that they bombed the camp at least the first time because there was a Hamas leader there. And then they bombed the camp 2 more times, and honestly, I don't think they even gave justifications for that.
Offices in New York, all the way down to World Health Organization and the Red Crescent and the Red Cross. They are violating the sanctity and the special status and protection which is supposed to be provided to ambulances on.
Yes. You see, the real traitors here to international law are the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. People who are putting their lives on the line to drive ambulances into a war zone to try and save civilian lives. Yeah, they're the ones who are really getting all of these civilians killed. Fuck this asshole.
On the battlefield, which we respect, but that protection is void in specific cases when
that protection is just void. You don't believe in that protection, which is why you've bombed like every mosque in northern Gaza. It's why you've bombed every church in northern Gaza. It's why you've bombed dozens of healthcare facilities. It's why you've bombed dozens of schools. You guys have killed, I think like the last count I saw was 20 to 30 UN like teachers and healthcare workers. They've been just slaughtering people. Like, I think the death toll for journalists is up to 36 now.
when we see and perceive a threat and when we see that they're abusing it.
Real quick,
Do you think Israel's committing genocide on purpose? Yes. To answer you very bluntly, there have been a lot of leaks from the Israeli State Department that indicate that the current Israeli plan is to displace the residents of northern Gaza into the southern part of Gaza and then displace everyone in the southern part of Gaza into Egypt. The plan right now is to ethnically cleanse the Gaza Strip. And if they have to engage in genocidal policies in order to do it, that I believe is what they're willing to do that. Yeah. And not only that, they will just straight up go on television and say Palestinians are dogs who deserve to be shot in the street. Like, we've gone over the propaganda that the IDF is pushing out to its own soldiers. And they have like a 95-year-old reservist who worked for an avowed terrorist organization going around telling IDF soldiers that it is their duty as God-fearing Jews to pick up their arms and murder any Arab they see. Oh, no, Old Snake Twitch. No, like, they don't view Palestinians as people. They don't care whether or not Palestinians leave into Egypt or just get slaughtered en masse. They have no preference because they do not view them as people.
I want to ask you about the regional conflict and the possibility this is going to escalate further in the region. But do you know specifically how many Hamas terrorists, how many operatives were killed in that particular strike, Colonel?
There were a few in the car. We're working on...
Yeah, the issue is, and Catgirl Productions, I agree with you. I think the position of like the Israeli war cabinet is that they would prefer if just all Palestinians were dead, right? They would prefer that. The issue is they don't want to piss off the international community to such an extent that like a regional war breaks out or that like Western support ends, right? Like they don't want the consequences that would come along with doing a straight up, concentration camp level genocide of Palestinians. That's literally the only thing that holds them back from doing something like that.
Names, affiliation, and what they were doing and what they were busy fighting, but it is clear to us that they were certain terrorists, 100% sure that they were terrorists and they were combatants on the battlefield, which our troops saw getting in
to break its treaty with Israel.
Honestly, the United States needs to impose severe consequences on Israel. There needs to be something that the United States does in a public-facing manner. Was this... I just need to find this clip. I think it was from Middle East Eye. No, wasn't from them. Was it Al Jazeera? I don't know if I can show it. Yeah, I think this is it. Here, I'll show this. Here, be triumphant and finish them off.
תכסחו אותם כמה שיותר, שלא להשאיר מהם זכר. שלא הם, לא אמא שלהם.
Erase them, their families, mothers, and children.
לא הילדה שלהם, לא התינוקות שלהם. אסור להם לחיות.
These animals can no longer live. This guy is being brought up from the reserves in order to convince the IDF soldiers to just kill Palestinians en masse.
האלה לא תהיה לנו ברירה. נקבל עוד טילים מהחיזבאללה ויקומו כל הערבים בארץ.
He also was a member of a group that tried to ally twice with the Nazis and once with Mussolini's fascists. Like, that's the organization he fought for.
נגדנו, ואז לא תהיה ברירה. מי יש לו נשק יירה בהם.
Yeah, every Jew with a weapon should just go out and kill Arabs. Again, yeah, so super Nazi shit. Yeah.
אתה יש לך שכן ערבי, אתה לא תחכה
If you have an Arab neighbor, don't
שהוא
wait.
יבוא אליך הביתה.
Go to his home and shoot them. This is Ezra Yachin. He was a fighter for the Lahi terrorist organization, and personally participated in the massacre at I'm gonna butcher the name. I believe Deir Yassin was the name of the massacre. And very disturbingly, when I typed in Deir Yassin into Google, one of the suggested searches was baby oven, and I am not aware of this. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, while holding villagers in the bakery hostage, and this is in, again, like the 1948 was the year, the Lahi terrorists ordered the baker, Hussein al-Sharif from the town of Lid, to throw his son, Abdul Rauf, into the burning oven. After refusing, the soldiers knocked Hussein to the ground and proceeded to throw Abdul Rauf into the oven while his father watched. "Follow your son, he needs you there," said one of the soldiers before throwing Hussein in next. Again, the Deir Yassin massacre is one of the worst atrocities committed by the Lahi terrorist organization. Again, an organization of which this man is a proud member. Would that have been mid-Nakba? Yes. The Deir Yassin massacre was one of the premier, one of the biggest events that convinced many Palestinians to leave their homes rather than just be massacred by these armed groups. By the way, Israel even recognizes the Lahi organization as a terrorist group. It's just that in like the 1980s or 90s, they changed their minds about it being a terrorist group and created a medal based on Lahi to honor people who participated in that. So, yes. Yeah, like, and Beata brings up a good point. Literally, this massacre was designed to jumpstart the Nakba. It was designed to kick Palestinians out. It was designed to cause as much terror as possible in order to empty the area of Palestinians. And the ideology of these people is carried on by the people who are in power in Israel right now.
To that ambulance and then speeding, and they perceived a threat. They understood that there was a threat, and therefore that ambulance was targeted.
Colonel,
Are you I hadn't watched this whole clip. Are you fucking with me? So they're claiming that the ambulance was speeding, therefore they knew that a Hamas soldier was inside. You didn't even have intel about that? You just saw a car speeding and were like, ah, yes, Hamas.
Ambulance and then speeding, and they terrorists and there were combatants on the battlefield, which our troops saw getting in to that ambulance and then speeding, and they perceived a threat. They understood that there was a threat, and
Oh yeah, we saw some Hamas soldiers get into the ambulance, and then it was speeding. So of course, that confirmed that they were indeed Hamas.
therefore that ambulance was targeted.
Colonel, a final question to you and the Hezbollah chief.
I mean, this is an evil for which I have no words, frankly. We're working on names, affiliations, and what they were doing. It's clear to us that they were certain terrorists, 100% sure that they were terrorists, and yet we can't really describe to you what they were doing, how many there were, who they were, or how we know that they were terrorists, other than the ambulance was speeding. Again, they're just going to kill people and, you know, post hoc say that they were Hamas. Also, I wanted to cover this yesterday. We just kind of didn't get there. But as you guys know, we now have confirmation that Israel has been targeting journalists. Reporters Without Borders released a report a couple days ago indicating, with the investigation that they had done, that Israel purposely targeted the reporters in Lebanon that were bombed and killed. And the death toll for journalists is now up to 36. 36 journalists have been killed by the IDF in this conflict. 36. The ones killed live? Yes. It was agreed upon journalism spot with the IDF. I don't know if it was an agreed upon spot with the IDF, but the IDF has been denying that they bombed the journalists. But the investigation by Reporters Without Borders, including interviewing eyewitnesses, indicate that an Israeli Apache helicopter targeted the journalists with not just one bomb, but two. So, yeah. Yesterday, another reporter in Gaza was killed, Mohammed Abu Hatab, and 11 members of his family. Like, not just him and almost his entire family were killed by the IDF. Here's a picture of him, and the reporting that happened right afterwards is difficult to watch.
القبعات إنها مجرد شعارات نرتديها فقط، هي لا تحمي أي صحفي على الإطلاق. على الإطلاق لا تحمينا هذه الدروع ولا هذه ما نرتديها فقط هي شعارات.
So, like his coworkers breaking down. I read a translation of what this guy is saying and why he's taking off his body armor. He's saying that essentially the body armor, the helmets, they don't keep you safe. The IDF doesn't care. One moment you're alive, next moment you're dead. Muhammad, was live on air like 20 minutes ago, and now he's dead along with 11 members of his family. Like,
نحن هنا ضحايا على الهواء مباشرة، نفقد الأرواح واحدا تلو الآخر بلا أي ثمن، نمضي شهداء فقط مع فرق التوقيت. نحن ننتظر الدور واحدا تلو الآخر. زميلنا محمد أبو حطب كان هنا منذ نصف ساعة فقط وغادرنا الآن، هو وزوجته وابنه وأخيه وكثير من عائلته هم ضحايا هنا في داخل المستشفى. القبعات
they're being attacked, and there's nothing they can do about it. It's horrendous. So, he's saying his colleague was standing in the same spot half an hour ago. Yeah. Yeah, literally in the same spot. Ended broadcast, went over to be with his family, and then all of them died in the bombing. From the IDF, from Israeli forces. So, also, hello, Mar4 Miriam. We did watch the second interview. That video should be going up, like tomorrow or Sunday. It was very, very good. I enjoyed the conversation very much. Unfortunately, Piers Morgan isn't super up to the task of having that conversation, but I didn't have high hopes for him anyway. I'm just glad that Bassem Youssef's message is getting out to more people. Sorry, chat. I'm just gonna take a moment. I'll be right back, okay? Gotta compose myself. All right. Back. So, folks, there is a guy named Norman Finkelstein. Okay? Now, Norman Finkelstein is known for being one of the intellectuals to really debunk the Western media narrative around what the situation even is in Palestine. Right? Because prior to Norman Finkelstein's academic work, right, there was a book by someone named Joan Peters that essentially stipulated that there was no real Palestinian people. That effectively Joan Peters' assertion was that Palestinians were really just diaspora from many other Arab nations in the area who had been displaced by war, and that was the Palestinian people. And her assertion in this was in this work was essentially that not only are the Palestinian people not like a real people, but that they were essentially formed at the same time as the state of Israel, and so like they had Israelis and Palestinians actually had equal claim to the land, and there could be no settler colonial project because the Palestinian people were actually also settlers of this area, right? And Norman Finkelstein kind of made his career with his review of that book, which is in itself its own book, right? Essentially breaking down the shoddy academic work that was in Joan Peters' book, and laying out like, no, actually the Palestinian people are a cohesive group of people who existed for hundreds of years in that area, right? Just to help you understand this bullshit, Destiny repeated this nonsense yesterday. Yeah, like, the intellectual rot from Joan Peters' work goes deep, right? But Norman Finkelstein is, like, the guy who debunked it, right? So if you want to know more about that, let's see, what is the... Yeah, if you want to read that particular essay/book, look for Image and Reality of the Israel-Palestine Conflict. It was written in 1995, so it's a bit old, but you can definitely find it, and it's a very, very good read. Now, Norman Finkelstein has been kind of like a more controversial character as time has gone on. Mostly because some of his subsequent books have been not as well received as that first one. In particular, there's one called The Holocaust Industry, which was very inflammatorily received. He's basically making the accusation that people representing like the nationalists within like the state of Israel have kind of commodified the Holocaust into like a thing that allows the state of Israel to get away with international crimes and turn it into like a kind of a shield for the Israeli state. Which obviously is going to rub a lot of people the wrong way. And also, from what I understand, I haven't read it myself, but a lot of the reviews of it from noted scholars kind of indicate that like the scholarship in his book, The Holocaust Industry, is not exactly great. Is he entirely wrong? No, he is right in parts. The issue is like the backing for some of the points, right, in the book appears to be the case. I see where he's coming from with that, though. Yeah, and like if I were to kind of characterize the general response to that book, a lot of people were saying he has a point here, but the way he's conveying it is ineffective or isn't backing up some of his points, or like, yeah, some of his arguments need a bit more substance to them, but. It's I think he's someone worth listening to on this subject. And I came across he apparently has a YouTube channel. And he has a video that went up yesterday called "Debate: Is Gaza a Concentration Camp?" And I figured since he's been basically covering this, like covering the conflict in West Bank and Gaza for like his entire life, might be worth seeing what he has to say. I'll be waiting for it. Take your time. I just want to say thanks for sharing your content these past few weeks. We really need more voices like you. Mar4, Miriam, I'm glad that my content has helped. I'm honestly the foundational principle of my channel is to try and make the world a better place with whatever I have and however I can, and that includes making it a better place for Palestinians. Yeah, and like Sophie, to be clear, the Holocaust industry, seemed to have some good arguments, but it also seemed to have some very weak arguments. So, like, kind of like a mixed bag there on a very inflammatory topic. So obviously it was very controversial when it released in 2000. So let's take a look at Norman Finkelstein. Debate, is Gaza a concentration camp?
I think it's fair to characterize Gaza as a concentration camp. And I am the granddaughter of Holocaust survivors. My uncle was a child in the camp.
For the record, both of Norman Finkelstein's parents were Holocaust survivors, who survived the Warsaw Ghetto and the subsequent death camps afterwards.
Camps, and my entire family on my mother's side was murdered by the Nazis. I don't think they're not the same thing. I'm not saying that Gaza is, a fun place by any stretch of the imagination necessarily, but I don't think that characterizing it as a concentration camp is fair.
I mean, would characterizing it as a ghetto be fair? Like, I don't know, seems like a fine line to draw, I guess.
And then also your point...
Would you like me to respond to that
Sure.
first, then you'll go second?
Sure.
Okay.
And you can cut this out if you want.
No, you're part of the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Finkelstein.
So, Baruch Kimmerling was a senior sociologist at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, and he was highly respected. He's since passed from the scene prematurely. If you look at his book, Politicide, I'll spell it for your listeners, Politicide.
Hopefully our listeners can spell that themselves.
Yeah, because he coined the term. That's why I'm spelling it for your listeners. He described Gaza as, quote, the largest concentration camp ever. That was in the world. That's his expression.
Okay.
Okay? Number two, he wrote that in 2003.
Okay.
Before the blockade and before Israel's repeated operation.
I have like the volume at basically max. It's about as good as I can get it.
Of the lawn in Gaza.
I don't like that phrase, but okay.
Yeah. It's a revolting phrase. Yes.
I don't know what show this is from.
And isn't that something that should give one pause? That phrase is constantly repeated. We're mowing the lawn in Gaza.
Can you imagine the phrases that Gaza uses about what they've done?
You realize 1 million of those blades are children.
Okay, I have never heard anyone, and I know a lot of Israelis,
Hamas is using, sorry, go ahead,
ever use that expression. I don't know anybody who takes any pleasure in killing children. And I don't know that that's the standard.
We know that Hamas massacrists.
You got to talk in the mic. Here, Perry, you can say, come say.
We know that the Hamas took great pleasure in killing children.
Okay, but I'm not, yes, we do, but I'm not talking about that now. I'm talking about the Israeli. So I don't want to use that phrase as a standard because I think it's repugnant on both sides. So that's one thing. And then you take, these words like ethnic cleansing and genocide, but I haven't heard you say anything about the horrors of what comes out of Hamas's mouth, or these maybe it's naive to say that some other people who perhaps are not Hamas apologists or sympathizers, who are from the river to the sea, which calls for the very explicit genocide of literally wiping Israel off the map. And
so to respond to this real quick, from the river to the sea has been used in a lot of different contexts. The majority modern context for from the river to the sea is echoing, I believe, the sentiment put forward by the PLO which was essentially a call for the return to the 1967 borders. That is like the end of apartheid, the 1967 borders, a two-state solution. That is typically what is meant when people are chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free, right? That's typically what it means. There have been other people who have used it to mean like complete eradication of Jewish people in the area. But yeah. There have also been other uses of the term, like from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, meaning like a one-state solution, like an idyllic version of a one-state solution where like Palestinians and Israelis enjoy equal rights. The end of the apartheid state. So it really matters who is saying it and how they're saying it, because this phrase is loaded and has been used in many different contexts throughout the last like 75 or 80 years.
Jews across the world.
Okay. I know we're going to be pressed for time, and you obviously are committed to the subject enough that you sat down at the table and you want to ask me questions. And I respect that, okay? I had a very close friend in Israel. She was like a high school sweetheart. And I was also close with her daughter. And her daughter is the deputy editor of Haaretz, Tamar Zweigrath, or maybe, yeah, Zweigrath. And on October, she started to hear some of the statements I made, and she was very angry at me. And she said, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore, and you've lost your moral bearings. And actually, just a week ago, because she was a decent person, I know that. Just a week ago, when I went to Grand Central Station, and I saw those 1,000 Jews inside the station, and about 2,000 more outside the station. I was outside because, silly reason, I don't own a cell phone, and they didn't announce where the demonstration would be until 6 p.m. You had to have a cell phone. So I was stuck at home waiting for my friends to tell me. So I was one of the 2,000 outside. And it was one of the, for me, maybe my chauvinism comes out a little. It was such a proud moment, such a magnificent moment, seeing 1,000 young Jews inside Grand Central Station wearing "Ceasefire Now" on the front of the T-shirt and "Not in My Name" on the back side of the T-shirt. It was thrilling, and I wanted to send a picture of that to Tamar and write, I guess it's not just me who's lost his moral bearings.
That's not what I'm asking.
Yeah, I know. So now let me get to your question. My parents were very decent people. They were hardworking. My mother was very educated. She went to Warsaw University, studied mathematics, but that was terminated by the war. That was 1937, okay? Having said that, I once asked my mother, just out of curiosity, so Mom, what did you think about the terror bombing of Germany during World War II? They were engaged in terror bombing to kill German civilians in order to get them to rise up. That was the hope. It didn't work, but to get them to rise up against the Germans, okay? The estimates are as many as 800,000 German civilians were killed in the terror bombing. And she just turned...
Which, yeah, not the best thing the United States has ever done. Just throwing that out there.
Turned to me and very flatly said, our feeling was
if we're going to die, we're going to take some of them with us. She didn't discriminate between civilians and combatants because we were talking about the terror bombing directed at civilians. If we're going to die, we're going to take some of them with us. It was impossible in my home growing up to say any good word about a German or a Pole. But my parents were from Poland, or a Pole. Now with Poles, it was more contempt. You know, the Jews had a contempt for Poles. My mother would say, stupid Pole, stupid Pole. But Germans, it was a raging hatred to the last day of their life, you know? And they were very decent people. Once I brought to my home a friend, Cyrus Wieser, who was half German and half Armenian. It was the first time I ever brought anyone of any German extraction to my home. And my mother wanted to rise to the occasion. And she took him aside at the end and just whispered, "It's okay that you came." That was the furthest she would go. Now, if you asked what she felt in 1945, because I'm talking about 40 years later, it wouldn't have been okay. So for me, it's expecting something superhuman of the people of Gaza to make anything less than the kind of homicidal statements that my own mother said. If we're going to die, we're going to take some of them with us. I have visited Gaza, not extensively, but I have been there. And, you know, for whatever reason, I was treated decently. I lived in the West Bank. I lived in, if you know the West Bank? Okay, I lived in Beit Sahur, the Christian Palestinian village outside Bethlehem. And I lived in Hebron, right across the street from Fawar refugee camp. I went back every year from 1988 to 1993. Do I walk away with a memory? And I didn't meet Hamas people, because Hamas was already around back then. Do I walk away with a memory of homicidal fascist maniacs wanting to kill me? If I did, I would say it. And people have accused me of many things, but lying is not one of them, you know? And also, errors in my footnotes is not one of them. You can accuse me falsely of selectivity. You can't accuse me of misrepresentation. So that's my answer. You're asking for something which, to my thinking, is superhuman, that they feel about the Jews having been locked up in that concentration camp for 20 years, what my parents felt for the Germans.
Okay, wait a second. Enough. We have to wrap. Do you want to say anything? I'm sorry.
I'm going to hold my tongue. I was going to say something, but I'm going to hold my tongue.
No, say it and finish. I would accuse you of selectivity, and I hope when we meet again that I can try to.
Fine, go through my book and show it.
I made a whole thing, but I thought it wasn't because I'm supposed to be like. I mean, impartial. I didn't want to.
I would just tell the listeners, the viewers.
I would like to spar with you on that.
This entire conversation, we have seen Mr. Finkelstein analogize the conditions of Gaza to a concentration camp. Yes, he has an Israeli sociologist who said it too. It is a free and open society in Israel. So yes, you will find such people who will say these sorts of things. But he's stealing a base.
Oh, this is Eli Lake? Man, I didn't recognize him. Damn, okay.
And he's starting with this analogy in order to justify homicidal mass murder. And what I would say to him, even though I am younger and I know that he is a scholar, he's written all these books, is that I wish he would evaluate the fact that he cannot bring himself to simply understand that Hamas are the 21st century Nazis, not Israel.
What? There are actual neo-Nazis around. What are you talking about? Also, Hamas is not at all comparable to the military of Germany in the 1930s. There's like 20,000 of them tops? What are you talking about?
But I make bad analogies.
Well, they are.
They
do what the Nazis do, which is just kill the Jews.
If I invoke the Nazis, it's outrageous.
Well, no,
but when he invokes the Nazis, that's permissible.
Well, no, I'm basing it on what they do, as opposed to
and actually,
my inner.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, when I do it, it's bad, but when you do it, it's fine. Well, I'm basing it based on what they do. Well, I think maybe Norman Finkelstein was also doing that for the state of Israel and the conditions within the Gaza Strip, but whatever.
Or demons or whatever.
That's exactly what I did. I based my comment on what they do. I think locking people in a camp for 20 years where you can't go in, can't go out, no food, for a full stomach, 1/2 the population suffers from extreme food insecurity. And now, as we speak, exactly.
Oh, okay, yeah. Eli Lake is just terrible. Okay. Very important for POTUS to ignore the Hamas fan club in his own party. These nonsense people are loud, but they're a minority. A ceasefire before Hamas ceases to exist will endanger Israel and further immiserate Palestinians. I don't know, Eli Lake. I think maybe the thousands of children that have died in the Gaza Strip might be, I think maybe the IDF killing those kids might be immiserating the Palestinians more. Just throwing that idea out there.
At this moment, fuel is not being admitted, which means the hospitals collapse and the water supply.
So why doesn't Hamas give them some of their fuel?
Why? Oh, because they have to kill more Jews?
Okay, Periel. First of all, you don't know that Hamas is not giving the fuel. That's what Israel says. But
if they are, then what's the problem?
Okay, but
if they are, what's the what? Yeah, all of those secret Hamas fuel tanks they have that can just power the Gaza Strip indefinitely. I
am not going by what I know personally. I'm reading the human rights reports. And the human rights reports, as we speak, they're coming out on a daily basis. If the fuel is not admitted, the hospitals will not function and the water will not be drinkable.
Yeah, to let you guys know, like, there's only one operable desalination plant in the Gaza Strip, last I heard. And it relies on fuel in order to run the generators to actually get drinkable water, now that Israel turned off the water. Now, in some of the places, Israel claims it's turned back the water on. However, they've deliberately bombed the infrastructure that actually delivers that water to Palestinians. So, like, turning the water back on in that case doesn't really do much. Additionally, turning the water back on doesn't do much if you don't have pumps on the other side that pump the water into the areas Palestinians need it.
We're doing this together, chat.
Kyrie, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. I appreciate that.
In Gaza, okay? That's what the human rights organizations are saying.
Okay. We're repeating.
To be clear, Karazane, I think Eli Lake is talking about, like, the squad, like the political figures within the Democratic Party are a minority. But that's increasingly changing as well due to the fact that 66% of Americans want a ceasefire, right? Like, Dick Durbin the other day. Dick Durbin, one of the most establishment Democrats, called for a ceasefire yesterday. Like, the tides are turning here.
Ourselves
It's
down.
not about, at this moment, it's not about Hamas. It's very convenient, and I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose.
She does do it on purpose.
No, I'm not saying. It's very convenient
I gotta make a point.
to home in on Gaza. I'm homing on Hamas. I'm talking about the 2.3 million people. 2% of the food that they normally get, which means normally it's extreme food, and 2% is being admitted. Water is drying up. Hospitals are becoming dysfunctional.
Again, the hospitals, last I heard, also did not have painkillers for surgery. They did not have enough antibiotics. And water was literally so scarce, and I believe this is still the case, that medical workers have been drinking saline bags for water, because that's like the last source of like clean water available to them.
Now that to me is a murder plan. You may not like to hear it.
Okay, sir.
But
sir.
de facto, it's a murder plan. It's a death
Professor
sentence for the people of Gaza.
I would say, and then we'll finish. First of all, I've said this before, I'm not ready to sign on the dotted line for what Israel is going to do. I am giving them the benefit of the doubt, and I'll predict here today.
And this clip went up yesterday, so like, what Israel is going to do? What about what Israel has already done? You know, we're nearing 10,000 people having been killed, with like 3,000 or 4,000 of those people being children. 3,000 or 4,000, almost half of all of the people that have been killed so far in the Gaza Strip are children. I just read around 20,000 people are trapped under rubble. I mean, that doesn't surprise me. Like, how are you going to get big pieces of rubble off of people that are trapped underneath of it? Like, if you don't have fuel to like run like construction equipment and stuff, like how? You know, what do you do? Do people not realize that you need water to live? Honestly, they know it. They just don't care if these people live. That's the issue, right?
That Israel is not going to starve Gazans to death. But if they do, I will say Finkelstein was right, I was wrong, and this is...
Oh, I'm sure that will be great comfort to all of the dead people in Gaza. That you're saying, oh, I was wrong, Finkelstein was right. I'm sure that's going to be a lot of comfort to the dead people in Gaza.
This is a shame that the Jewish people committed. I don't believe that's going to happen. I wonder if you really think it's going to happen. But there's a lot of bluster and bluffing and hard fucking nose actions that people take in wartime. I want to say the following about...
You know, that's a really convenient thing to say about doing war crimes that in any just society would be tried in The Hague. Here are some quotes from Human Rights Watch. A general lack of assistive devices in Gaza, such as wheelchairs, prostheses, crutches, and hearing aids, a result primarily of restrictions linked to Israel's unlawful 16-year closure of Gaza, is also affecting people's ability to flee. People who have visual, hearing, developmental, or intellectual disabilities may not hear, know, or understand about what is happening. Yeah. Doesn't surprise me.
About the Nazis. Conclusory...
Oh, shit. Okay, Doctors Without Borders. Just real quick here. This is Doctors Without Borders here.
At least 690,000 Gazans shelter in 149 UN facilities, all internally displaced. Those that could moved south, away from the most intense bombardment and fighting in northern Gaza. Here in Khan Yunis, where many have sought refuge, conditions are deteriorating rapidly. Lack of clean water is one of the biggest challenges.
We have almost no water. The water we get is salty and makes us sick. We can't cope with this. We suffer from diseases, diarrhea, fever due to a bacteria. We are all sick, not just the children.
Many people are resorting to unsafe sources of water, like, for example, we heard seawater, we heard well water, untreated water, and that is extremely risky because with that comes waterborne diseases among children, among adults.
Humanitarian supplies are now trickling in through the Rafah crossing, but nowhere near pre-war levels. Many are reliant on bottled water, as much of Gaza's water infrastructure has been damaged.
Before the 7th of October, an average of 500 trucks a day were crossing into Gaza with essential supplies. Since the 7th of October, only 217 trucks have entered in total. To sustain the humanitarian response
oh my God.
on the scale needed, we need hundreds of trucks to enter Gaza every day.
The pressure for some kind of pause or ceasefire is growing. On Wednesday, US President Joe Biden hinted that he wanted one too. A pause might help boost the delivery of water and other crucial supplies, but if it's only temporary, the crisis will soon return. Simon McGregor-Wood.
None of this story was about Doctors Without Borders saying 20,000 wounded are trapped in Gaza. That upsets me for having used our time for that, but I don't doubt it, but I would need more of a citation on this.
You know, comparing things to things is a
It's okay,
tool-
Somnia Static.
It's a strategy of advocacy.
Really emphasizing the water crisis was also useful, so I appreciate that.
To compare something to the Nazis is a very powerful way to win an argument. All I would say is that if you were to compare factually what you've described as a concentration camp in Gaza, and then I were to list factually to somebody who never heard the word concentration camp, what it meant to be a concentration camp in Germany, they would never.
I also, just real quick, just to interject here, I hate the idea that is being put forward in this conversation that the Nazis invented concentration camps. They didn't. They didn't. Concentration camps predate World War II. Okay? The United States used them in the Philippines. During the scramble for Africa, there were concentration camps throughout Africa. Like, there is you can have concentration camps without Nazis. It's historically possible to do. Yeah, the camps for the Japanese in America as well. Another American example.
Never think of using the same word to describe them both.
No, with all
you can find some. A concentration camp implies mass murder.
No, it doesn't. The death camps of World War II certainly had that. But you could also have concentration camps that weren't predicated on eradicating the people who lived inside them.
It's a death camp.
Okay, but that's what I understand. There's war camps. There's war camps and death camps.
Bergen-Belsen was a concentration camp.
But you know as well as I do that in the general public doesn't make that distinction.
You know as well as I, the general public doesn't make that distinction. Well, maybe the general public should. Maybe the general public should develop that into their vocabulary.
These, what we call them internment camps, they were concentration camps.
Yes, but that people don't make that fine distinction in everyday life. And I don't know the details of the work camps, but when you tell people it's a concentration camp, I believe you know this. You know how ignorant people are. They assume you're comparing it to the worst of Germany.
I'm quoting Baruch Kimmerling.
All right, well that's fine. All right,
yeah, you found one.
Actually. You want a second?
You have another. You got another
human
rights
will.
report.
Actually,
the Gaza Ministry of Health, because they call it that too.
I would suspect that you would know Amira Haas.
Yeah, I do know Amira Haas.
Okay, and Amira Haas's parents were in the camps in World War II, and she once had to wrestle with that question. And if you're interested, since he said you want to do research after, just Google Amira Haas concentration camp, Gaza. She lived there, to her eternal credit. She lived there, and she wrote a book, Drinking. Okay.
I am interested, but of course, everybody can pick somebody esteemed who agrees with them. So it's not a evidence.
Yeah, but it's not like you're pulling.
The question is
It's not something like
her
you're pulling.
argument.
But like the thing is, you don't even have to pick someone who's esteemed, right? Like, it's just a matter of historical record that concentration camps have existed prior to World War II. This isn't new information, and it's been reported on widely. If you guys want examples of concentration camps, read up on the unspeakably awful things that the American military did in the Philippines. You can read up on the different things that happened in under King Leopold in the Belgian Congo. Again, I would recommend King Leopold's Ghost, one of the best historical nonfiction books I've ever read in my life. Very, very good. If you want information on this stuff. Yeah, the British used them in the Boer War. Yeah, there's a lot of examples you can use about this. This isn't a controversial take that Norman Finkelstein has here.
Fine, that's why I said Google it, because Amira, I don't always agree with her, but number one, Amira is a stickler for facts like myself, and she's a...
Whether or not the situation is like Nazi Germany, just fucking do something to end the war crimes.
Yeah, right? Like, it is very telling that they keep getting caught up on that, right? Like, their focus isn't the war crime. Their focus is whether or not you should compare it to the Nazis.
Turning away from the pale and downtrodden and the words they say which we won't understand. No more turning away, chat. BWA means facing the truth.
True. Kyrie, thank you for gifting a sub to QETP, and Paladin Lost, thank you for the $20 donut. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you so much. What's the worst death toll in concentration camps in history? Honestly, I don't know off the top of my head. I'm going to guess it is a lot.
A political person.
All right.
And if you read her statements since October 7th, in general, they've been excellent.
All right.
They've been excellent. And she was careful to say, I have friends who've looked into it. There were significant atrocities that occurred on October 7th. I defer to her judgment. I know she's not a propagandist, but she was also very careful not to blame the people of Gaza for what happened.
Okay, Professor, thank you very, very much.
Yeah. Honestly, I think Norman Finkelstein did very well in that debate. I wish it had been given more airtime, frankly. But yeah, honestly, more people need to read up on the Filipino genocide during the Philippine-American War. It's pretty disgusting. There's a longer version that's just Norman and Eli. I think we got the gist of it here. People need to learn about Darfur, including myself. Shit is still happening. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna take a breath. And I just have one more clip to show you guys. This clip has been making the rounds. It's also of Norman Finkelstein. And it's from a Q&A he did years and years ago, right? And where a student asked him about this. So let's just see what he has to say. It's about 3 minutes long.
Hi. Yeah. During your speech, you made a lot of references to Jewish people as well as certain people in your audience, not Jewish people in general, but certain people, especially in your audience, to Nazis. Now, that is extremely offensive when certain people are German. And they're also extremely offensive to people who've actually suffered under Nazi rule.
I don't respect that anymore. I really don't. I don't like and I don't respect the crocodile tears the crocodile tears. No. I'm sorry, folks. Allow me to finish and allow me to finish. Listen, sir. Allow me to finish. Sir, I don't like to play before an audience the Holocaust card. But since now I feel compelled to. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother, please shut up. My late father was in Auschwitz. My late mother was in Majdanek concentration camp. Every single member of my family on my father's side,
the Jews did not take arms against the Germans.
My late father was in Auschwitz concentration camp. My late mother was in Majdanek concentration camp. Every single member of my family on both sides was exterminated. Both of my parents were in the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. And it's precisely and exactly because of the lessons my parents taught me and my two siblings that I will not be silent when Israel commits its crimes against the Palestinians. And I consider nothing more despicable than to use their suffering and their martyrdom to try to justify the torture, the brutalization, the demolition of homes that Israel daily commits against the Palestinians. So I refuse any longer to be intimidated or browbeaten by the tears. If you had any heart in you, you would be crying for the Palestinians, not for what's been done. What?
Could I just calm the audience down?
Dude comes up. Can I just calm the audience down for a minute? And like, yeah, you can. Go for it.
I've never been in a crowd like this. They're nuts.
But dude has been his entire life fighting for the rights of Palestinians, and I have a massive amount of respect for him, even if some of his books might not hold up under like the academic scrutiny of a bunch of people. I you know, like some of his books very controversial. Some of the reception characterizes them as being like, you know, not fully supported, but I think the sentiment behind his life's work is honorable and good. And, you know, his fight for the Palestinians, just. Can I get a link to that? Yeah. There you go. Remember that was years ago, the hate he must have received? Yeah, I don't know when that was. That's probably early 2000s by the look of it. I feel like the job of a public intellectual is different from that of an academic anyway. I mean, I think he generally is an academic, you know? He's come a long way, yeah. So Norman Finkelstein, as far as I know, Pretty honorable man. All right, on that note, I have not done a top of the hour ad break here. Hey everybody. If you've been enjoying the show, if you've been getting anything out of my my coverage here, make sure to hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and remember to like the stream, because when you like the stream, when you hit the subscribe button, especially over on YouTube, helps more people to find my content. So it's very helpful for me, and it's one of the ways you can support me that is very, very useful. So if you could do that, that'd be amazing. And if you've been wondering about this on-screen chat and the riverboat.gg, if you just type in riverboat.gg, you can come over to the on-screen chat and hang out with those fine folks. And folks, if you've been really enjoying my content, please consider dropping some subs or donos, because those are what allow me to continue doing this. Without your support, I wouldn't be able to use my time putting together these shows. I'm a one-person operation, so like when I do like a 9-hour show like I did yesterday, and prep all of that, like I worked like a 12-hour day. Like it's a lot. So if you can find it in yourself to drop some subs or donos, they are immensely appreciated. Did I miss anything huge? Just getting in. We just finished covering a debate on whether or not Gaza is a concentration camp. Hey, Sheppy Hand. I don't mean to suggest he isn't an academic, just that once communicating with the general audience and not just other academics, the work is probably not going to be as good for an academic crowd. True. Also, seeing a lot more people in YouTube chat. I appreciate it. Thanks for coming by. Hope to see you in my chat again. Let's see. How you doing tonight? Covering this every day has been very exhausting, but something I feel compelled to do. Your content this week has been fucking banger after banger. Well, I'm glad. Hopefully all of my content can continue to be bangers. Ah, goodness. I definitely need to go get some water, though. I will be back in a few minutes, and we will cover the settler violence on the West Bank, something I've been meaning to get to for the last few days, and we'll finally cover that. And after that, I think we will we'll do something silly. Like maybe we'll cover that vegan chaser versus Nazi debate. Maybe we'll do that just for funsies. I would say this, there are not a lot of people out there offering a nuanced and valuable commentary on this. The more you BWA, the more Jack can produce. True! That is very true, Paladin Lost. The more you guys support me, the more you get this in front of more people, the more you are able to toss a few dollary dues my way, the more I am able to do. So, vegan chaser, oh Holly Hoomst, you sweet summer child, you're in for something. But I'm gonna be right back because I need to like filter some more water and do the things that allow me to live. So consider dropping some subs or donos while I'm gone, but I will BRB and I'll leave you guys with some DJ Cummerbund. Be back in a few minutes. I hit the wrong button.
DJ Cumberbund. I'm a man cheater. He's a man cheater.
He seemed impressed by the way you came in. Tell us a story. I know
man cheetah? Yeah. Cool. You like it? Yes.
What a wicked game to play. To make me feel this way.
I'm a man cheetah.
What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way.
Hello, everybody. We're a legit community around here. We sure are. Check your donos, girl. Yo! Penny, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Someone said flood and now I'm all BWA. Thank you so much. Kiwi TP, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. Sophie, thank you for the $5 dono. Ashley, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. Let the BWA roll. Let's go. And Little Morphine Annie, thank you for the $5 dono. Big BWA energy up in here for sure. BWA. BWA. Thank you so much, guys. Let's go. You guys literally empowering me to do this content. Wait. Did I miss another dono? Wait. That doesn't... 2 big donuts? There's 100 more subs? I have to be honest with you. You missed like 20... Wait, what? Okay, I think you guys broke the website. Holy shit. She doesn't know? The scroll ate them? Yeah, no, literally, I'm looking at the back end of the website, and I'm seeing a massive dono spike that is not reflected in the notifications. Holy shit. What did you guys do? What did you can rewatch the stream? Do I have to? Oh, okay, I'm gonna watch my own stream. We're gonna be a stream watcher. I can pretend I'm doing what you guys do. This isn't my... Is my brain broken? Jack is a fake Riverboat Jack fan? Yeah. But this just means I get to listen to Man Cheetah, and that makes me happy.
I'm a man cheetah.
I love Man Cheetah. Everyone of taste does. I'm elite dono hacker. Oh, there are so many good DJ Cummerbund songs. Please don't slow me down too fast. Ba-ba-da-da. Man Cheetah. Are you rewatching chat too? I can't see. Okay, there's no way for me to rewatch. Wait, I can just scroll up in chat. I think. Maybe. No, I can only scroll up so far. No. Okay, that doesn't work. Damn it. I can see Sophie's dono. Ah, damn it. Okay, that that didn't work. It's gone now. Shit. Did it read it off on the text to speech? I should be able to see it on the back end, maybe. Maybe I'm just... Cause yeah. I can see the so I can see that someone donated like over 100 subs. I do believe you. Cather Queen lived up to her name. Cather Queen, did you donate 100 subs? Is that what happened? Two someone's? Okay, wait. So Cather Queen donated 50 subs and Paladin Lost donated 50 subs. God damn, guys. Thank you so much. It was fun to see us to enjoy this. Holy moly, thank you so much. I don't even know what to say. Does your email show it? Oh, the email will show it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh God. Yeah. Of course. I could just look at the PayPal. Yeah. Wait. You deserve it. I mean, I'm glad you guys think I do, because like that is literally what allows me to continue doing this. Thank you so much. Oh my God. Yeah, Cather Queen and Paladin Lost, thank you so much. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it on the back end there. Cather Queen, I would have gotten away with it. True. And I see you kicked that off. Thank you so much. The BW energy tonight, truly off the charts. Holy shit. I feel like I've been watching Jack since before Doe even was streaming. I mean, I have been streaming since, honestly, since like late 2019, or like early 2020. But then we have the late, we have the OGest of OG. You know, we have the original crew. And then we have the people who followed me before I started streaming. You know? People like Ashley and Nindreen, they followed me back when I was just doing a podcast. Like I've been doing this for a while. I've been like producing podcasts since 2012, guys. Is that pure? No, I think it's just a Brita. Am I at least partially an OG? I mean, you're like second generation OG. Yo, you guys have no idea how cool Ashley is. I need to shoot Ashley. I need to shoot you a message to schedule a time to have you on, because I got to meet Ashley in person, and she's really cool, and she talked to me a little bit about some of the stuff that she has worked on in her life, and it is incredibly cool. I can't wait to have her on and talk. Ashley, creator of the internet. Ashley, yeah, you guys have no idea. You guys have no idea how much Ashley is a creator of the internet. You guys will learn that when she comes on, though. I think I found you through Vosh and Demon Mama. Yeah, I should have Demon Mama and Vosh on. I know I'm going to be involved in an upcoming Demon Mama stream in December. So yeah. Happy to be a new recruit. Charlie, I love having you. I love all of the people who come in here from YouTube chat. It's been really cool and a really big trip, actually, watching YouTube chat grow, you know? Like, we only started streaming on YouTube, like, I want to say, like, 4 months ago? 3 months ago? Like, it's been a real trip. Found you through a Xena and Poppy shout out? Oh, cool. I didn't know that they did that. I don't remember how I found you. It may have been Mason the Robin. Oh, Mason. I hope I get to meet Mason in person one day. He's just a cool dude. He's a nice guy. Yeah, we started streaming on YouTube after things just got so bad on Twitch. You know, I moved over to YouTube and launched this site. Also, massive thank you to the White Forest people. Like, the amount that their work has helped me is really incalculable. And one day when I grow to be, like, big enough, I really want to give back to them because they literally have made my life so much better and so much like able to function while growing out the YouTube channel. It's been crazy. Yeah, Paladin, I think I'm gonna go to TwitchCon next year, specifically to meet like my streamer homies, you know? I think it'd be great to have you, SDL, a pillow, and Lucy to grow. Yeah, I need to reach out to SDL and a pillow, or SDL again. I should reach out to a pillow and Lucy. I got completely derailed over like the last couple of weeks due to like real life stuff from like the outreach arc, but we need to get back on that grind. Yeah, no, Mithril Mist. The Sailor Moon streams were my podcast days. It was like part of the expansion of the podcast to like stream like the podcasts live. And then that kind of grew into like the podcast, like the video game podcast then grew into a live show. And then the pivot into not video games. Yes, no, the pivot into just playing video games, and then the pivot into politics. Yeah. So it was a lark, kind of. I mean, I was a video game journalist for a very long time. I don't know how much this interests anybody, but I was a video game journalist for a long time, working with Extra Life. And for Extra Life, I put together a podcast called The Best Games Period, where I talked about games that I thought you could make like an argument for being the best game, like one of the best games of all time, you know? Just thought it was a really fun thing to do, you know? And so the premise was every episode we'd talk about one specific game in depth for like about an hour, and then we'd talk about whether or not we thought it had like the staying power to be considered one of the best of all time. You know, and some of them, the answer was no. Some of them were cult classics, you know, really depended. And my longtime co-hosts wound up you know, for life reasons, like having to leave the show, and then I was just doing it by myself, and that was pretty difficult. And I was doing that on Twitch, and I think it was the episode where I was talking about the game Frostpunk. And while I was talking about Frostpunk, it occurred to me, like, we were really kind of on the precipice of, like, this track towards fascism, you know? And yeah, I remember talking about, you know, part of the gameplay of Frostpunk is that as things worsen in the environment, the external forces of, like, just climate force humanity to behave in different ways, and it heavily incentivizes turning towards, like, religious or non-religious fascism, you know? And that got me thinking, actually, I think America, as we're going towards Donald Trump, is pretty primed for something like that. And as I talked about that element and, like, elaborated on it, I realized people were more interested in hearing me talk about politics while I was on my live show. And so I just wound up talking more and more about politics, you know? It just happened very naturally, you know? Sounds like absolute torture. I mean, you guys can go back and listen to the podcast. I thought it was pretty good. And you were already... Yeah, no, like, I became disillusioned with, like, my religious upbringing, like, I don't know, in 2014, 2013, like... It was a while before this podcast gained steam. You can find a couple episodes I did, like, from 2012 and 2013, maybe, but, like, I was still pretty grounded in, like, left-leaning ideas, in my opinion. Do you still do gaming content? I do, Catgirl Productions. I actually have, I uploaded a video on the YouTube channel on Halloween titled "Can I Survive My First Playthrough of World of Horror?" So occasionally I do play video games. Yesterday I played RimWorld on stream. I'll probably play RimWorld again on stream today. And someday I'm gonna do biopic articles on everyone. That'd be cool. But yeah, like, weirdly, I've had a lot of connections with, like, online media content creators through my podcast. I had one of the guys from Red Letter Media on my podcast to talk about Team Fortress 2. I had Dan Olson from Folding Ideas on to talk about Final Fantasy IX. Kind of embarrassed myself, but I still think it was an okay show. I think one of the best episodes was having my friend Kazuma Hashimoto on to talk about Final Fantasy XII. Yeah, it's good stuff. Look, I put a lot of effort into making that podcast, and there's like 200-ish episodes of it. We had some of the original people from, like, early days of, like, coding on. A few times as well. Final Fantasy IX is mid.
I don't care how undignified it sounds. I will always regret not being one of your OGs.
Kyryu, thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs, and guess what? You got Demon Mama in there. Hell yeah. You should necro that thread for content. I mean, like, I also did 2 live play. I produced 2 live play D&D shows too. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. should have all of them. All of the episodes, I believe, are uploaded on SoundCloud here. So if you guys ever want to listen to my old podcast, here it is. Just gonna link it in the chats. There you go. You can listen to many old episodes. Yeah, had a lot of other video game journalists on to talk about stuff. Yeah, would off the top of my head would recommend the episode 145, Frostpunk. Penny, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs.
Say BWA again?
Guys, your BWA energy. What kind of games do you like? I like a lot of like city builder games, and like resource management, and like RPGs. And really, I have a fondness for anything that's doing really cool stuff to tell a story. You know, I really value storytelling in video games, and yeah. Yeah, I also archived a bunch of like really old school episodes of the show I used to be on called the Jacked Up Indian Mojo Show. My goodness, that is from I'm going down memory lane. I'm sorry. We should probably just continue. You heard about City Skylines too? Okay, while I do like city builders, I don't like City Skylines. It doesn't chill me out as much as I would like. Oh, there was also, I also did like a little mini series that only had a couple episodes, but I really liked it, going over Anita Sarkeesian's, like feminist introduction to, like feminist critique. That was good stuff. Any 4X games? I have to admit, Stellaris is probably the game I have the most time in of all time. Have I heard of Timberborn? I own it, but I haven't played it yet. Have I heard of Vintage Story? I have not. Have I played Signalis? I have. I played it on stream. I didn't finish it, mostly because I got stuck in like the lower kind of dungeon area, and I didn't know what to do, and didn't bother looking up a guide. But one day I'll go back. Oh, yeah. Also, I did an episode on Super Mario RPG that had Chevy Ray Johnson on. He made the game. He made a really, really cute game called He made a really cool game called This is Eichenfell. There we go. That I would very much recommend to folks. It's very cute. Yeah, we had Harold Goldberg on. Like, he developed games for the Atari, I believe. We had a lot of cool people on the show. And I also got to like highlight some just really weird games that like I've never heard anyone talk about, like Ikehua, which is just a really, really cool indie game. It's very short. But I talked about it for like an hour. I think it's brilliant. I don't know. Sorry. I know I'm rambling. We'll move on here. Vintage Story is like a really hardcore version of Minecraft. It's an early access. I try to avoid early access stuff just because I know I'm like not gonna go back around to it. You know, when it finishes. I want to see the finished thing. You know. I'm gonna buy the games for Thanksgiving. Do it. Ooh, did I now I'm curious. Did I do an episode? I might not have done an episode about one of my favorite Star Stealing Prince. One of my favorite indie video games is called Star Stealing Prince. It was developed in RPG Maker, and it's just gorgeous. It's just such a beautiful little RPG. Eat games instead of turkey. Yeah. Yo, Baldur's Gate 3 is so good, but I'm in the middle of Act 3 and I have not been able to play because most of my available time is spent streaming. No, I'm not knocking early access. I'm just saying, like, personally, I don't have the time to like play through something twice generally. So I want to play through it when it's finished, you know? Is there a trailer for this game? Oh my god, I think there is. Holy shit. Here's the trailer for Star Stealing Prince. Just to share with you guys. It's probably not going to do it justice, but you know. So it's like a fan trailer, maybe? The game's about like a kingdom underneath a perpetual winter. It's cute. It's a copyrighted song. Damn it. Okay, anyway. It's a good game. Go play it. It's free. It's like 8 hours long. All right. Folks, we got to talk about serious stuff. Free, you say? Yes, free, I say. Here you go. Here's the link to it. There you go. You can go and download one of my favorite games, probably for free. And apparently the original developer is currently remaking it, which I'm very excited for. Anyway. Hello. So, one of the things we've talked about recently, right, has been that part of the settler colonial project in Israel is to use the IDF in order to systematically back up Israeli settlers whenever they want to intimidate or violate the rights of Palestinians in the West Bank specifically. This also, by the way, used to be kind of how things were done in the Gaza Strip until the settlements in the Gaza Strip were pulled back and dismantled under like the current system that has kind of sealed the West Bank for like the last 15 years, right? But while our focus has mainly been on Gaza, we really, really, really need to talk about what's been going on in the West Bank while the bombings in Gaza have continued. You see, while all of the international attention has been focused on Gaza, a lot of the settlers in the West Bank have felt emboldened to attack and target Palestinians in a manner strong enough to force them to flee the region. Now, the New Yorker actually had a really good article on this just a couple days ago called "The Gazification of the West Bank." As the war in Gaza escalates, so too as the forcible displacement of Palestinians in the West Bank is Israel's approach to the two regions linked. This is by Isaac Chotiner. And the answer is yes. The answer is yes, right? The settler colonial project in the West Bank has been backed by the IDF, backed by the state. The state is aware of the settler violence and the illegal and unjust encroachment of the settlements in the West Bank, and in fact encourages it. In fact, shortly after October 7th, you saw members of the Knesset handing out guns and weapons to settlers in the West Bank in order to basically say, hey, go wild. You go for it. You know? You see a house you want? Take the house. And to be clear, this is backed up by the organization B'Tselem, which has been reporting on this. They are a human rights organization within Israel, run by Jewish people. And some of the footage coming out here is insane. So I'm going to share this with you guys. Until this week, about 250 people lived in Kirbet Zanuta in the South Hebron Hills, a community of 27 families, including about 100 minors. Not anymore. In recent weeks, armed settlers repeatedly arrived, sometimes with soldiers, beat residents, attacked them with stones, vandalized property, and threatened them serious harm if they didn't leave. This week, the entire community fled. Zanuta is one of 13 West Bank communities forcibly transferred since the war broke out as part of an upsurge in state-backed settler violence. So, one of the things you'll note here is that settlers turn up with soldiers. Like, soldiers come and protect them. So, if they start throwing stones, if they break into a Palestinian's house, the soldiers turn a blind eye. If the Palestinians try to force them out of their house, or throw stones back, or talk in a bit of a too uppity of a way, then the soldiers come in and they beat or kill the Palestinians, right? It's officially covered by the IDF, right? And, if those settlers beat a Palestinian to death, the IDF doesn't intervene. The IDF is only there to protect the settlers, right? So here's the video clip here of the Zatana community, I believe, packing up to leave.
أنا خلقت جوا الخربة هذه، أمي ولدتني في الخربة ما بعد فيش بس أصعب أيام شفناها لما أجانا المستوطن هذا وصار سكن على جنب. بعد الحرب ما بدت ب3 أيام ما خلناش ننام ولا ليلة. كل يوم ويجي مع الجيش كمان. يجي في النهار يضرب وضربنا وضرب أولادنا أكثر من مرة. بقول لك أجانا قبل 4 أيام كسروا القزاز وكسروا كبوا تنكات المي تبعاتنا وراجموا علينا حجار دود.
وقالوا ايش؟
روحوا ارحلوا من هنا، ما ظلوا الشارع، يلا روح من هنا. بس روح من هنا.
وامتى قررتوا تروحوا من هون؟
وامتى؟ والله ما بعرف. ما بعرف.
Like, he's lived there his entire life. His family has been there for generations. Is this H1 or H2 zone Hebron? I don't know. It's, and like, note in that story, he says one settler. So one Israeli settler shows up, and the army, the IDF, comes and backs up that one settler as he sabotages their water tanks and breaks their windows and like throws stones at them and heaps abuse on them. And the army is there to protect that guy. It is state sanctioned. You know, when the power of the state is used to enable that, it is state sanctioned. And because of that one guy who wants them all to leave, presumably so he can come in and take their house, there's nothing they can do about it. I don't even know what the term for that is. The term is ethnic cleansing, right? Like, the long-term effect of this state-sanctioned violence is the ethnic cleansing of the West Bank, right? Like, you either leave or they kill you. You know? And this has been happening for the last 75 years, you know? And so there's no legal recourse here because it's state sanctioned. And this is not an isolated incident here. Additionally, like, there is a new trend in Israeli social media of, like, Israeli soldiers raiding, after having raided the West Bank. What they will do is they'll go into the West Bank or into East Jerusalem, and they will just arrest Palestinians. You know, really without cause. You know, oh, you threw a stone at me, even if they didn't. And the trend here is essentially Israeli soldiers who've arrested these Palestinians, then blindfolding them and restraining them in the back of their cars, and then filming their captives. Hey, boiled peanuts. So here's one example of this. Yeah, no, like, dude's holding zip ties in the video, like, and he's wearing an IDF uniform. Like, he just arrested these two guys. Yeah. Cool trend. 146,000 likes. Like, and guys, this is just like everyday life. Like, we watched that the video also from B'Tselem of one of the people who works for B'Tselem in the West Bank. Israeli soldiers just come into her house and say, "Oh, well, you know, we know you didn't throw a stone, but someone in your house threw a stone at us, and it was probably one of your sons." And then they just, like, go through her house and, like, break her windows and, like, intimidate her. And, like, her I think her partner or her husband is like, please go inside, like, pleading with her to, like, not make a scene because he's terrified that she's going to get arrested by these people. You know, these armed men who just barge into their house and break their shit. And honestly, like, good on Hassan for calling this out. Fascism will rot you to your core. It will always kill you in the end. You will not break the will of the people. You will lose. So many people responding, well, these are terrorists, don't realize, one, this is the West Bank. These are Palestinians detained for no reason in their own neighborhoods. There's no Hamas. Even if there was Hamas, there are rules to conduct in custody. This breaks them. Yeah. You know? Hassan is 100% correct on that one. But of course, there's even more, right? Because settlers are not just allowed to like come in and like, you know, harass you. They're allowed to literally do anything to you. Like there are very few limits on what settlers cannot do. If you remember, I told you guys about the wedding of hate. Well, the one of the people who allegedly firebombed the house that led to the burning of that 1-year-old baby and his parents to death. One guy was sentenced for life in prison. But there were multiple attackers. And then, again, settlers celebrated the murder of that 1-year-old child in their weddings. Now, and this is kind of emphasized here. This is again from B'Tselem. Settlers set the fire, but settlers' violence is just one component of Israeli policy aimed at expelling communities from Masfar Yada, state violence. Palestinians know that no one will come to their rescue. The army and police refuse to protect them. Now, this is a video from the 30th. Terrorist settlers set fire to a house in Masfar Yada, destroyed power lines, and attacked and smashed a house in which an elderly woman and her daughter lived. This is not settler violence. This is the state policy of Israel to force us to leave and steal our land. And yeah. Israeli soldiers defend burning the houses of these people. Like, there's nothing they can do. No one's coming to help. And ultimately, like, when that house burns down, like, they'll move someplace else. Because that's all they can do. That's the only option they're left with. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, this is The Guardian covering the expulsion of the villagers of Zanuda. Now that entire villages such as Zanuda have decided to leave, it is feared that there will be a domino effect in the area, said Nasser Nawaja, a field researcher from the village of Susia for the Israeli human rights group B'Tselem. Yeah, I mean, this is what happened with the Deir Yassem. You know, a massive act of violence, settler colonial violence, caused an entire region to flee. You know, this is what has been happening with relatively little coverage in the West Bank. And keep in mind, these settler colonial attacks didn't just start after October 7th. They've been accelerated since then, but they've been happening for decades now. Absolutely disgusting stuff. I mean, like, when you're seeing a headline like, a new Nakba, settler violence forces Palestinians out of West Bank villages. It's horrific. Zenuta's 150 residents have made a collective decision to leave. Armed settlers, some in reservist army uniforms covering their faces, have begun breaking into their homes at night, beating up adults, destroying and stealing belongings, and terrifying the children. After decades of a desperate fight to cling on to their land, the community has decided they have lost. On Monday, men and women cried as they dismantled their homes and haphazardly packed solar panels, animal feed, and personal belongings onto pickup trucks. The noise of the demolition drowned out the bleeding from the animal pens and threw up dust and debris that tore at the eyes and throat. It is a new Nakba, said Isa Ahmad Baghdad, 71, referring to the expulsion of 700,000 Palestinians in 1948 after the creation of Israel. My family are going to Rafat, but we don't know anyone there. We don't know what to tell the children. And again, these are all videos from different places, right? You know, this is a video from Zenuta. This one is from Kirbet Atuba. The next one here is from Kirbet al-Fakit. This is again from Zenuta. 13 entire communities and hundreds of people from villages have been forcibly displaced since October. The number continues to increase.
The inhabitants are packing up their belongings and leaving their land.
Masafer Yada is in Area C, the sparsely populated 60% of the West Bank under full Israeli control and under threat of annexation. Yeah, I mean, Israeli settlers herding sheep had, in effect, taken control of 10% of Area C in about 5 years, according to research by Karem Navot, an NGO monitoring settler activity. But in the last year alone, about 110 square kilometers of the West Bank has been annexed by settlers on herding outposts. By way of comparison, the entirety of the built-up Israeli settlement areas constructed since the occupation began in 1967 cover only 80 square kilometers. So, again, in the last year, they have doubled the amount of land that they've annexed from West Bank. Yeah, was Hamas hiding in the stuffed animals of the crying children? Yeah, this is systematic ethnic cleansing. You know, even if they aren't killing most of the people in West Bank, they are certainly conducting a campaign to expel them, which is a genocidal action. Yeah, this is almost a 100-year-long ethnic cleansing campaign. I don't believe that there has been a time under which the Israeli state has not supported ethnically cleansing Palestinians from both the Gaza Strip and West Bank. Yeah, Palestinian cisterns, solar panels, roads, and buildings here are frequently demolished on the grounds that they do not have building permits, which are nearly impossible to obtain, while surrounding illegal Israeli settlements flourish. Yeah, again, in this area, right, just to give you an idea of how bullshit this is, the Israeli government is able to issue building permits. However, often homes that have been, Palestinian homes for like the last century or two, don't have building permits because they predate the founding of the state of Israel. And furthermore, they're in West Bank, which is not supposed to be controlled by Israel. However, Israel feels that if you do not have a building permit in the West Bank, they have the ability to just demolish your home summarily. I mean, they're basically forcing them out into the desert to die. Well, yeah. Yeah. Excellent reporting by The Guardian, by the way. We've had hard times in the village since the settlers started the Mitarim farm across the valley 3 years ago. It's been harder to take the sheep out, and the settler young men destroy things like crops or steal sheep or call the army to come and harass us. But now they're coming into our homes. My daughters are terrified, said Amin Hamad al-Hudarat, 41, as he began to cry. I had thought we might need to leave before, but we did not expect it to happen like this. I can't believe that by tomorrow I'm going to leave my home. We're going to camp on the outskirts of Dira, but I don't know what will happen next, what I will do for work, what we will do with the sheep. My whole life is in Zanuda. The community is breaking up. I don't know when I will see my neighbors to chat and tell stories and drink coffee again. After years of legal battles, Israel's Supreme Court ruled last May in favor of the IDF, surprise, that a 3,000 hectare or 7,410 acre area of Masafer Yada would remain a military training zone known as Firing Zone 918, a ruling illegal under international law and one of the single biggest expulsion decisions since the occupation began. Again, this is one of the common tactics, right? They'll be like, "Oh yeah, the IDF need this area to conduct military training exercises in. Haha. Oh, there happen to be a bunch of villages in there. Haha. Get out of here. Get out of here. Otherwise, you might get shot. Haha." Yeah. No, like this is just annexation under another name, Again, illegal annexation. Since then, the army and Israeli settlers have steadily increased the pressure to try to force the Palestinian community in the firing zone, as well as those living in dozens of villages nearby, to leave. Yeah. Since October 7th, settlers have begun beating and using live fire against activists as well as Palestinians, meaning they're shooting at activists and at Palestinians. They're breaking into their homes and shooting at them. Also, worth keeping in mind that there is not freedom of movement in the West Bank. You can't necessarily just pack up and go to another area of the West Bank very easily because there are checkpoints all over the roads that only apply to Palestinians. Like, if you're Israeli, you can go anywhere you want in West Bank. If you are Palestinian, you have to use the roads for Palestinians. You have to go through the Palestinian checkpoints. Right? And they open up new checkpoints every year. So new checkpoints have completely isolated villages such as Jimba, making it difficult for residents to leave. Palestinians are held up and questioned by soldiers, sometimes for hours at a time, and dozens of unlicensed cars have been confiscated, forcing residents to use donkeys instead. Meaning that, like, even if you are well off enough to have a car, which is, again, rare for Palestinians, they just take away your car. Oh, you spent money to get that car? Yoink, it's ours now. Under this campaign of attrition, some families have already made the difficult decision to leave, most of them for the nearby town of Yada. During the Guardian's visit to the area a month ago, 2 families in Kirbet ar-Rathim near the Asail settlement insisted they would not leave despite the pressure. Today, they have gone. Yeah, so also you can see here that 2023 was already the most violent year for Palestinian deaths in the West Bank in recent memory. You can look back all the way to 2008, according to this graphic compiled by The Guardian. It was already the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank. And yet, since October 7th to October 29th, there have been 121 more deaths, more killings of Palestinians in the West Bank. Yeah, this is why they call it an apartheid regime. You have different rights if you are Palestinian. You have different ability to travel if you are Palestinian. You have no state protection if you are Palestinian. Someone can just show up and be like, your land, this is mine now. And if you want to do something about it, they have the IDF behind them. And if you try and sass them, if you try to fight back, well, the IDF just kills you or arrests you and makes a TikTok about it. Here's another quotation here. Now that entire villages such as Zanuda have decided to leave, it is feared that there will be a domino effect in the area. This is according to Nasser Nawaja from B'Tselem. Settler violence is now worse than ever. Sometimes they are wearing reservist uniforms and we don't know who is the army and who is a settler anymore. The people in Tuba were given a 24-hour ultimatum to leave. I mean, the televangelists are always saying that the rapture is near or whatever. The people in Tuba were given a 24-hour ultimatum to leave, where the settlers said they would come back and kill them. That was on Saturday. We don't know what will happen next. According to B'Tselem, in the last 3 weeks, 858 Palestinians from 32 different communities and 13 entire communities in total have been forcibly displaced. The numbers increase every day. And again, this article came out like a week ago, so the number is certainly higher now, you know? The international community, notably including the United States, has issued strong statements to the Israeli government that it must take measures to protect Palestinians from attacks by Israeli extremist settlers. These attacks are unacceptable. Those responsible need to be stopped and held accountable. A communique from the State Department in Washington said on Monday. However, Palestinians and Israeli activists say they have little faith in the Israeli authorities. According to UN data from September, in 4 out of 5 communities where residents had filed police complaints about settler violence, only 6% knew of any follow-up. Which, by the way, doesn't indicate that doesn't indicate that 6% had help from the police. It indicates that 6% were contacted following their police report, which may or may not have been helpful. So, like, literally, if you go to the police, there's like a 1 in 20 chance that you're even going to get a response. This is what apartheid looks like. For some, it is too little too late. In Zanuda on Monday, pickup trucks trundled down the dirt track to the main road, full to the brim. They came back empty a few hours later to collect more belongings from the dying community. 3 Israeli soldiers stood next to an armored patrol vehicle at the turnoff to the main road, silently watching. I don't know when I'll be able to come back again, said Hudarat. I think I'm saying goodbye to my home forever. This is what we talk about when we talk about Israel being an apartheid state. Effectively, they already control the West Bank. Effectively, they already control Gaza. And the rights that you have in those areas are completely dictated by the Israeli government. The only consistent thing is that if you are a Palestinian in either of those areas, you have less rights than an Israeli. Yeah, Israel's Supreme Court has ruled its human rights don't apply in militarily occupied land, which is why they haven't annexed the entire West Bank. It's why they haven't annexed the Gaza Strip. This legal gray area benefits them. It allows them to pursue this ethnic cleansing campaign. If they were to annex these areas, and that they would have to give them voting rights, they would have to give them human rights. It would change the political makeup of their country. The people in power don't want that. They want the nice, slow, ethnically cleansed land that they can then safely annex that only has Israelis in it. You know? Hey, are you for a one-state solution? I'm in favor of a two-state solution. I think, honestly, a one-state solution would probably be like an ideal, but I don't think we're gonna get an ideal. You know? I think honestly, the realistic, pragmatic solution is a two-state solution. Because I think right now, if Israel were to annex the Gaza Strip, if Israel were to annex the West Bank, they would do unspeakable atrocities to ensure that as few Palestinians as possible were included in that annexation. Again, to preserve the current political power structure within Israel. Which I'm clearly not in favor of atrocities being committed on Palestinians, so I think the two-state solution is probably what would have the least amount of bloodshed. There's no realistic way to guarantee equal rights for both peoples in a one-state solution, at least that I've heard of. Yeah. Would a temporary three-state solution work with the U.S. being a forceful peacemaker? I mean, honestly, if the United States shifted its entire policy around Israel to be supportive of Palestinian freedom, to be supportive of, like, autonomy and democratic rule of the Gaza Strip, to be supportive of autonomy and democratic rule in the West Bank, possibly a three-state solution could work. But, like, without the United States backing, that would never happen, right? And yes, VegCom, the UN Security Council, like, UN peacekeeping forces would be preferable to the United States. But if I'm being 100% honest, Israel doesn't give a fuck about the UN Security Council outside of the United States support. Like, there's no guaranteeing that without US backing. A problem, there is not much vision for an endgame. Well, the problem there, the reason there's not much vision for an endgame is because Israel deliberately opposes a vision for the endgame, right? Because Israel's endgame involves unspeakable atrocities in the form of, like, ethnic cleansing and genocide. That's Israel's current endgame right now. An endgame that allows Palestinians to live and remain on their land. An endgame like that involves Israel being willing to come to the table. And that's just not happening right now without the US pushing them very, very hard. But yeah, I do hope we'll get to a solution in the long term. All I know is that this program of ethnic cleansing, of forcing Palestinians off of land that their families have lived on for hundreds of years, is not sustainable. It's not sustainable in the short term, and in the long term, obviously also not sustainable. The end point is going to come whether or not people have a vision for it. And I hope and pray for the Palestinian people that it is a solution that allows them freedom and happiness. Maybe Saudi Arabia controlling Gaza in the future will be good. I don't think Saudi Arabia controlling anything would be good. I'm pretty against monarchies and authoritarian regimes controlling anything. I would not like Saudi Arabia to control the Gaza Strip. That'd be bad. Israel losing the current PR war would be a start to improvement. I mean, I think Israel is losing the current PR war, frankly. They have the money to build it. Yeah, but why would they build Gaza when they can waste all of their money on building a stupid line city that will never function? Why do something practical when instead you could do something completely impractical that no one wants or asked for? Okay. We're gonna change gears a little bit. I'm going to chill out, and we are going to see what insanity is in this vegan chaser Nazi debate that Keffel's put together here. So time to get silly, okay? We're about to get silly in here. I've been teasing this debate for a while, all right? Now, for some background here, there's a guy who is on YouTube whose entire thing is giving dating advice or sex advice, I guess, to dudes who want to have sex with trans ladies. That's his entire deal. Giving hookup tips for folks who want to, have sex with trans women. And I guess Keffel's got him to agree to come on to debate the human pet guy, who is a libertarian monarchist. Yeah, if you don't know who the human pet guy is, dude looks like a cartoon character and deeply wants to turn another human being into his pet, but not in a mutually agreed upon sexy way, but in a I'm going to surgically alter you to be a humanoid animal. He's a real piece of work. Yeah, like the movie Tusk. Yeah, like that movie where a guy turns the Apple computer guy into a walrus. Okay, he's the human pet guy in that way, specifically. Dude for real looks like a World War era German naval commander. I mean, when I say he looks like an actual cartoon character, I mean he looks like an actual cartoon character. Dude looks like this. Dude has committed to the bit. Dude has committed to the bit of looking like a guy who would absolutely order the deaths of millions of black and brown people if they inconvenienced him slightly, okay? Looks like a lad who, if he was in a position of authority in 1800s London, would absolutely order some massacre somewhere in the world, okay? You weren't kidding? Wow, no, I was not kidding. His face reminds me of a Pokemon. Yeah, he's a little freak. He looks like a Victorian era Dixiecrat. Oh God. Anyway, I think we're far enough into the segment where I can tell you guys that the Vegan Chaser has a YouTube channel called Futa Loving Cockmaster. So we have human pet guy versus that guy. Let's see what happens here.
World had warmed over the past 50 years was an English engineer in 1938. It was your people.
Well,
it was the Brits.
Follow the money, Keffels. I'm very sure you'll find that he had Chinese money in his bank account.
I'm gonna play RimWorld.
Follow the money.
Okay, I'm actually gonna follow the money here.
Yeah, when you look at it, look at who's actually producing most of the pollution. A lot of it comes from Red China.
Oh yeah, no, he is British. Yeah, like when I say he fits right into like 1800s like British society ordering like massacres in Africa. Like I mean it.
McGill University. Where the fuck are you getting China from? There's nothing about China in this.
It feels true.
It feels. How is that an argument?
It feels true.
I'm gonna before this starts, I'm gonna do a little plug. If you like the content of this channel
OMG,
and
it's a
what you
Victorian fedora neckbeard.
Yeah, Victorian fedora neckbeard. Yeah, for real. I'm really important is justifying dead Palestinian civilians and banning me for comparing Palestine to Ukraine. I feel so helpless to reach people. I mean, yeah, I sympathize with that, Nomadic. I don't know what I'm really important is talking about or like what he said, but unfortunately that's not an uncommon attitude right now.
We're about to witness. Consider subscribing for how much I suffer.
Oh God, he's Scottish and he simps for the English? That's embarrassing.
Hello, Keffels.
Hello. Hold on, I have to move the thing because Corkmaster is popping off the screen. There we go.
Okay.
All right, I should probably put
your stream.
Okay, for the record, we currently have Kairyu, Riverboat, Paladin Lost, Malord Ines, and Sophie. Rip to our two real ones. Mizdras Lin and Katya, who died of malaria.
Yes, I sent you some memes. I'm not sure if they're suitable for the server. So
what? Wait, what memes?
In the direct messages. So yeah, I'm told that there's potentially I decided to run those ways. So I haven't posted those memes at all in any of the meme channels. I understand there are rules regarding potentially risque content.
What?
So regarding this situation in the Middle East, what are your thoughts?
Honestly, I have no idea. The only reason I even know anything about the situation in the Middle
is Feta loving Corkmaster? Is he trying to like get with Keffels? Is that part of the current lore? I have no idea.
East is because this one trans woman on Twitter who does cuck porn.
Jesus Christ.
She made a Twitter post in support of Palestine, and yeah, that's the only reason I know is just because a cuck porn star tweeted about Palestine.
Jesus Christ, dude.
It appears that that Hamas has abducted and murdered.
Yes, these geniuses are going to solve the conflict, guys.
A German citizen, so that could have interesting consequences.
Now, Cybersmith, I know that back in your Tumblr heyday, you had a lot of opinions on veganism, and I thought it would be interesting to have you have a conversation with Food11 Cockmaster. Because I know that Food11 Cockmaster is a vegan, and I don't know how much conversations you've had with each other, but I think this is a great meeting.
Wait, I'm really important. IRI banned someone for saying John McCain was cringe, but that's just accurate though.
In the minds.
One thing I suppose I would ask is, why are you a vegan? I mean, if you're a vegan for health reasons or for dietary reasons, I wouldn't necessarily have any opposition or disagreement to that.
Well, it started out as being more for health reasons, but like basically, I don't know. Some of a lot of the health reasons are just memes, though. Like, for most people, they're memes. Like for the vast majority of people, you know, like there's just not much of a difference in like heart disease risk or anything if you're eating like, you know, if you're eating like low fat cuts of if you're eating like low fat cuts of like non-red meats, you know, like just chicken or something. If you're eating that mostly as the meat that you're eating and your diet's got enough of the fiber and the other stuff, there's between that and a vegan, there's not really much of a difference. So yeah, it was kind of
Yep, LB.
It's more just for the ethical reasons, but like I understand that like
So the ethical, what in your opinion are the ethical reasons?
I mean, pretty much just that I don't want to support the industries. You know, like God, I would be able to I would probably be much better at talking if like it weren't around the time that I normally go to bed right now, but yeah.
Yes, Keffels has chosen a rather poor
What are you talking? This is a great time.
It's a pretty it's spontaneous, it's whatever. And fuck, I forgot what I was saying.
I see Nomadic. Hey,
Well,
Bite 3D.
I would also think that Cybersmith should introduce why he's against veganism as well.
My main argument against it is the vast majority.
I just put this together real quick. It should be deeply worrying that Human Pet Guide does not want ethical treatment for animals. I'm just keeping it real with you, throwing that one out there, okay? Hey, Larzers.
Of the animals that vegans object to us eating are alive today specifically because we bred them to be eaten. What you're advocating for is, in principle, mass extinction. You're talking about entire breeds of animals and very likely whole species dying out completely. Being eaten by us is their evolutionary niche.
They should die.
Which is how they have adapted to survive.
They should all, I mean, not necessarily die, you know, right this instant, but yeah, no, they shouldn't breed anymore.
Why not? Why should they be eliminated? It's a good deal for us. We get to eat their lovely meat, and it's a good deal for them because without it, they wouldn't exist at all.
That's dumb. Like, so the thing is, basically, we didn't selectively breed them to feel less pain. We didn't selectively breed them to like. They weren't selectively bred to feel less pain or to necessarily like enjoy their captivity. Like we didn't really breed enjoyment of captivity into them. We didn't really breed like the inability
What do you think domestication is? The entire domestication process. You couldn't do what we do to, for example, chickens or cows with a wild animal. They'd go berserk at it. We did, to a very large extent, breed them to be far more tolerant of those conditions than they would be without that selective breeding.
Except we did domesticate animals that were unruly. Like if you look at cows, So the ancestor of cows, I think they're called oryx, and
the
yeah,
aurochs
they
of-
were
They were extinct.
no,
they are now extinct. They're gone now. So that
yeah, but
that
they
should
were
tell you
pretty
something. That should tell you something.
they were pretty unruly though. Like it's
Yes, we bred cows to be a more
we
docile
still
version of you.
we still manhandle like tigers and stuff. Like I feel like I just feel like this isn't like a I don't know. Just it doesn't make sense to me. Like
What
if we
doesn't?
really if we really
This
want
is the
if we really
ecosystemic niche that they have developed to fill.
if we really want the meat bad enough, I think we'll hunt down like tigers, and I mean we sell like
That would be
ivory and all
incredibly
these are-
inefficient. The number of tigers we would need for that and the amount of space they would need
Yeah,
is,
but that's
would
just
be
I
basically
don't-
unsustainable and would be completely unrealistic. That would be far too expensive. That's what you're proposing is
I'm not
unfeasible.
proposing that we eat tigers. I'm just saying that you know.
What is this? Already we are so gone. Is that Sargon or just human pet guy? It's just human pet guy. It's just human pet guy having a friendly debate with a guy called Fudo Loving Cockmaster.
I'm just saying that this whole thing is like a moot point because.
Why is it a moot point? You're suggesting we're
because
eating
we'll do
prey
whatever
animals.
we-
Why would transitioning to eating predator animals be any more sensible?
Oh, I wasn't using the tiger because it was a predator animal. Like I used the tiger as an example because it's like an animal that's difficult to control. Like I also mentioned elephants; those are difficult to control. Like if we think that there is value to be extracted from like something, there's people out there who are dedicated enough to do it. Like I don't just mean like meat, you know, obviously there's like ivory and
By
there's
the
people
exact
who think-
same token, we could get rid of all typewriters and go back to everyone having to learn calligraphy and writing with a quill and ink. The
I
fact
mean,
that
maybe.
if we want to do something enough, we will put up with hardship. But does that mean that it's good to do so? I don't think that's at all true. I think we make things.
Animals don't choose to exist in this world, and simply perpetuating their existence is not inherently good.
Fair.
Things easier to do when
Thank
we
you for
think
the
they're
gifted
worth
tier 1
doing.
sub.
That's why we have automation. It's why we have computers. It's why we have typewriters. It's why we have domesticated prey animals that we use for meat, so we're not going out and hunting down elephants.
Hey, Sophie.
It's a perfectly sensible and reasonable thing to do.
You're trucking along real well.
Okay. I don't know.
Typewriters? I'm sorry. Sorry, I shouldn't interject in the debate. I'm interested.
Mhm.
I just thought the typewriters was a very interesting example.
I'm
Well, yes, I think that is a good example. You could very much make the case that if we really wanted to write things, if you had someone who genuinely thought that they had something worth writing down, that person would, if they needed to, would learn calligraphy. They'd get an ink, they'd get a bottle of ink and a quill pen, and they would write it down by hand.
What?
And they'd learn how to do that if they had to. But why should they when we can just use a typewriter? Why should we use these deliberately inefficient methods when we have developed such effective and easy means of doing it? Why should we go out and hunt a tiger for the meat in my sandwich when I can just buy some ham?
Are you a time traveler?
In some sense, we are all time travelers.
Holy shit. Are you Doctor Who?
It's just the Doctor and no.
What a weirdo.
I don't believe you.
Yeah. So like
awkward silence.
So like I don't know. I don't think I'm really gonna gonna really get anywhere on that front. Like I really don't. So I know for a fact that Well, I don't know. I guess I will just say that I know for a fact like the selective breeding process isn't really sufficient to get the animals to enjoy the particular type of captivity that they're often in, especially with the factory farming. Like, if they were really so perfectly fine-tuned to be able to enjoy it and everything, and their bodies were perfect for it, we wouldn't need to sear off their beaks with like a hot blade to keep them from like pecking each other and stuff. And they, because they get stir crazy, and they start pecking each other.
Well, we
and
haven't
that,
adapted them for it yet, but give it another few hundred years of selective evolution. Remember, the actual life cycles of these creatures are not that long. It wouldn't take, I'd say, more than a couple hundred years for us to breed chickens that are quite happy with captivity. It wouldn't be too difficult.
I mean, that's like hundreds of years of like suffering that you're suggesting, though. Like,
good night,
Whereas,
Mithril Miss.
so your proposal that they all go extinct immediately? That's not a good deal for them at all.
It is a pretty good deal for them. I mean, when your whole life, when the only thing you're allowed to experience is pretty much just suffering, it's like probably and also like also the thing is
they are literally
like,
they are literally prey animals. Yes, their whole life does exist in order to reproduce and suffer. That's what being a prey animal is. That is the R selection strategy used by rabbits and most prey animals in the wild. What do you think these things would be doing if they weren't being eaten in factory farms? They'd be running for their lives, desperate and scared, before some wolf pack rips them to shreds while they're still breathing. They are prey animals. They evolved to be prey animals. What we're doing to them isn't inherently different to what would happen in nature. It's just a little bit more efficient and more prone to be accompanied with barbecue sauce, if you're into that sort of thing. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of seasoning on beef or pork, but I mean, I will.
What is wrong with him? You're not into seasoning on beef or pork? I mean, I guess that checks out with the British culinary experience, but I
will season chicken sometimes when I'm in the mood for it.
But we as humans still have a choice to not be part of that cycle.
True. I, for one, am very much looking forward to the day we can just have lab-grown meat. I think that will be far more ethical and very tasty.
I used to only eat steak with ketchup. Like, I used to.
I'm not really a fan of sauces.
Of course he's not a fan of sauces. What the fuck does this guy eat? Does he just like well, he doesn't season them and he doesn't like sauces. What does he eat? God damn.
To be honest,
I might have refused to eat steak without ketchup as a kid. Like, as an adult, you know, I could eat it without but like, well, I wasn't really an adult. I mean, I was like 17, but whatever. Or 16. But yeah. But I don't know. I feel like it is pretty. I think it is fundamentally different because like, the difference between us and like a predator animal is that we control, you know, every aspect of the animal's like existence and everything. You know, it's in like even its birth. Like most animals in factory farms are not they don't breed through having actual sex. It's through
so the difference
between only beans and toast,
so
I
the
guess.
difference between us and predator animals is that we are a little bit more careful about it. We intervene at an earlier point in the process. We go through, but we do the exact same thing with, for example, wheat. Herbivorous animals naturally don't tend to cultivate plants, with a few exceptions. There are certain types of fish that will cultivate gardens of plants that they eat from, but most
beans are too
herbivorous
spicy for this guy.
animals
Okay,
will
that
simply
could be
eat
true.
plants as and when they find them. What we do with animals is not fundamentally intrinsically different to what we do with the plants we eat.
Yeah, but that's kind of irrelevant because plants don't have nervous systems. They don't feel anything. As far as we know, there is
evidence
no,
that plants can respond to stimuli. But they can even respond to stimulus that we apply to different plants.
intelligence and sentience aren't the same thing.
Demonstrate that the animals have the latter. If we're going to make that claim that, okay, their ability to respond to external stimulus does not imply intelligence, okay, what would imply intelligence then? And can you demonstrate that the prey animals you're so concerned for actually do demonstrate it?
To be honest, it's kind of similar to how, to be honest, it's kind of like how you can't really prove that another human being is sentient. We just kind of have ways of.
Okay, that takes us right.
We kind of just have ways of recognizing the way that we behave when we're experiencing certain things, and you know, we kind of just I guess, I don't know if the right word is extrapolate, but we kind of just, you know, we're just like, yeah, it's, you know, it's even with other even with like brain chemicals and stuff, like when you get into neurochemistry, it's like how do we know that a person experiences this when I'm happy? Well, how do we know that like these chemicals make a person happy or whatever? It's because some scientists took the machine up to their brain or like did some like tests on themselves when they were happy, and they're like, this is how we know that people are happy, when there's this chemical in their brain, and this is the facial expression that correlates to that, and these are their gestures and stuff. And so we basically just, you know, extrapolated further to animals, and we're like, oh yeah, you know, animals have the serotonin, so that, you know, they could have the sense of like peace and calm, and you know, they all of this stuff, you know, it's basically that, you know, an animal does a certain thing when it's happy, the animal like recoils, you know, it responds to pain, you know, a similar way that a human does, you know, like you throw a human baby across a room, it's gonna cry. You know, you throw a cat across a room, it's gonna let out a yelp. It's equivalent of like a yelp or a cry. You know, it's gonna meow. It's gonna run away from you. So like, yeah, we kind of just we have good reason to believe that animals are sentient for the same reason we have good reason to believe that other human beings are sentient. We're just recognizing patterns in ourselves, and we're just like, okay, yeah, these other people are exhibiting these same patterns. And with animals, it's like people behave like this in response to this stimuli, and there's an experience that goes along with that.
So you're separating animals from separating animals from plants on the basis of the fact that the animal's response to stimuli is more similar to our own. So you'd be okay. So you're accepting, for example,
and also the anatomy as well.
Good night, Storma.
So you'd accept,
hey,
for
Holsky.
example, Jordan Peterson's lobster argument with regards to how.
What's the lobster argument?
His lobster argument relating to how about how the existence of hierarchical relationships in humans is one of the oldest characteristics we have, because the same chemical response is found in lobsters to dominance struggles. You've heard of that?
Yeah. The thing is, I actually watched a video about it, and like serotonin actually behaves differently in
Okay, apply that same principle. Apply that same principle, because I knew you were going to do this. I knew you couldn't admit that
What?
Jordan Peterson is right about everything, because you're a leftist and communist, and your mind is broken.
What?
So,
What?
okay, apply that same principle, the same idea you're using to dismiss Jordan Peterson, who is objectively right about everything. You won't admit that. The same principle you're using to dismiss Jordan Peterson, we can apply that to what you've said. Just because the effect is appears to be the same superficially doesn't mean that they're actually undergoing the same mental pattern that we are. So, you know, two can play at that game. The exact same principle that you're using to dismiss Jordan Peterson, we could use to dismiss your ideas.
Well, I don't think that the experience is exactly the same, but
You were,
it doesn't
and
really.
for you, that was enough to throw out Jordan Peterson's argument.
Well, that's because we actually have like evidence that the or at least I think we do. To be honest, I'm not really sure how credible either source.
Let's throw out a multi-million-dollar industry because you think we do. You think we have evidence, so let's throw out a $1 million industry because you think we have evidence. Do you understand why all the people who are invested in the meat industry might not find that especially compelling?
Most people involved in the meat industry seem to believe that animals have sentience.
They may well do. They also don't believe that that sentience is in and of itself a good argument.
Sophie, you keep destroying all the beds. Why?
What we are doing with regards to the meat industry.
You're right about that, but I don't really.
Oh, I just discovered the reason. Sophie, you're really bigoted against the religious beliefs of my colony. Unfortunately, you and as a result, you hate literally everybody, including the 4-year-old child who lives here. So you just keep wrecking our collective sleeping place. You even destroyed the fire pit. Why?
Need for them to be right in order for me.
I guess I'll just have to quick convert you.
I don't need them to
with
agree
facts
with
and
me in order
logic
to be right. Like, I mean, it's like that in general. Like,
wouldn't
you don't
they
really
know a
need
little bit?
people to agree with you in order to be right about things.
Wouldn't they be in the best position to know? They are the experts.
They are the experts, but they also have the biggest conflict of interest.
How so?
Because they profit from it.
They do, but you, I would argue, would also have something of a conflict of interest in that you've made a significant part of your identity around being a vegan, so much so that Keffel's is able to remember it about you. This isn't some minor fact of yours. It's something
to be
so
fair,
notable that someone you share a server with was able to cite it off to a complete stranger.
Mr. Cybersmith, I do need to remind you that you being anti-vegan is so notable that I found this out through a Google search of your name in the first page.
Yes, I do regret that so many of those old accounts, because as I said, my Twitter account was lost. My first Tumblr account was lost, and that's where a lot of that discourse took place. So I'm quite sad about that. First person I ever debated was Municipal Wasteoid. Municipal Wasteoid's other blog, which was Vegan Wasteoid, and I had many a debate with her. She's actually the reason I made that account, because I'd initially. She's the reason I was on Tumblr to begin with. I'd initially debated with her through Anonymous Asks.
The Ukrainian. I'm playing RimWorld. I guess I should make this a little smaller so you guys can see a bit more of it. But I love RimWorld. It's a good game. It's a you build a little colony on like a far-flung planet, and you just try and survive, and random shit happens all the time.
I was eventually tired that format, so I made a Tumblr account and
Thanks for
started
asking.
directly talking with her and reblogging, and eventually she deleted because a bunch of leftists cancelled her.
Well, look, guys, were you expecting good arguments from the human pet guy or from the feta-loving Corkmaster? Were you expecting good arguments from these people? No, you weren't.
For support for cultural appropriation because of her hairstyle. So that's when I came to the conclusion that that the left was ultimately not a serious enemy. It was going to consume itself because, again, she was quite adamant in her positions. She was debating with me back and forth. But what ultimately destroyed her? The left. The left always eats its own. The revolutions always come after its own members.
I think the thing that I've noticed throughout this conversation is that it's getting a bit confusing because there are two different debates going on at the same time. The ethical implications of eating meat and then talking about industrial meat production and the ethical problems that are involved in that. I think these are two different conversations. Even if you get rid of industrial farming altogether, you can still have the conversation about whether or not it's okay to kill animals for their flesh.
That's fair, but let's make the same argument. Do you think it is in principle okay to eat cereal crops?
I would question why. Wait, sorry, I'm not having this debate. I'm gonna.
Okay, no, that argument, that question was for the food-loving Cockmaster.
Yeah, I think it's okay to eat cereal grains.
Okay, do you think it is okay to eat cereal grains that have been grown in incredibly densely populated fields, given essentially no freedom to roam, harvested after just a few months of life, dried out in massive silos without access to sunlight, burned, baked, boiled, sugared, and then placed in a cereal bowl?
Yeah.
In other words, okay, so morally, the fact that it's gone through an industrial process doesn't matter to you. You don't care that it's gone through an industrial process.
Yep.
So what's the problem then? It having been through an industrial process isn't a problem.
Huh.
So why should it be for meat? Why should it be a problem for meat then? Did someone just leave?
Yeah, somebody joined and left.
Okay.
Right. I have to get back on track. I mean, the difference is just in the sentience and everything. Like, but yeah, I don't really think that like regular farming is I really don't think that regular farming is ethical either. Like, you have to. So one thing that like one bit of context that I think is useful when thinking about like the ethics of raising animals to be slaughtered is that so like when you look at the natural lifespans of a lot of these animals and you look at like how long it takes for them to be like raised to the point where they can be slaughtered, like I looked it up. I think like a lot of these animals can live like, you know, like 20, 30 years or something, but like in the case of chickens, I remember this pretty well. I think it's 4 months. Maybe it's I don't know. I think it's 4 months. I might be talking about my ass.
That's basically the same as oats planted in the summer that get harvested in the autumn.
Yeah.
So again, why
different? It doesn't have sentience. So
why is sentience the determining factor? Kethel's raised an interesting point. We are having two separate discussions. One is discussing whether it is ethical to impose an industrial process on what we eat. The other is whether it is in principle okay to eat certain types of food at all. If those are in fact separate questions, you must be able to answer them independently. If there is a moral component to the industrialization of a food production process, then we should be able to apply that moral principle just the same to we should be able to apply that moral principle just the same to the eating of plants. So if we are okay with the industrialization of processes we use,
I feel called out by that dono catalytic gearbox. I feel like sometimes that's how I fill my you know, so like you know,
to make the plants we eat.
I think that's just like,
because it is in principle okay to eat plants, we should also be able to apply that to the meat we eat. Unless the question is that the meat is intrinsically wrong to eat, in which case that gets back to the other question. So that is my answer to Kethel's observation. That
no, that wasn't my
discussions. We're
okay.
okay. You only object to the industrialized meat eating.
I'm objecting to this because
eating
that's not what I was trying to say, but because the debate about whether it's okay to eat meat or not comes down to suffering.
Oh shit, chat. We might all die. Just a heads up on that one. It appears I have contracted the plague, and Malord Ines has plague, and Sophie has plague. Okay, we're going into medical lockdown, baby. All right. Rest until healed. Rest until healed. Rest until healed. All right. This makes it a whole lot harder.
Suffering of animals, and
is plague
that
a mod?
Isn't,
nope.
When you look into the science around it, you can't really make the argument that animals cannot suffer. A lot of mammals have evolved just the same way that humans have, where the basic functions of the brain that control fear are there, and they operate in the exact same way they do in humans. It becomes a question of whether or not it's okay to hand wave that away.
That's a reasonable argument. Yes, they can suffer. However, I would argue that you've somewhat jumped a few steps here. The question is not, can they suffer? It's, would they be suffering less if we weren't farming them? And again, these are prey animals. Being eaten by predators is something that they evolved to do. They would be doing that whether or not we put them in farms. We are assisting them in we are assisting them in effect in fulfilling the evolutionary purpose that they have set out to achieve. The question is not, are they suffering because of us? It's, would they be suffering less if we weren't doing this? And I think most any reasonable situation would confirm, yes, they would either be suffering just the same or they wouldn't exist at all. And basically all animals will choose suffering over non-existence. Almost all animals will defend their own lives, even if it means suffering. Very few animals are willing to die under any circumstances. Animals will fiercely defend their own lives. This means that they have a revealed preference for existence with suffering versus non-existence. Therefore, by breeding more of them, even in a life where they are guaranteed to suffer, which I must emphasize, they would suffer in much the same way even if we weren't farming them, we are in fact acting according to their revealed preference. They prefer existence and proliferation of their kind more than they prefer the absence of suffering.
Wait, who is this?
Hello?
Who is this addressed to?
Just in general.
Okay. As I think you lost Food Love and Cockmaster, because this has kind of gone off the rails a bit.
Yeah, to be honest, to be honest, when I was talking about like the lifespans of animals and the natural lifespans of animals compared to like the amount of time we basically, the amount of time it takes for us to like raise them to the point and mature them to the point. In fact,
The natural lifespan of animals under what conditions?
The condition that nothing kills them first, like they.
But again, that is not a natural condition. They are prey animals.
I mean,
being eaten by predators is a natural end process for them.
Factory farming is also not
a. They get eaten by a predator.
Wait, how are you making this argument? Like, how are you how are you simultaneously making the argument about what is and what isn't natural in a conversation about factory farming and industrial processes? Because none of this is natural.
Isn't it?
No.
Are we not predators? Aren't we simply being a little bit more efficient than wolves?
No,
But
because the
we're
wolves
more efficient than wolves in every respect.
The wolves are working
Wolves
inside.
coordinate by howling.
The
We
wolves are
coordinate by
inside the
sending
house.
messages via satellite. We're still engaged in social cooperation and coordination. We do everything we do more efficiently than wolves do.
No, actually,
But that
the
doesn't mean
wolves.
that it's
No, wolves are
intrinsically
actually
different.
more efficient at that because they don't destroy the ecosystem. I'm not a vegan. I'm not making this argument
You're
as a
conflating
vegan.
efficiency with sustainability. Those are two separate things. We
Yes,
may be
being
less
unsustainable
sustainable
is
than
inefficient.
wolves, but we are more efficient than them.
I don't think
You're conflating efficiency with sustainability. Those are two separate metrics.
No, I do think that it is inefficient to be unsustainable. And we were talking about whether or not it's natural,
Only
and
if
it's
we
definitely
actually meet
not.
the point where we can no longer sustain ourselves. Basically, unless and until we die out, we've been demonstrably more efficient, and we may find a way to overcome these effects. We may yet find a way to survive.
I mean, we are currently in an Anthropocene right now that was started by industrial processes. The amount of that is definitely not natural and horribly inefficient.
It's actually very natural for a life form to come
It is
along that
not-
wipes out a bunch of other life forms.
It is
Remember those
absolutely
algae
not
that
natural.
develop-
There's no other
the
species
first
that have
life forms
ever
that started
caused an
producing
Anthropocene.
water. The first life forms that started producing oxygen from water, thousands and thousands of years ago, before
What
like before
is-
Charles
what?
Dance was born, even like really long ago, there were these microscopic organisms in the ocean that started producing oxygen, and they wiped out massive amounts of life. They created a whole extinction event, but they also created the atmosphere that allowed us to exist.
So wait, you're talking about a microscopic organism?
What?
Perfectly natural, but
That
it
is-
did in fact cause a mass extinction.
Right, but they're not conscious. They're not intelligent beings. They're
Why
like
does that make it
single-celled organisms.
unnatural?
Why does it make it
Okay,
unnatural?
you've just completely.
Okay, Sophie, I apologize for this. I have to have one of my characters beat you into submission so that you will actually not die to plague, unfortunately. Oh shit, my other doctor has food poisoning. Excellent stuff. God damn it. All right. We did it. We've successfully beaten Sophie. And you luckily have no major issues. Oh god. Okay. We're gonna preach health. Oh, I can't preach health. You're of a different religion. Damn it. Okay, it looks like Malordines is doing okay. I'm on the brink of death, actually, so I guess I'm gonna preach health to Riverboat. And we need Penny to... Penny can't do doctor things. We're gonna need Kairyu, who has major food poisoning. I guess no one can do this. The best person suited for the job is still Paladin Lost? I guess. Yeah, you have slightly more manipulation. All right. We're tending to Sophie, and then we're putting Paladin to bed. Oh,
Flipped
God.
from it, you were saying it was unnatural for a life form to create a mass extinction. Now you're switching to it's only unnatural if you're intelligent. What examples do we have of intelligent creatures not committing mass extinctions?
Wolves. Wolves have never created a mass extinction.
Oh, Sophie, it's
They would
so
if they
close for
could.
you.
Again, it comes down
I
to
mean,
efficiency.
so actually, that's because Canis lupus is like their species and dogs are in it. They like wolves haven't, but like the species that wolves are a part of, like definitely had help from humans. But
Hey, Metal Kitty Mom.
Yeah, humans basically overbreeding dogs and them hunting certain and them overhunting
Oh,
certain
Sophie,
species.
you're like right on
Because
the verge.
there's just so many of them has actually led to a few extinctions. Extinctions.
Well, there you go then, Keffels.
But it's still kind of a mostly humans.
Wait,
doing
which
it.
animal?
Because so like wolves, so basically dogs and cats definitely have caused like mass extinctions, but it's still humans' fault.
A manhunter
no, because
pack.
dogs.
Let's think about this.
No, that's
how many domestic cats and dogs are there relative to the number of wild cats and wild wolves? I'm guessing it's orders of magnitude bigger. In fact, most canines are domestic canines. Wolves, wild wolves, are actually a distinct minority, aren't they?
Right, but cats are
so when
an
we
invasive
talk about
species.
the typical behavior of a wolf or wolf-like animal, the typical
Oh my
behavior
God.
is actually that of a domestic dog, because domestic
Sophie,
dogs
I'm sorry.
comprise the vast majority of canines.
Ah, you were so close.
In fact, we
You
could
were
say
so
that the wolves
fucking
actually,
close.
it is natural for wolves to create mass extinction events. They just did it by
Oh,
collaborating
Sophie,
with
I'm
us.
sorry.
And we can say this because the majority of wolves or wolf-like organisms are those that exist in cooperation with humans. The wild wolves are actually a distinct minority.
You were 99.8% of the way towards immunity.
There aren't even any wolves in Europe. I'm just finding out.
I'm so sorry.
Britain, because
they
they were
are a very, very
right
small
because
minority
they were
and only exist in
hunted
a
because
few-
they were hunted to extinction.
That is the way of nature.
That is not the
Hey,
way of
Pippa.
nature. Most
President
animals do
Sunday
not-
Hunted to
sent
extinction
you.
all the
Hello,
time.
everybody.
humans, but that's not nature. That is not natural.
Welcome, Raiders.
Yes, it is.
We're just going over this absolute brain rot while I play RimWorld. They are so far outside of the bounds of a conversation on veganism. I just this is nonsense to me.
Very often, life forms surviving past the point that would be their natural extinction is due to human intervention. Pandas would be dead now if
because
not for our intervention.
predator animals don't hunt past what they can. They have to stay within they have to stay within the bounds of the ecosystem that they're in, or else they starve to death. Because then they end up.
And many of them have. A great many predators. The majority of predator species that have ever existed have gone extinct. The Tyrannosaurus rex used to literally rule the entire planet. They went extinct.
Because of a meteor?
Most predator species have gone extinct.
I mean, most of all species have gone extinct.
Exactly. Predators are in no way immune to that.
Right, but what's the argument? I'm actually confused.
My argument is that extinctions and the creation of extinctions is not unnatural. It is simply the end result of a very natural process.
Oh God, Kyrou, you're
can't
on the
argue
verge
that
of
what
death
we're doing
from
is
fighting
unnatural.
rats.
We're just doing nature better than everything else.
I think we're getting to
Nature
a
is
point where the
game and
word
we're winning it.
You're okay. I gotta back out before I start getting kind of mean.
Yeah, it's
how the fuck can you make that argument in the face of climate change?
Climate change is a Chinese hoax.
What?
You're so retarded. I love you.
Have you noticed how the end of the world is always 20 years away? Al Gore was saying we'd all be dead by now.
I honestly, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh
like,
God, Kyryu, you're gonna murder someone.
Was 2012 one of the times that the world was gonna?
Oh no, you're gonna kill the child. No, Kyryu,
The world was
no.
going to end in 2012, and then it
There's
didn't,
like-
and that was over 10 years ago.
Was that the thing with the Mayan
No, you.
calendar? Like it was a.
Oh, you killed Malord Ainz. You killed it. You killed him, Kyryu. Why? No.
Yeah, and remember Harold Camping? He also
going
said
very
the world was
poorly.
going to end. He turned out to be wrong.
My
There's
Malord
a big
Ainz.
track record of people saying the world is going to end and then them turning out to be wrong. It's happened
yeah.
quite a few times.
I
Not
mean,
one of
yeah.
them has been right.
Yeah. I was just gonna say like, the thing with the Mayan calendar and like the solar flare, you know, like that whole doomsday scenario. I'm not gonna lie, I was like really depressed at the time. Like, so like
dark
I was
Kyryu
hoping
rises.
the
So
world
I
would
just
end
wanted
back then.
to, fact check and no, climate change was first discovered by Guy Stewart Callender, an English steam engineer, in 1938. It has nothing to do with China.
Believe it or not, Keffels,
Yes.
China, Cathay, the Middle Kingdom, the Land of the Dragon, has actually existed for quite a while. It
Right.
first came into existence, I think, was about 38 BC, about
Okay,
when the Emperor
however-
Qin united a whole number of lands
Alright.
under his own name and his
However,
family
the
band.
first person
China
to
has been around
show
for quite a while.
the first person to show that the world had warmed over the past 50 years was an English engineer in 1938. It was your people.
Well,
it was the
Follow
Brits.
the money, Keffels. I'm very sure you'll find that he had Chinese money in his bank account. Follow the money.
Okay, I'm actually gonna follow the money here.
Yeah, when you look at it, look at who's actually producing most of the pollution. A lot of it comes
Professor
from
of
Red
Physics at McGill University. Where the fuck are you getting China from? There's nothing about China in this.
China. It feels true.
It feels. How is that an argument? Actually makes so much sense with what you believe.
Well, look at who's doing most of the pollution. Yeah, they want us to be thinking about climate change, so it's their scheme to get us to deindustrialize.
Right, but
And
climate
remember,
change
at
was
that time,
discovered.
this was China's century of humiliation, wasn't it? They were quite angry that our superior industrialization had given us a huge military example.
Right, but the
had given
People's
us a huge
Republic of
military
China was
advantage
founded in
over them.
1949, and the first evidence of climate change was in 1938.
And the Emperor Qin united China into a single organization roughly 2,000 years ago.
What does that have to do with the person who discovered this, who was English?
Well, that's the mouthpiece they used. Al Gore wasn't Chinese.
How did they
Greta
use
Thunberg
an
isn't
English
Chinese.
steam? How did they use an English steam engineer as the mouthpiece? Like, you think that
Klaus
China
Schwab isn't
You think
Chinese.
China in 1938 controlled the world?
No, they simply hatched their plan to control the world, which worked because it fooled people like you.
How did
What?
China fool me? In 1938. I don't understand like how you're making this connection.
I do, so you'll just have to be okay with that.
I will not be okay with it. I need to understand.
Okay. So, China lost very badly its conflict with us, its military and its economic conflict to us, because of our massive industrial advantage, yes? So, in order to try to overcome that advantage, they wanted to convince us to deindustrialize. And their way of doing that was to trick us into thinking that our industrialization was killing the planet. But in actuality, if you look at what they're doing, overwhelmingly, they're the ones putting out the pollution.
Hey, Berserk Jazerk.
Okay, I'm just like, which conflict
How
are
did
you
they get
talking
so
about?
far
Because
away
I
from
feel like you
veganism?
jumped
Just
over
in
100.
general, all of them.
All of them, including the Second Sino-Japanese War.
Yes.
So when you say us, you're talking about the Empire of Japan.
I'm using us in a very broad way and them in a very
Clearly.
broad way. Let's not get bogged down in details and specifics. The fact is that China and the Illuminati in general are trying to get Occidental civilization and a few other comparable civilizations to deindustrialize so that they can advance their agenda of overcoming our industrial advantage, and it's worked to a fairly significant degree.
I genuinely have no idea when Cybersmith is trying to joke and when he's being serious. Like, I genuinely have no idea if he actually believes in the Illuminati.
So, okay, so wait, so the Illuminati has a... So the Illuminati is also involved in climate change?
Yes, look at Klaus Schwab. Look at the 15-minute cities and the Great Resets and the New World
Of course this guy is against walkable cities.
Order agenda. They very much want to use climate change as part of their justification for taking away all of our freedoms and massively curtailing the human population.
Okay, so I'm looking into this. So you're talking about the founder of the World Economic Forum.
Yes, have you noticed that guy dresses like a Sith Lord? Seriously, sees up the...
I don't think you have a ton of high ground here to talk about how people dress, dude.
They aren't even subtle about it. He's very clearly evil. If you
Wait.
saw that guy in a film, you would immediately know that's the bad guy.
Wait a
Again, I don't think Cybersmith has the high ground on this one.
sec, but this...
It's not even
wait,
subtle.
wait a second.
I want to see what it looks like now.
This guy does not look more evil than you.
Did you?
I put it on this. I put him on the stream. He just looks like a bald German guy. He looks like.
Okay.
Okay, just out of curiosity, again. Chat, who do you think looks more evil? All right. Do you think it's Charles Schwab? You know, this guy. I'll make him big. Or this guy. Which of these guys looks more evil to you? Which of these guys is hatching a dastardly plot? Okay, yeah, we'll do a poll /vote. Which is more villainous looking? Charles or human pet guy? There you go. One or two in chat. Let's see the results, okay? Who looks more like a villain? I wonder. Oh god. Three, 2, 1. There we go. Oh, it's human pet guy. One of these guys to tie you to the one of these guys is absolutely plotting to tie you to a railroad track. Oh god. Oh my god. He does look like Snidely Whiplash's like long lost brother. Oh.
Okay.
Oh no, he does not. Come on, I'm gonna post an image in one of your chats. I'm posting this in the politics chat. So
Yeah, he does kind of look like the turtle guy from like the Master Disguise. Like that Flighted Crow is right.
Oh my god.
All right,
Who
he
actually
doesn't look like the
references
most
Master
evil
of
guy.
Disguise?
I feel like this is being read into.
Yeah, he's yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I was really
Alex
trying
Jones
not
has
to
talked
get
about this quite extensively. These guys have some genuinely evil plans for us, and they're using climate change to
Right, but-
justify what they're doing. Yeah, look at him.
You
That's
realize, do you
evil.
Okay, but you're literally like Nazi posting right now. You know this. Okay? Because this is getting into
he's fucking dressed.
Look at how he's
You
so
would
guy
not
in a
blink an
suit.
eye
And
if
you're
a guy
talking
like that
about like
walked onto the
you're
screen in Star Wars, ignited a red lightsaber, and started attacking the heroes.
What?
What? No, I saw what he looks like. Okay, where are you coming from with this like idea that there is a global plot to destroy human populations when most major
The
institutions
World
are
Economic
talking?
Forum, the World Health Organization, the Bilderberg Group, the Trilateral Commission.
Okay, but this is all
European Union.
This is literally all conspiracy on your part.
What's the
Because like when you're naming groups, but you're not naming arguments. That is literally a list of names. You literally look like a Nazi train conductor.
What's the did you say Build a Bug group?
Bilderberg Group.
I gotta ask. I gotta pull. Hold on a second. Hold on 1 second. I need to pull chat right now on who looks more evil, because if we're just going by if people look evil, like okay, so this is Cybersmith.
Dressed like a Sith Lord.
You look like you look like you were the conductor for the train to Auschwitz. Like, let's be real.
I think he looks entirely too
damn
British
Keffels
for that. He could be like a villain in like some silent film though. Like he looks like he could be a villain in a silent film.
Oh no. Oh no, I'm agreeing with FLC. No.
Look at this image. This image here. That's a Death Eater. That is a Death Eater.
This image
guy
is
should
you.
be
I'm looking at you right now.
This guy should be stalking Harry and his
Yeah, he
friends
looks like he
in the
tied damsels to
Department of
railroads.
Mystery.
You look like you tied damsels to railroads.
Yeah. I don't know. Just
PIZ.
hearing someone
called
be
it.
compared to a Death Eater after like just after like the whole situation with like J.K. Rowling comparing like trans activists to Death Eaters is like it. Like every time somebody compares somebody to a Death Eater, it's just gonna be funny to me now because of J.K. Rowling.
I can't believe this. Like I was just trying to understand like what is the connection here from an English steam engineer in 1938 to China, and you ended up being like, oh, it feels right that there is some sort of connection. And then you said that you are on the side of the Empire of Japan, and then you went into a bunch of conspiracy posting about how there is a big Malthusian plot to decrease the world population. But even the World Health Organization is talking about how we need to get more people to have kids. I don't know where you're coming from with this.
There's a lie. Seriously, look at Alex Jones has covered this quite extensively.
Alex Jones is a conspiracy theorist. He also thinks
he's
that
just
the
a person who asked the question no one else is willing to ask.
Do you think that people are turning the frogs gay?
They were. They literally were. They were putting pesticides in the water that were well. It caused the collapse of frog population. You talk about preserving the environment, but when Alex Jones actually complains about something that is affecting the environment, you all turn it into a meme.
Oh my god, dude. I mean, Cybersmith is a meme, dude.
Yeah, they actually were turning the frogs gay. They actually were turning the frogs gay, and the fact that you all laughed at Alex Jones for pointing that out.
All right. I have
a pretty major failure.
All right,
on your
I have
part.
to ask a question then, because I want to like figure how far you are down like the Alex Jones hole. Do you think, like with what he said, do you think that the Trilateral Commission introduced chemicals that sterilize like 20% of the population of Angola?
Yes.
I
Oh my
made that
God,
up
dude.
right now. That doesn't exist. You literally just agreed because you heard Alex Jones's name.
What's your point?
My point is that I made it the fuck up. No one said this.
Irrelevant.
That's not irrelevant.
Plenty of things that have been made up. Gilby. Keffels, the basic problem here is that you think events have to actually happen in order to be true.
Oh my God, dude.
That's your problem.
Maybe a
Events
little?
don't actually have to happen in order to be true.
What? Yes, that's how truth works.
Fuck, dude.
No, incorrect. Take, for example, the Elitzer Weidmann
Oh God, we're getting into like epistemology. Why? Why would you? Why? I mean, I guess at this point we're so deep in. Why not?
bomb tester, which is a hypothetical device. Which
You need to bring this
exploits
guy on here. I don't know if I honestly, I don't know if I would have the patience to deal with this meme. I feel like I would have a better time talking with Fudo-loving Cockmaster.
Principles of quantum mechanics to detect whether a given object, in the specific case of the experiment, a bomb, whether the bomb is live or dud. That uses counterfactual events, things that literally did not transpire.
This isn't a real. This isn't
just
real.
because
though.
something didn't happen doesn't mean it's not true. And the Elitzer Weidmann bomb tester proves this fact. Events cannot happen but still be true, still have true aspects that tell us about the world. Just because the Illuminati
so I just looked
actually
this up.
use
Okay, I just looked this up.
I just looked this up.
Mr. Cybersmith, Mr. Cybersmith, this isn't a real bomb tester. It was a thought experiment in 1993.
Except it's actually been tested. They've run tests on this and found
There
that
is
it
no
worked.
bomb tester.
Hell yeah, very nice, Duck. Let's go.
No, it's a thought
I will
experiment.
send you the document. They tested this. It worked.
This is, and by the way, this is why you never debate veganism, because it always goes sideways.
I'm literally looking it up right now. I am like, I'm looking it up. I'm so sorry, Cockmaster.
Oh yeah, I remembered what I was gonna say. I just want to interject and say that someone messaged me. I don't know what pronouns they go by because they went through a. They I don't know. They're AMAB. I don't know what their pronouns are right now, but yeah, they said that they have an idea for me, and it's to make an actual porno as the Deep from The Boys because I kind of look like him. To just like put my penis inside of a squid plushie with a Fuda cock.
All right. Well,
No.
I hope that you have a great time.
Thank you for your contribution, Sir Fudo-loving Cockmaster. You've really moved forward the conversation. This is the best and worst timeline. It's truly a timeline.
Time with that.
Yeah, I feel like there's got to be some like Ika Musume like inspired like sex toy like that, but it probably shouldn't be Ika Musume because like I don't know what her canonical age is.
This dude's weirdly both grounded and also like sussy as fuck at the same time.
You know, I'm staying away from that, you know.
Except that this has been tested. They've tested the Elitzer Weidmann.
No, they
bomb.
tested the thought experiment. It's not a real bomb test.
No, they actually did run experiments to test that it worked.
No, it's a thought
And it did.
experiment.
Yes, it was initially a thought experiment. Then they confirmed it using actual tests.
No, I'm still like looking at it right now, and it's a
In
thought.
1994, it was tested.
Yes, because you can test a thought experiment. It's not an actual bomb tester.
What do you mean it's not a? What would testing a thought experiment mean? They ran it to see if it would work.
Yeah, because the cat is not simultaneously alive or dead in a box. It's a thought experiment.
I mean, they actually built it. They tested it. I'm going to give you the link right now.
Ellen Degenerate really wants to be tagged in.
I am. This is
And
a
I'm not
special
gonna-
conversation.
I'm going to go in like 30 minutes tops. But they
Okay,
have tested it. They have tested interaction-free measurement. This is not just a hypothetical. People have actually run the
And what is-
experiment and confirmed that it worked.
This
It
is
began
such
as
a
a thought
this is such a
experiment, then they
crazy
ran it a year
diversion
later.
because I literally made up a whole bunch of random bullshit and got you to agree with it.
Just because it didn't happen doesn't mean it's not true. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I don't care if the Illuminati actually did sterilize 1/5 of the population of Angola with chemicals. It's still true. Whether or not it happened is irrelevant.
So
truth doesn't just apply to things.
So
that
what you're
actually
saying is
happened, Keffels.
so what you're saying is that nothing is true.
No, what
You're
I'm
saying
saying
nothing
that
is true
truth
because
and
if
actual factuality are somewhat orthogonal. They don't. You don't necessarily have to be have to have actually happened to be a true
read
event.
like did you read 1984 by George Orwell and was like, this is real shit? This is some straight up facts.
Yes, I did. It is some real shit.
Are
Whether
you
it actually happened
fucking
is
serious
irrelevant.
right now?
You can't just try to debunk something. If I say something is true, you saying it didn't happen isn't necessarily debunking it.
Yes, you
I'm not
show
saying it happened, I'm saying
evidence
it's
to
true.
back up your arguments.
This is unreal.
Because if you're saying that like everything is true regardless of facts, then truth
That's
has
not what I'm saying.
absolutely
That
no
is not
meaning.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
I'm
it
not
is
saying
what you're
that
saying.
Everything is true regardless of facts. I'm saying that truth and factuality are to some extent orthogonal. Some things factually happened but aren't true. Some things happened and are
What
true.
is one
Some
thing that
things did not
happened that
happen
isn't?
and are not true.
What is?
and some
Name me an
things didn't
example.
happen
What
but
is
are
one
true.
thing that happened that is not true?
So name something that didn't happen but is true.
Yes.
Okay. The Illuminati sterilized 1/5 population of Angola.
That didn't
using
happen.
Chemicals. Yes, we agree it didn't happen.
Then
but
how
it was
is
true?
Then how is that true if it didn't happen? That is a false statement. That's a false
There
statement.
are many layers of truth.
And you just
There
admitted
are
it's a false
subtle
statement.
layers of
I
truth. There
I want to ice pick my brain right now. Like what the hell, dude? No wonder the UK is in a really sorry state right now.
There's transcendent truth, metaphysical truth,
least unhinged Brit.
deeper truth.
You know, you can just admit to being wrong. That's a lot easier than trying to like
Never.
logic your way out, but it's not logic.
No, never. I like that. I like that energy.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been there.
Would you
I
care to guess,
I've
Keffels,
definitely been
what
there.
the largest mass sterilization in history was?
No, I actually don't know this one.
Would you guess that it was perhaps the Nazis' sterilization of unfit people in the 1930s?
No. I have an answer for this one. I think I know what it is. It's all of the chemicals that they put in the water that turned the frogs gay. It also rendered them infertile.
Would actually be
they
this.
they were all gay for each other because they all got transed. All of the AMAB frogs got transed.
It's true. In the great transing under Biden.
No.
So
look at
that was
this.
the biggest. That was.
Look at
one.
this. Mass
Also-
sterilization in India in the late 70s and early 80s by would you look at this? Mass sterilization in India.
Nearly 4 million sterilizations between 2013 and
Yeah.
2014. Interesting. But what was
it was
the
one of the biggest in history.
Yes.
It's almost completely forgotten about. And this was done with the World Bank, with the World Health Organization, with all these Illuminati organizations committing mass sterilization to control the population. Bill Gates is doing the same thing now.
What the fuck are you talking? Can you show me the link? Because at this point, like you've already said that truth doesn't
I
matter.
linked you to it.
Where
Kevin, look at the
are
chat.
you
I linked
sending?
in politics.
I'm not looking at the. Why did you automatically assume I just had the politics channel on Discord?
Because I atted you. I atted you at Keffels and at Feta Loving Corkmaster.
I'm always busy, so Feta Loving Cockmaster doesn't like constantly spam me with cocks or something.
Okay,
I
well,
will
you've
go
been
look.
atted, so feel free to go and look at that.
I will. I'll go.
And speaking of
I
things
will-
I've asked you, if you check the DMs, I would like an answer.
God, what a fucking
Okay,
weirdo.
I have opened this. I've opened your link.
Okay. Is it on the chat? Is it on the Keffels?
Huh.
I'm not actually watching your chat right now. I'll just go there just for a moment.
Right. Oh, by the way, Tipster wanted me to ask if you were a cuck.
Oh, look, we've got his. We've got someone.
Okay.
Sans in the chat who was saying that yes, they tested the
Rockefeller is the Rockefeller Foundation also spooky?
Is it spooky? Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
It's one of their older fronts.
All
Nowadays they're using BlackRock a lot.
So the thing that you just linked me as evidence is a group that is funded by the Rockefeller Foundation. So you're showing me things that completely conflict with the arguments you're trying to make.
Jesus Christ, dude.
To be honest, I haven't even been following this conversation.
Well, I was like, I got sent this association.
God bless the sussiness of feta-loving Corkmaster.
For Asian studies, and then
well, actually, I mean, I didn't really.
Well, I mean,
this
started off.
Okay,
so like it was Association for Asian Studies. So I look it up, and it's like that they were founded with the support of the Rockefeller Foundation.
What's your point, Keffels? Did the Illuminati sterilize millions of Indians in the late 70s and early 80s, or did they not?
What the hell?
I don't know if I should trust Rockefeller Foundation sources.
Okay, check any other source you like. Was there a mass sterilizations of Indians by the Illuminati?
No, I mean, like, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you that there was a sterilization program and that this happened and that it probably had bad reasons. I disagree with you on where does the. I disagree with you on the fact that you're trying to blame this on a shadow cabal Illuminati when this was the Indian government that did it.
At the behest of the world banks, who would have who threatened
like
to
in our last...
cut India off from international finance networks if they didn't do this. And why did they do it? Because of environmentalist propaganda.
Right. So you believe the Rockefeller Foundation right now?
And the Illuminati.
I bet you get paid by the Illuminati.
No, Keffels, it's very simple. Red China is a rival of India industrially.
What? Why does he keep talking about the Illuminati? For the love of God, I don't understand.
In Asia for economic markets and for the production of industrial goods. So it suited Red China to do this to India. Illuminati.
Okay, so interesting. However, the market reforms that made India the world economic power that it is today happened in 1978, and this stuff happened between 1972 and 1980. So this was happening before China was even an economic rival to India. I still think this is awful. Yeah, but I don't think that... I think that you're trying to conspiracize about this.
So yeah, you think this is awful, but ask yourself, Keffels, why had you never heard of this? You've almost certainly heard of that time the Nazis sterilized a group of people. You've almost certainly heard of when the USA sterilized people. Why haven't you heard
No, I'm starting to think he's just British, guys.
This.
Because India doesn't play a huge part.
You know, someone in chat told me he was Scottish earlier, and I refuse to believe it. No Scot would behave this way.
In popular memory in the Western world, I think that's just true. Like, how much?
Wait a minute.
How much about
we were
India?
having our debate, Keffels.
Yes?
You were citing all sorts of figures about India.
Yeah,
Scotland disowns him.
Infamous debate.
Yeah, it's a no true Scotsman. Oh, God damn it, little Morphine Annie.
You cited all sorts of figures about India. You can't claim to be ignorant of India in general.
Oh, because I'm
So
really
why
autistic.
Didn't you know about this?
Because I'm really autistic. I mean, I'm trying to explain.
Because the
I can
Illuminati
explain.
didn't want you to know about it.
Then how do you know about it? Does the Illuminati
Because
want you to know?
No, because I am willing to open my mind to sources that don't just say what the Illuminati wants them to.
Wait, so sources like the
Alex Jones,
sources like the
random
Rockefeller
people I meet on
Foundation.
Twitter.
I love how this was ostensibly supposed to be between Feta-loving Corkmaster and Cybersmith, and instead it's just another debate between Keffels and Cybersmith. This is silly.
Because you're using Rockefeller Foundation sources right now.
I linked a Rockefeller Foundation source, but I'm talking about the event. That's not how I learned about it. That was just one of many sources that confirms that it happens. So I'm seeing people in the chat saying, oh, this is delusional. But it's not delusional. Are you saying that it's delusional that the Illuminati sterilized all those people in India? And that Keffels never knew about this because the Illuminati didn't want her to know about this.
Jesus Christ!
Because you're
dude.
just making stuff up. Like you can make all of these because you can make all of these same
Did the mass
points.
sterilization in India happen or not, Keffels?
That's not the part that people are calling you delusional about. It's introducing the topic of the Illuminati into this discussion where it's not a part of this discussion.
Why not? Why should the Illuminati be off limits for discussion?
It's not that it's off limits.
Oh no, the Illuminati got the Keffels. They're silencing her with their powers.
It's for discussion. It's that it has nothing to do with the topic at hand, and you just kind of
But it does
shoehorned
because
it
it
in.
influences so much. Look at the recent fires in Maui. Look at how BlackRock came in and swooped all of it up. Look at how people
The fires in Maui were the Illuminati?
told not to leave the fires, but to drive
No wonder this guy's a libertarian monarchist.
back towards the fires. Look at how videos afterwards showed that plants didn't burn down, the trees didn't burn down. It was only artificial man-made structures with metal in them that burned down because the fire was quite likely, this is not certain, but it's quite likely that the fire was remotely started with some sort of directed energy weapon, either using focused microwave radiation or using electromagnetic induction to start electrical fires.
The Illuminati doesn't exist.
Damn.
The Illuminati doesn't exist, dude.
Keffels, why did all those people?
I think he's genuine too.
Why are their land? Why is their property now the property of BlackRock? Why are there so many homeless people?
Because that's how capitalism works. Capitalism literally is designed to work that way. Like when there's a natural, it's called like disaster capitalism. Like that, like when a natural disaster happens, it devalues all of the properties that were destroyed, and then capitalists with a lot of money can swing in, buy up those properties, and sell them for a tidy profit after the area has recovered from the disaster. It's literally one of the most popular investment strategies for like real estate or like investment firms.
People whose former houses are now owned.
I think.
All right, but you could make that.
I have an answer for that.
Yes.
It's the property of BlackRock because BlackRock rhymes with Black Cock, and all of the residents of that area are the sissy slaves.
What are you fucking? Shut the fuck up! of their superior.
These are people who have just lost their
No.
homes. They have lost everything, and you're mocking them as a joke.
Dude, in our first debate, you were talking about how people deserve to starve to death. You're literally the genocide denier.
The Illuminati ruining people's lives and taking their stuff.
I just wanted to shit post.
Dude.
What's the problem? You've posted your way into veganism. You've shit-posted your way into communism. You've shit-posted your way into all of your positions, but none of your beliefs actually stand up to the slightest bit of scrutiny. That is the problem, Future-loving cockmaster.
All right.
None of your beliefs...
Yes, my dear good man, food-loving cockmaster. That's the problem, you see. You've completely abandoned the path of logic, you see. Food-loving cockmaster.
The Illuminati have got to be the worst secret organization. That can't even keep themselves secret.
I say, my good man. Your only fault, you see, is that you've abandoned the path of logic. Oh, God. My dude raiders, you have arrived at a time. We're going over the vegan chaser versus Nazi debate that Keffels hosted a few weeks ago, and it is a trip, my friends. We're about an hour in, we have about an hour left, and I say, Monsieur Food-loving Cockmaster, your positions seem to be ill thought out and ill advised. Why? I dare say, why is that, my good chap? Why, I expected better from my intellectual adversary, Food-loving Cockmaster. I say, good day, sir. Oh, God. Oh, I'm broken. I can't. He's really expecting. Why, Keffels, I thought you had picked an intellectual titan for me to tussle with. Harumph, I say! Jolly bad form. Why, I came into this debate with Mr. Futa-loving Cockmaster here, expecting the finest of intellectual adversaries. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Makes sense.
All right.
Imagine you could ever possibly hear. I'm actually gonna jump in for a second, and I'm muting.
Oh, it's Ennie.
Okay.
Hello, Ennie.
All right.
I'm not actually going to allow. So when he wants to talk about like, is this even like, why is the Illuminati not up for discussion? Why are these crazy fucking conspiracies not up for discussion? Dude, Claire is unbelievably nice to you, Smibersmith, but holy fuck, you are a retard. You're like absolutely delusional and be out of your fucking mind. I know that a lot of it is a fucking character, and yes, people on the server are very nice for you and they give you a little bit of space, but holy shit, my guy, you need to actually fucking engage with a real conversation instead of living in your fucking fantasy land where you just think you get to fucking come in and any fucking stream. And
you know, it's really rich that in a conversation between human pet guy and a guy who's known online as Fuda-loving Cockmaster, human pet guy just can't control himself. He's the one living in a fantasy land, which I just, oh God, I can't, dude.
And drop this absolutely fucking insane bullshit. Like, dude, I'm serious. If you're gonna have conversations on any platform, get serious to at least some degree instead of just fucking conspiracy posting and borderline fucking Nazi posting in this chat. My God. All right, I'll let you guys get back to your fucking debate.
Ennie, yeah, I'm sorry.
I didn't jump in. I was invited in. Keffel's pestering me to come in. Oi, Ennie.
All right.
Coward.
All right.
I was invited in.
Cybersmith.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Cybersmith has descended to the level of calling somebody a dumb coward. As we all know, the harshest insult a Brit can level against anyone from non-Britain.
Please?
Ennie, get back here and debate me like a man, or whatever the hell it is you identify as.
Cybersmith, please consider.
I say, I have the right to face my accuser. Is this not the Queen's country?
The following scenario, okay?
I challenge you to a duel.
Are you
You tell Annie to come back and speak to me like a man, whatever the hell Annie identifies as. That was damned cowardly.
All right.
And also, hey, Annie, I didn't jump in. I was invited in.
No, absolutely.
Kethel's kept pestering me to come in and share my point of view, and I am the one taking this seriously.
Your
It's
point of view is
podcaster who's the one
taking this
who's
fucking
memeing.
seriously, dude.
Oh, I say, Futa-loving cockmaster is memeing too much. How dare he? How dare a man known as Futa-loving cockmaster not take my point seriously? I say. Jesus Christ, dude.
Fucking 25 minutes ago in this debate, you said that you didn't like you were basing things off feels and outright fucking admitting that. Don't tell me they're fucking taking anything serious.
Why, I say, you're acting like one of those damnable Australians that we shipped off for war for their horrific crimes. A meal? A succulent Chinese meal? Maybe he is a time traveler.
Yeah, because you're a fucking retard. I know you.
My feelings don't care about your facts. Ben Shapiro was wrong. Get bent.
You don't give a shit about facts. You fucking don't have a single logical conclusion in your fucking mind. You don't.
Oh, dude, Eddie, this is not worth being upset about. This is not at all worth being upset about. Oh my god. You rascal! You've insulted my honor as the human pet guy. I challenge you to a duel. Wacha!
That's not your purpose for you. You fucking play internet keep and have for your entire fucking life. You're a character and a fucking goofy one. The only reason that you're even allowed
We're
on
all
any
characters, asshole. That's what being alive is.
Not all fucking characters, you son of a bitch. Some of us actually do give a shit about
The self is a construct. The self is a construct.
See this? You're fucking.
We're all characters in someone's novel. He says, twisting his mustache to the woman he just tied to the railroad tracks. Oh, God.
This is fucking ridiculous. What is it that you think you're doing? Do you think you give a shit about politics? Do you think you give a shit about human lives? In the last fucking debate you had on this channel, you were fucking defending mass genocide. You don't give a shit. So don't fucking pretend that, like, you can
people defend mass murder. That's not at all an unusual position to hold.
I say, good fellow, what do you mean? What do you mean it's unethical to massacre those damned people down in the jungle? Why, I say, I don't even understand this. All men of culture have such opinions. This guy is absolutely insane, dog. Oh my god. Oh, what the hell is this? Wait. No. Look, Cybersmith is like literally like an 1800s British colonizer. Like straight up believes that that everyone should live under monarchy, and that like when Winston Churchill instigated the Bengal famine, it wasn't a war crime because, you know, hey, he might have needed that rice. Like, dude genuinely believes in the shit he's saying. He's just, I find him very funny. I would find him far less funny if he actually had the power to do any of the things he advocates for. Oh my god. I feel like Human Pet Guy could give a very good like final villain speech. It's basically all he can do to communicate. There's no way he can communicate that doesn't paint him as a villain. Oh god, dude.
It's a pretty pretty fucking unusual position to hold. Yeah, absolutely. If you're out here defending fucking genocide, that's a pretty fucking strange position to hold. The absolute majority of people, even like the fucking politically passive people, who is the majority of people, aren't going to sit here and fucking defend mass killings of other humans. That is fucking absurd that you think that is a position that people hold.
God.
It makes sense to me that you believe all this Illuminati bullshit because you don't actually have the ability to formulate any fucking logical reasoning or any actual fucking thoughts. The only thing that you have the ability to do is believe in whatever fucking lore shit that you believe in, and you fucking your entire worldview exists inside this fucking fantasy land. This is why you enjoy things like Hoi 4. This is your come on, man. You're probably a Warhammer fan.
I've never played Hearts of Iron 4.
I've never played. I'm generalizing because I know the type of
because
person
you're
you are.
wrong. Because you're wrong.
I'm
You are
not
generalizing
fucking wrong.
because you are ignorant and stupid and fake news, and every
shut up.
opinion
You
you have
haven't-
ever
you haven't had
had
the ability-
has been given to you by some communist think piece.
Dude has the audacity to say every opinion you've ever held has been given to you when he literally just cited Alex Jones. And when Keffels literally made up something and said that Alex Jones had said it, he agreed with it instantaneously. Oh my god, dude. This guy is fucking bonkers.
Absolutely
read
not.
on the
You have
internet
no
because
fucking
you're an
idea who I
idiot.
am. I started my life with conservative parents. You're a fucking idiot. My parents were Reaganites, and I grew up as a fucking libertarian. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. I served in the army and went left. Yeah, so you learned everything you knew, you were handed everything you knew. You're fucking ridiculous. Well, that was the case early in my life when I believed stupid ass fucking bullshit like you probably do about conservatism and thinking that the right is the right way. You're actually not on the right, by the way. You're alt-right. You're a Nazi. But no, I actually didn't do that. The reason that I hold the current beliefs that I hold.
Okay, like knowing Cybersmith the way I know him now. As soon as he can talk to refute the you're a Nazi claim, he's going to say something along the lines of, I couldn't possibly be a Nazi. The Nazis stopped existing after World War II. He's going to say something like that in the most condescending way he can manage. I guarantee it. I can hear it in my head right now.
Hold, which you have no fucking
because you
clue about.
believe whatever you're told by some
you've
leftoids.
had a fucking 5-minute conversation with you. You have no fucking clue what I even believe. How are you going to make a claim like that when you don't
spoken to
you
me
know shit about me? I'm
before
not a public figure. We've never had a conversation about my beliefs, and you know anything what I believe. So shut
Damn
the
it,
fuck
he
up.
didn't respond to that.
About my
current
beliefs,
beliefs. You're a public figure. You fucking been spouting about your beliefs like a fucking insane man for fucking 10 years. Don't talk. Are you kidding me? You're fucking. You have a know your meme page. It's not very fucking hard to know what you believe. You never shut the fuck up.
That's because I speak the truth, and the truth has a way.
Ah, yes, human pet guy speaking truth to power right now.
Propagating.
You don't speak fucking truth. You haven't even made a single fucking argument in this entire conversation. In fact, you never make arguments. No, you haven't.
Several.
You've never fucking. No, you don't. You don't make arguments. You appeal to fucking fantasy bullshit that you make up in your own
Was the
head.
mass sterilization of Indians a fantasy? Did it happen or did it not?
The mass sterilization of Indians happened, but you have no fucking provocation to say that was the Illuminati. In fact, you actually sound fucking ridiculous. People might actually like care to
10
listen
minutes
to you.
ago, you didn't know it happened at all. Ask yourself why that might be.
Do you know
Ask
what the
yourself.
fuck happened? I wasn't in this conversation. How the fuck do you know what I did or didn't know anything about? I absolutely knew about this.
I'm not convinced you existed 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly. But now you're gonna try to freaking pretend that you know everything about my current political positions. I'm not even a
You
fucking
assume
socialist.
things about my
you don't know.
political positions.
You don't. I know things about your political positions because you have publicly stated them. I've already said that. Will you fucking keep up? Now,
You're
holy
wrong
shit.
about my political positions. For one thing,
How
you
am I
think I'm a
wrong about
Nazi.
your political? Well,
I'm
it's
not a
pretty
national
fucking clear that you're a
socialist.
Nazi. The very first
don't
thing that
believe
you
in
wanted to do
national
when you were
socialism.
I don't believe in National Socialism, he says, polishing his World War II memorabilia.
First of all, National Socialism isn't the same thing as Nazism. That's
literally
not the
where we
same
get
thing.
the word Nazi from. It's a contraction of, of National Socialism. That's what it means.
I understand that. So the term Nazi coming from the
Yeah,
name.
yeah. What is Feta-loving Corkmaster doing throughout all of this? What is he doing? Yeah, like. Meanwhile, Foodle-loving Cockmaster is over on Pornhub just stroking it right now. Like what?
The Nationalist Socialist Party in Germany is like not
like. Meanwhile, new kink unlocked for Feta-loving Corkmaster.
like that doesn't identify, like the Nationalist Social Party itself does not identify the beliefs of Nazism. You're a fucking retard if you think that's the case.
Okay,
But anyway,
quiet.
what continue on. You are absolutely. You are absolutely.
Neighbors.
You are. I don't give a fuck. Why the fuck would I give a fuck about you? Like you're just like saying fucking empty
About my
platitudes now to
neighbors?
get me to stop fucking dunking. I don't give a shit about your neighbors. No, if you have a fucking problem waking up your neighbors, use fucking headphones. Man. That's not my goddamn problem. No, absolutely fucking not. You want to fucking come on this?
I say the decorum of this conversation is gotten out of hand. Can't we talk to each other like men, quietly, with soft voices?
Stream and say, "Oh, I'm not a Nazi."
I was
Nazi. You're
invited
you're
onto
still not
this
a Nazi.
stream, and
Yeah, and then now you're pretending that you're not a Nazi after I just heard you fucking conspiracy posting about the WHO, the World Economic Forum, and Charles Schwab. Don't tell me you're not a fucking Nazi. You started this conversation by saying, "Oh, interesting things going on the other side of the world." Yeah, what exactly is your interesting thing going on? You probably have a lot of fucking things to say about what's going on in Palestine right now, don't you? Yeah, don't fucking pretend that you're not a Nazi,
Do you
man.
think
Come on.
Klaus Schwab doesn't exist?
When the fuck did I say that he doesn't exist?
Then it's
Whether or
not
not he
fantasy,
exists
is
and whether
it?
or not he runs the World Economic Forum is not the same. Doesn't matter. The fact that you're taking that and extrapolating into conspiracism, where you mentioned into him alongside the Illuminati, is absolutely Nazi posting. No question.
My man, he dresses like a Sith Lord. It's not subtle.
Yeah,
Just
this goes
look.
back to the fact that you have.
I say, my good man.
Fucking argument your entire life. He dresses like a Sith Lord is a fucking argument. You dress like a fucking retard. Are we supposed to assume that just means you are one?
Oh, so you're an ableist now. You know who else was ableist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nazis.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't.
I just don't. You know, when you go to hell, this is what happens. Okay, Cybersmith is there, and he wants to debate you in the marketplace of ideas. That's what happens. He just wants to have an honest intellectual fisticuffs. That one.
Came on this stream and you think the editor for Keffels isn't willing to be ableist on a fucking stream? Come on, man.
You don't get to compare other people to the Nazis when you're going around using eugenicist, eliminationist, ableist rhetoric, like calling people
retard
retards.
is eugenicist, eliminationist terminology. Now, dude, you're such a fucking joke. You're like worse than cry bullies. Like you'll sit here and like defend the most heinous shit, and then the second somebody uses a mean word against you, you're like,
today? What heinous shit have I defended today?
Wait, why would it matter? Why would it matter today? The things that you did. So do you no longer defend the things that you defended last time you were on this stream?
No, but we're talking about today. That was specifically what
so you still do defend heinous actions.
Which one specifically?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure he still defends genocide.
I don't defend every heinous action.
I mean, you were pretty defensive of the Holodomor last time you were on this stream. You were pretty defensive of.
What do you mean I was
both
defensive of the
Irish and
Holodomor?
Indian famine.
I didn't defend the Holodomor. I said that was a bad thing. I hate communism.
I think I need to just be.
So that's the one thing you didn't defend, but you're perfectly fine with Irish famine, and you were perfectly fine with the famine inflicted by your people on the country of India. So yeah, you want to say that's actually another thing. So you want to sit here and fucking talk about how the Illuminati did this fucking huge fucking genocide against the Indian people? What about your fucking people, man? Why are you fucking obfuscating from the actions of fucking fascist governments and pretending it was the fucking Illuminati? Is that because you like actually believe with these actions, so it's easier for you to morally fucking justify them by
you don't believe that the British government was no, dude, shut up. You do not believe that the British Empire was fascist. If you believe it, you're an absolute moron. We were the ones who fought against the fascists.
Wait, can I ask a question? I have to.
You weren't hold on. You weren't the British Empire when you fought against the fascists.
Yes, we were. We were the British Empire in the 1940s when we were fighting the fascists. That was the British Empire.
The thing that brought down your empire, the thing that you had to like stop being an empire for so that you could collaborate with.
Yes, so it was the last thing the British Empire did. The last thing the British Empire did.
No, it's arguably the thing that made the British Empire not an empire anymore.
Yeah, well, that would arguably be the Suez Canal, but that still means we were an empire when we did it. Yes.
No, you ceased being an empire so that you could collaborate with world powers and do it.
We ceased to be an empire as a result of it. That means it was the last thing we did.
I don't agree with your framing at all. No, absolutely not. You had to cease being an empire so that you could participate on the world stage in the effort to fight against the Germans.
What on earth makes you think that? We still maintained massive overseas territories as a result of it. We still had a massive military that we used to maintain.
How is this still a veganism debate? What? What?
I can get the argument saying that we stopped being an empire after the Second World War.
I love Eni, but also I want Eni to leave so that we can get back to the real meat of this debate between human pet guy and the vegan chaser.
Cool. I can even see the argument that we stopped being an empire as a result of the Second World War. I don't think there's any argument that we stopped being an empire before the Second World War.
No, I wouldn't
were an
argue stop
empire.
being one before the Second World War. No, but I don't think it really inside of the inside of the range matters whether or not we consider the effort in World War II the end of the empire or the empire ended before World War II. That range is going to be pretty hard to pin down. I agree with you. So whether or not one of us is right or one of us is wrong on which side of that falls, I think we can both agree that World War II was the end of the British Empire.
Yes, which means World War II was the last thing the British Empire did. This is quite important. The last thing that Anakin Skywalker did was to kill the...
Why does he keep making Star Wars references? This is a weird number of Star Wars references, right?
Emperor and make peace with his son. But it's a very important fact that that was the last thing Anakin Skywalker did.
I know that you can't stay in the real world for more than 5 minutes, so I get why you have to go back to fantasy
fuck off
lore.
With your Marxist attitude. It doesn't matter whether things actually literally
I mean,
happened.
okay.
Things can be
Remember,
true
this is the
even if
guy.
they are
This is the
fictional.
guy who used the fucking Doctor Who
Inability
wiki to
let you talk
confirm
about
that
Star Wars in a
Venice-
conversation about the end of the British Empire have anything to do with Marxism. I'm curious.
Because it's that Marxist materialist dialectic. You were obsessed with facts and reality and whether things actually literally happened. I don't care whether some
I think your
actual
analogy was,
collection
I think your analogy
of
was
particles
retarded
in
and completely
history
separate from the conversation. I think it was
actually
your way to
aligns with-
deflect back to something that's easier for you to understand, which is the only way that you actually have the ability
Koopa
to
Shell.
understand anything is if it exists in some sort of literature, fake. It has to be a fictional literature for you to understand
Just because
it, which
it's
is why
fictional doesn't mean it's not true.
Oh God.
The definition
God,
of fictional
what?
would mean it's not true.
Oh God.
No, you're conflating facts with truth. There are many layers of truth. There is the
God,
simple,
dude.
brutish, unsophisticated.
Okay,
layer
I
of
looked it. I looked it up. The definition of fiction is something that is untrue.
This is like your defense mechanism. You have two things that your defense mechanism.
Like he's trying to make the argument of look, if something can have a moral lesson in it, and that moral lesson might be true.
Everything is pain.
But
Even
the story
still
is
must be my
fictional.
duty. Snipe. BWA.
Very Knifey Duck, thank you for gifting Koopa Shell a sub.
Reject meat. Consume genitals.
Reject meat, consume genitals. 10 out of 10.
You either have to relate everything back to Star Wars because that's the only thing you understand apparently, or you have to do this weird metaphysical rambling where you. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot you're British.
And also the Lord of the Rings. I actually have a few types of
for your
fictional
affliction.
relations too.
Right. So, but the only thing that you're
And
able to
bionicle
actually do
sometimes.
is that, or go on these some strange metaphysical rants. You don't actually say anything in those either. They're literally just word salad of you sophistrying your way around, actually having to have a conversation with somebody.
The fact that you don't have the intellectual sophistication to understand it doesn't mean it's not happening.
The intellectual sophistication to understand Star Wars.
Yes, because it alludes.
Honestly, the half a beat before he responds to things like that kills me, dog. It kills me. The intellectual sophistication to understand Star Wars? Pause. 1, 2. Yes.
Alludes to a higher truth.
Okay.
I can think.
What higher truth? Please elaborate. I want to know more about the higher truth of Star Wars. I want to know what Cybersmith, what human pet guy, thinks the higher truth of Star Wars is.
Of a higher truth.
Anyway, I
one of
said I
those
was going to
true
leave.
things that didn't. It's one of those true things that didn't happen.
Can I?
I have a higher truth. It's one of those true things that didn't happen. FLC, let's go. What is it? Lay it on us, homie.
I asked you. Can I ask Cybersmith a question?
I said I was going to leave on
I'm
the
very-
hour, and I am. So you've got like 3 minutes left
Cybersmith's
with me.
mental reality is that like long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, he thinks George Lucas was like tapping into like some actual fucking historical relevancy there, and he was like touching on a real thing that happened. So like,
Yes,
in
yes, he
Cybersmith's
was.
mind-
Oh my god,
These are
dude.
these
Jesus
deeper
fucking
fundamental
Christ, man.
truths, the
You
meta
think so-
facts that underlie reality, the patterns that repeat themselves in our civilizations again and again and again. Yes, they didn't literally happen, but they're still true. Whether the Clone Wars or the Galactic Civil War or the First Order Resistance conflict actually literally happened is irrelevant. Whether Kylo Ren literally sliced Supreme Leader Snoke in half is irrelevant. It is metaphorically true. The metaphor is true. These things happened in a metaphysical sense. And I said I was going to leave on the hour, and I am. You've got 2 minutes left with me. Keffels, do you have any final questions? Fruit-loving
You
Cockmaster,
realize
do you have any
do
final
you
questions?
realize that the the Empire in Star Wars is supposed to be the British Empire? Like when you're saying that people look
Debatable.
no, that is literally what it was supposed to be.
That is, yeah.
It's-
Debatable. Some would
Okay,
argue
but I
that
did.
it,
There was a
is-
thought experiment
Okay,
that I
so-
wanted to ask.
Okay, Keffels, you've
Okay.
got 2 minutes. Yeah.
All right, it's 5 to 10 years from now. You're sitting in a restaurant enjoying a lovely meal when I walk
Okay,
in,
goodbye,
accompanied by
Keffels.
my wife.
Nice talking to you.
And my
nice
human
talking to you,
and my
Fruit-loving
human pet, whose genitals are
Cockmaster.
covered as it
Interesting talking to you,
enters on
Andy.
all fours and is wearing underwear. If my family and I
Goodbye.
then make
Have a
an
nice
order
day.
of our own,
I'm sorry that I jumped in like that, but he is actually a fucking Nazi.
Yeah.
That was absolutely insane to me, and I held it in for so long. What's going on, Tipster?
oh shit, tipsters here. Hey,
Hey, it's Tipster. friend of the show.
I felt kind of bad because I was trying to like withhold jumping in the whole time, but I just got mad. I was like, nah, this motherfucker can't.
oh no,
continue
that was
Nazi
fucking
posting like
awesome. I'm
this.
so glad you did that. Cause like
Yeah, I didn't know you had that in you.
I was like trying not to get sucked into the debate, but I could like
you weren't able.
Wait, it can't be over. There's 30 minutes left. I think maybe he comes back. I don't know. We'll find out.
Was it fucking insane? And I'm.
To be fair, I think the first 20 minutes of that debate were fine. I think there was like an actual debate going on there, and then
Yeah.
we hit some sort of brick wall. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, it's I don't know what happened either.
FLC over there just gooning hard.
I'm glad this happened though. Like I was trying to organize a debate panel that had Food-a-Loving Cockmaster, Tipster, the Yankee Tanky,
Oh,
and
God, why?
Cybersmith and Rose Malay, and then the Yankee Tanky retired because I owned him too
why
hard.
me? What?
Because you're like the stand-in like normal guy to make everyone else look.
You're like the non like hyper niche nerdy politics brained one.
Very true. Very true.
Yeah, sometimes it's good to have a guy who like, when there's a debate about genocide, they can just say, "Dude, shit's fucked." They don't have to like use a load of jargon to explain why genocide is bad.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that whole thing gave me like flashbacks to like internet blood sports.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, like it would have been fine, but then he called me like Nick LaPrime just said. Then he called me a coward, and I was like, okay, like I'll
That
sure.
was so funny.
Like,
That was so good.
Yeah, is Andy Worski even still around? Does he even still make content?
Yeah, he's still around. He's on a show called The Kino Casino. Yeah, something like that.
Martin McFly Wheatnick's true. Yeah, he's still technically making content.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I don't know. Internet blood sports was kind of fun to watch back in the day, but like,
it was fun to be a spectator.
We can admit that's just what it was. Like now we have to pretend that it's like fucking serious or whatever. Like, and I actually take
Yeah.
this shit seriously. So like, it bugs me when like people don't and they're pretending it's serious. Like that's all like people like Cybersmith are good for. Like he's not gonna have a serious political conversation.
True.
Come on.
Yeah, I kind of just want to have not conversations, debates about like things that are just completely meaningless, like coffee versus tea, or like cat girls versus puppy girls.
You know, if you want to have a debate about pointless stuff, I have a good debate topic.
Oh, all right.
Let's debate whether or not Keffels is a cuck.
Oh my god.
No, I mean, that's
Okay. So I remember
there's just no evidence to the contrary, so I don't know how you have a debate on this.
Being a cuck and being
True,
voyeurism are two different things. Like, Cockmaster is a cuck. I'm not a cuck.
You are very much a cuck. I'm sorry, you're like Sneeko, like trans Sneeko.
I'm sorry, can you provide some evidence that you're not a cuck?
What
is
this?
There are literally
cuck.
there are literally thousands of hours of me sitting in a chair not watching people have sex.
You know, I have an idea for good content. We need to get you and Sneeko together to talk about what it's like to be a cuck.
I mean, I have been in DMs with
We need
Sneeko,
the
but
cuck panel. It's like Clara.
Yeah, the cuck
Sneeko.
panel. Let's go.
Yeah, let's get Destiny involved. Yeah, let's get everybody who's ever been accused of being
wait,
a cuck.
Cherry's
on one
okay.
panel.
Cherry just said, "Didn't I tweet normalize letting women watch men have gay sex?" There's a difference between being a cuck and being a fujo, which I am both. Sadly,
The panel will be full of hotel chairs. Yeah, the sound will be there.
Wasn't there a So yeah, I think it was your conversation with Keemstar. Didn't you say in the conversation with Keemstar that you would let a partner have sex with someone else in front of you, or like
yeah, that's
let
hot.
someone?
I'm
yeah,
down.
yeah, that's. I mean, I agree. I agree that it's pretty hot. Like I'm definitely into voyeurism too. But like,
But does that make her a cuck?
I saw that, and I thought that was based. To be honest.
But does that make her a cuck, though? That's the question.
Hey, Matatiahu.
Did Sophie let her fuck her wife?
That also makes. I think that makes Fuda a cuck as well, and I think the fact that Claire is only being defended by another cuck makes it pretty obvious that the evidence is still heavily in the favor of her being a cuck. Yeah.
I looked up
She
I
just
looked
needs to
up the
embrace it at this
definition of
point.
cuckoldry, and it's literally the state or quality of being a cuckold. That feels like a bad definition.
That's
Yeah,
really
that's a
interesting
pretty
because
bad one.
I looked up the definition of cuckoldry and it redirected to your Wikipedia page.
Fuck off.
Nice. Jeez.
You know,
Somebody in
it's
chat
kinda-
said leave
I feel like we've all trauma bonded together now by watching this.
Keffels alone. We love her for being a cuck. We love her for
I
that.
get bullied all the time.
You know, it's nice that this is taking place on YouTube and not on Twitch, because I found out that the word simp and cuck.
Oh yeah,
aren't
this
allowed
is why I
there.
moved to YouTube
Yeah.
originally.
Yeah, we can't be on Twitch. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah. No. Yeah. This wouldn't be allowed on Twitch. None of you better rep me out.
you can't say retard. You can't say you can't. There's a few-
Wait, you can say that on Twitch. I just don't. There are lots of gamers on Twitch. I've definitely heard them say that word.
other words, but like simp and cuck is like, oh yeah, you can't say incel either apparently.
Jeez.
So
Like
I
the other
think you can
slurs are
still-
like
so, like,
whatever, but
Well, the way that the rules are written is so. Here's the main reason I don't like Twitch. So the way that the rules are written, it actually specifies that you can, as long as you're not referring to another person as those things, and you're doing it in like an educational way. My problem is Twitch doesn't actually enforce it like that, and they don't. It's not like the way they enforces it makes any sense. Like it's not like we can say, well, the way that Twitch enforces it makes that not true. It's the way that Twitch enforces it is completely uneven, so you never actually know whether or not you're going to get hit just like for saying like. As far as I'm concerned, on Twitch, I, as a queer person, should allowed to be called like Clara as a queer person. I can call her a faggot.
Oh yeah.
But like, as long as, but like, I don't think that they will actually. I don't trust them at least to actually
Yeah.
make determination.
Well, see, Zumi dear, as we all know, the C slur is the most offensive word you can use. And that's why but I'm allowed to say it because I have the pass. But I don't usually use the hard R. So I keep it with the soft A, cracka. That is allowed. That is allowed.
On those lines, because like Demon Mama's been banned for a month from Twitch.
Or my, I prefer to say it. I prefer to say the H slur, but with a soft Y. Honka. Much better. You can use that between friends.
For simply saying faggot, not even for calling anybody a faggot. So like,
oh yeah,
I just don't know the rules.
I'm like that with like every website
Yeah, like
nowadays.
I'm gonna be going to Vegas for TwitchCon, but I'm not even like buying TwitchCon tickets. I don't give a fuck about Twitch. It's just such a bad platform.
You're gonna go to the Vegas TwitchCon too. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna do that because I just bought tickets to X3 Expo and AVN for this year. So it's like I'm gonna
probably
be at those...
a better use of your time.
Yeah, I'm gonna be at those porn conventions again. Honestly, I'm kind of just excited to like. I don't know. I'm really excited to just walk up to like some of the porn stars that I saw last year. Just be like, hey, this is what my socials look like now. Remember that like Instagram account with
I have a content
30
idea
followers?
for you. A content idea. You should do a tier list of the women you've masturbated to.
Oh yeah, that would. I mean, that would be too long of a tier list because here's the thing: like, it's not just the porn stars, which I'm not gonna be able to remember all of them because, like, generally, if I like someone, I'm gonna like try and log their name for later. But like, I don't always remember to do that. So it's not just that though. It's also that like almost every woman that I've attempted to date, I have masturbated to.
I don't understand. I'd actually just like No, I have to be normal, right? Like, I just don't understand masturbating to porn. It's weird. It's not that I don't masturbate, but it's like I don't. It's not about that. Like, I'll literally be reading CNN or some shit. I don't care.
Oh,
that's the filthiest kink I've ever heard of in my life.
Oh well, I don't know. I just
I want to know. Does he come back? Does he come back? I don't care. I don't really care about learning about their masturbation habits.
YouTube is sad. I know BreadTube was never really a thing, but it's like really obvious that it's dying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the biggest creators post maybe once a year. H Bomber guy's like last video was about fucking Roblox.
Oh yeah, it was about the sound effect?
Yeah, it was about the oof.
To be fair, it was a banger video though.
Yeah, the oof sound effect. Yeah.
Yeah, ContraPoints hasn't posted. Philosophy Tube is like pivoting to doing like real world acting stuff. FG Signifier.
Yeah, she's really like diversified her like income.
Yeah, FG Signifier barely makes videos. Jesse.
I mean, I think all these people still make videos. They just predominantly make those videos on like Nebula or something.
Gender's
or their
Patreons dead.
Patreons.
Thought Slime barely uploads. It's gone. It's over.
Yeah,
Wait, you think?
Honest,
wait,
like,
H-Bomb isn't BreadTube? I think he's BreadTube.
Like, I mean, they have been either dying out or just been getting flagged down. One of the two.
I think there's just less of an. I think there's just less of an audience for them.
Yeah, I think there is too.
Yeah, I think one thing is.
I think the problem with especially like on like mainstream platforms like YouTube, like the level of what they're allowed to say is obviously restricted. I think they get away with a lot, but the level of what they're allowed to say is restricted. So because the internet culture of the right has gone so far alt-right, like it's very hard for them to sustain platforms because they have to stay so restrained. So like Matt Walsh can lead like a fascist movement or whatever to a certain point, but the expectation
And now we got Charlie in our RimWorld colony
of a political movement like that is that it continues to like get progressively and progressively more bigger, and like the only way they can do that is to ramp up the rhetoric. So there's going to be a point where they hit a wall with like they can no longer go past the rhetoric. Like on it, let's be honest, Matt Walsh's show is right up against the line of whether or not that rhetoric is too far, to the point where they're like having monetization troubles like crazy, and like the question of whether or not they'll even be allowed to stay on YouTube long. Like I don't think Matt Walsh can be Matt Walsh on Rumble. I don't think like any of the Daily Wire hosts will be successful on platforms that aren't mainstream, since they rely on like boomers to be like the base of their audience. So I'm like, yeah, I think that like from a media perspective, political media on both sides is just really hurting right now, because both sides are incentivized to go outside of terms of service and can't. So
yeah, in this house we respect terms of service. Now remember, hit the follow button on Twitch and hit the subscribe button on YouTube, and like the YouTube stream, and also drop some subs or donos over on riverboat.gg. Okay, cool.
Well, the problem with a lot of like these right-leaning creators is like they go to these, like they bounce from like alternative platform to alternative platform, and they kind of find a home and thrive there a little bit. But the problem is these platforms can't pull advertisers, and so they inevitably.
And if anyone from Twitch is watching, I'm only streaming on Twitch, and the embedded chat is Twitch chat.
Just fail. So it's just a game of bouncing from one platform to the other, you know, and taking advantage of them while they still exist. But as soon as they go away, then they just got to find another home. It happens every
like,
time.
Even the platform's finding advertisers, like it's also like finding sponsors as a creator, when like you're in talks with like if you're trying to be in sponsorship negotiations, and like it comes up like, so okay, so what are your platforms? It's like Rumble is the answer you have. Even at this point, like Kick, it's not very advertiser friendly. Sponsors just aren't going to want to work with you based.
Yeah, there are really no good alternatives right now in the streaming space, unfortunately. Like YouTube is pretty much the best one, and YouTube sucks. Like YouTube is getting worse all the time, you know? It's just not as bad as Twitch. And like Kick could be a good alternative, except that fundamentally it's still powered by the same technology that powers Twitch, and also is only in existence because casinos are flooding it with basically infinite money, and the Nazis are flooding it with content. like that's basically what's happening in a nutshell, right?
Off of the platform that you're on. So when you start naming these alternate platforms, either like advertisers completely don't want to work for you, or like the fee you're going to get is considerably lower because they're covering their risks.
You could always pull a quartering and get sponsored by Antelope Hill Publishing.
That shit is fucking phenomenal. You essentially broke that too, because the place I see it most commonly covered from is your shirt on it. So I think it's very funny that like you kind of broke the news on that.
Yeah, somebody like just kind of hit me up and they're like, you really need to look into this sponsor that the quartering has. And I kid you not, I did like a 10-second Google search and instantly started finding like really crazy shit. And I'm like, oh God, this is a gold mine. What the hell? You know, it's a shame that video didn't do better, but yeah, that was a crazy story. He finally responded to that, by the way, and he just kind of brushed it off as like, I don't know, like, I don't research my sponsors that well, and I don't even know if what people are saying is true. So
I still love that Ian Miles Chong was in my DMs trying to help me sabotage the quartering because he like owed him $50 or something.
That's so weird.
Yeah, they like started like some gaming.
They're all peer grifters.
They started some like gaming news website together, and then like Jeremy like fired him because I guess he was. I don't remember. I think they said he was stealing money from the company or something. I don't know, but yeah. So now that he has a big grudge against Jeremy, that company didn't even last. I think it was called like exclusivelygames.com or something like that.
Only games, no politics.
Yeah.
Exclusively gay.
It was like gaming news without. It was meant to compete with like Kotaku and stuff like that because they wanted to do gaming news without politics.
I do have to tell you guys, and I know I've talked about it before. I just don't talk about it very often. But one of my dreams would be to have the startup capital to be able to make a gaming news website that's like a democratic cooperative. I think there's like a really great space opportunity in like specifically like the video game news market to build a democratic worker co-op that's run by the people who work there, right? Like, I think that that's a really cool thing that you could do. The main issue is just, like, startup capital and then getting people on board. But, like, there are so many, like, talented people in that industry that just get fucked over by these gigantic companies, right? Like, basically what ends up happening, and this has happened so many more times than I can count, people or large investment firms just come in, they buy like a gaming media website, and then they run it into the ground. They run it into the ground. This has happened over and over and over again. And like, it leaves a really excellent opportunity for like a stable site that is going to protect your job, is going to let you be able to explore your artistic interests, and is managed by the people who work there. Like, I think like that would be really, really cool. And then you could use that as a jumping off point to expand into other types of coverage and eventually have like, you know, a site or like a network of sites that can cover like gaming news and political news and like world events, and like, you know, use that as a way to expand, because again, video games are like one of the largest markets on the planet. Like, I think I read an article the other day that was like the video game industry is like poised to be like a $300 billion media industry. Like, it's the growth is ridiculous. Yeah, in 2023, gaming industry revenue is projected to be $365.6 billion, which is crazy, dude. So, like, I think it has a lot of opportunity to grow.
So they wanted to be like Sportskeeda, yeah, Sportskeeda, Kotaku, or whatever, all that shit, yeah. I mean, there's actually a lot of money in that. Like Dexerto makes a shit ton of money. There's a reason they.
The difficulty nowadays is that internet journalism is filled to the brim with AI written articles. Well, the issue is AI written articles are like shitty and bad, and those websites are like filled with ads and they suck. What you would do is you would get like people on board who have like interesting things to say that only they can say, you know, like people who can do only what they can do. You know, they do clog up discovery, but I think that honestly, like if you chip away at it and like build a platform, which I think you could do if you like brought in, you know, people who are known, I think you could like actually be able to get through that, you know? And besides, like, if I'm thinking of, like, actually doing this, it would have to be when I'm much larger, you know, like, got some of that Hassan fuck you money, you know?
They tweet the way they do.
Do you think games media will improve as millennials and younger age and gain wealth? Dylan, I can tell you that it absolutely has improved. Like, just like, comparing how things were like when I was younger to like where things were when I entered the industry to where things are now. Oh my god. Like, oh my god. Are you kidding? Like, do you guys remember Anita Sarkeesian? Do you guys remember Anita Sarkeesian like coming onto the scene and everyone acted like she was the literal devil? And literally all she did was like apply the most basic bitch feminist critique to video games. Like such a basic level feminist critique to video games that like if you tried to do it in like any other artistic medium in academia, like it wouldn't be terribly interesting. But because she was one of the first people to do it publicly, like she got so much shit for it. But now, like a lot of the coverage of video games and like a lot of like the reviewing of video games is able to incorporate like feminist critique, is able to incorporate different kinds of criticism, and I think it's really lovely and beautiful, you know? Like I think that there's a lot more room to maneuver as like a writer covering this stuff, and there's also a lot more room in terms of like what people expect from video games too. You know, like when I started writing about games, people were literally still arguing about whether or not video games were like an actual art form or not, you know? Which obviously the answer has always been yes, but like the public consciousness didn't know that yet, you know? So like we've like gone so far already. Yeah, people were upset because there was a video game that was critically praised that like had a limited amount of like interaction with the world, you know? Like you just walked around in a house, but it was still like telling a narrative and like doing interesting things, right? So like both how narratives are conveyed in video games has changed in like really interesting and cool ways, but also so has the so has like the way people write about these things, you know? Well, yeah, like Stadman, again, basic bitch feminist critique. And also, yeah, her criticism wasn't great all the time. But like she was also doing something that no one really had done before. And also doing it while people were shitting on her 24/7 and like calling in bomb threats and shit.
It's because they don't actually have to care about like being correct.
Dexerto's such a joke. Like they not only do they get like stories wrong like half the time, but they also like stuff that they turn into news is like the most like mundane stuff.
They post the weirdest shit. Yeah, I agree. It's like why?
It's
I mean,
like-
sometimes they break like real shit, but then like most of the time it's just like, why the fuck would anybody care about this?
It's like Pokimane talked about how she woke up to a flat tire this morning, and it's like it's literally that level of news.
Yeah, it's like, is this like a news site or is this just like curated LSF? What are we doing here?
And
I actually had one of the lead editors slide into my DMs one day because he got a story like totally
True,
wrong
Stadman.
about Boogie 298, and I called
Like there were plenty of things to critique like Anita Sarkeesian's work on. But for the most part, like I mean, the bar was and is from like the conservative counter arguments so goddamn low.
them out about it on Twitter, and that actually picked up a decent amount of traction. So he like DM'd me about like, yeah, we saw your criticism and we took the article down or something like that. Yeah.
Media Matters Tipster Edition.
I guess so.
Yeah. Tomorrow I have to like go over all the new Soul Bunny stuff. It's been pretty funny and also infuriating.
It's yeah, that's all quite the quite the stuff. Yeah.
I don't know any of the new stuff that she's done, to be honest.
I actually talked
You're
about
a fortunate soul.
I talked about the swatting claims on my last stream, and I was just like, this is
Swatting?
or not swatting, doxing rather. And I was like, this is really stupid. This is not even remotely doxing.
Did you see the new stuff she was claiming this morning?
No. What happened this morning?
We can't. This won't be in the segment because we can't substantiate that this isn't true or whatever. But she talked about this morning that her stream yesterday, which I looked at one point, it had like 5 viewers, like, and it was like an hour into it. But like, she claimed at one point that people came into her chat and started spamming the N-word and the T-slur, and that she had to end her stream over the harassment or something. But like the VODs are all gone now. I can't substantiate whether this is true or not. So Claire, I don't even, you're not even gonna bring this.
If that happened, that is absolutely awful. But also, I do not care enough about this entire drama to get involved any more than I already have.
That clip has a whole new meaning now.
Yeah, that's true. So many people who like call themselves leftists, they're just like such fucking cowards. None of them will have a conversation. They're all fucking manipulative liars. I fucking hate everyone. True. That's true. Just
Some things never change.
It's like I found that sound we were looking for earlier too.
I'm horny for the news. Be horny for the news.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, yeah.
That clip has a whole new meaning now.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh wait, I just got linked. I didn't realize that there was a pair video to that article that came out.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Yeah. That's interesting.
You know, that actually reminds me. There was one woman who joined my Discord server the other day, and she was saying in like voice chat that she doesn't really get visual porn, but she likes the audio stuff, like the ASMR, like the boyfriend wishes you a good night, or the yandere boyfriend is crazy, and I don't know, does something to make your does something insane to moisten you, whatever. I don't know.
Thank you.
Clara, does like listening to the news work for you too? Can you like get off to like listening to NPR?
I don't get off to the news.
I don't know. That's not what I've heard.
Okay, the last 30, 40 minutes of this was really weird. But we did it. We made it through. Just FYI, Ari Drennan is on the Media Matters staff, and Parker Malloy used to be with MMFA too. Yeah, and both of them, cool as fuck. This is so degenerate. Even I'm not this degenerate. Yes, truly, truly, the degeneracy must be contained. FLCM bringing us back to Earth. True. I have aphantasia, so I can't visualize. Makes sense. Thank God I got here now rather than 40 minutes ago. Yeah, you know you dodged a bit of a bullet. God. Now the question is, chat, have you hit the follow button? Have you hit the subscribe button? Have you hit the like button on the stream? Have we surpassed 100 likes on the stream yet? Have you gone over to riverboat.gg and said hello to all of these fine homies that are on screen right now? You should. Do it. Now, also, folks, I love Ari Drennan. Ari Drennan is great and also very attractive. And also, chat, are you done? Are you done with brain rot? Or do you want more? Do you want more brain rot, chat? Can anything surpass Cybersmith? This could be infuriating brain rot. I vote for more pain. Okay. I can do that, but I will need to use the bathroom. So I will leave you with some DJ Cummerbund. And goddamn, it took me a very long time to realize it wasn't Cumberbund, but Cummerbund. Pain with pleasure. I do enjoy rotting my brain. I only bring you the finest brain rot. Oh god, wrong button. There we go. Right button.
And it's been a while since I could hold my head up high. And it's been a while since I first saw you.
DJ Cumberbund.
And it's been a while since I could stand on my own 2 feet again. And it's been a while since I could call you.
I got the horses in the back, horse stock is attached. Head is matted black, got the bushes like a match. Riding on a horse, ha, you can whip your Porsche. I've been in the valley, you ain't been up off that porch. Now, can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing. Can't nobody tell me nothing. You can't tell me nothing.
Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. It's been a while since I couldn't say that I wasn't addicted, and it's been a while since I couldn't say I love myself as well. And hat down, cross town, living like a rock star, spend a lot of money just like I always do. It's got a habit, diamond rings and Fendi sports bras, riding down Rodeo in my Maserati sports car. God knows stress I've been through all day. I'm like a Marlboro man, so I keep going back. Wish I could roll on back to that old town road. I wanna ride till I can't. Yeah, I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. And be a simple kind of man, or be something you love and understand. Just make things go. Let me be a simple kind of man. Just one more piece. Oh, won't you do this for me, son, if you can? It's been a while since I called, babe, looking myself straight. And it's been a while since I said I'm sorry. And listen closely to what I say. And if we do this, it'll help you. But I can still remember just the way you take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna ride till I can't no more. I'm gonna take my horse to the old town road. I'm gonna
Francisco.
DJ Cumberbund.
This thing right here. I'm gonna do it tonight.
The thong song, hello.
You know. Ooh, baby. Oh, nah.
Check it out.
It's close to midnight. Something evil's lurking in the dark.
Thanks, a little Morphine Annie. I just wanted to change into some real talk. I love bodysuits, but if I'm gonna be sitting in one for 6 hours, it starts making my bits hurt. So I changed into something more comfy. Hey, Gatsby Cat. After this song, we'll start. And I will add those emotes, Gamer G. Ooh, also, chat, we are currently 23 likes away on the stream from over 100 likes. Let's go! Hey, Doodleburb! How's our favorite new partnered streamer on Twitch?
Hello, I'm Vincent Price. For many years now, mankind and his offspring have been searching for an alternative to peanut butter and jelly. After employing the latest methods in technology, the Peter Paul Candy Company has found the alternative to peanut butter and
True.
jelly. Peanut butter with no jelly. Pure, creamy peanut butter dotted with ritzy, covered with pure milk chocolate, but no jelly. I'm sure you're as pleased as I am.
Doodleburb VT is a very cool person.
All right.
All right, now it's time for brain rot. You demanded, I deliver. Here you go.
Israel's
Debate with a messianic Jew nationalist on Israel goes south from Dylan Burns. Let's go. I fucking love Aircraft Sparky. He is the dumbest motherfucker I have ever encountered in live stream politics. He's a special kind of fool. Isn't Doodleburb the girlfriend of Penny Parker? Well, Doodleburb is non-binary, so wouldn't be a girlfriend. But also, I don't think so. But I honestly have no idea what Doodleburb's, like, Oh my god, your new emote is amazing, Doodleburb. I really appreciate you guys. Yeah. I'm not in any relationship. Okay, yeah, no. All right. Just for the record, Dylan Burns, pretty cool. He's been covering the Ukraine war from like the front lines of like the Ukrainian resistance to the Russian invasion. And Aircraft Sparky, a dumb fuck. How could this go wrong?
Should just announce their intent to annex Gaza and throw all the Palestinians out of the area unless they want to pledge their loyalty to Israel.
Yes.
That's your official position.
Yes.
Okay, you realize this is ethnic cleansing, correct?
No, it's cleansing the land. There are Palestinians that serve in the
You don't want Palestinian Muslims serving in top positions.
That's it. Let me guess, you're going to call it an
that's a
apartheid
big.
state,
If
right?
there was a rule in American
Are you
politics
gonna call it an apartheid state,
that
Devin?
said no Jews
We
can be
do have that
president,
rule.
if we had a rule that said no
We
Jews
do
can
have-
be president, would that
we
be a
don't have a
little
rule that
thing
no
or would that
Jews
be a
can be
big thing to
president.
you? I wanted to ask you a few questions, but my first question is, what has your general reaction been to the recent conflict since October 7th? The conflict between Israel and
So,
Hamas.
I was actually out of the country when it happened. My initial reaction was just release Israel. Just let them do what they do. Let them finish. Let them finish the job. And
What?
however that turns out is how it turns out. But and I'm still that way. What happened on October 7th was disgusting, and people like Hamas on Abi, that piece of shit, that terrorist sympathizing.
Does he live in
wasted
Israel? No, he lives in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
DNA. People like him should be shamed and ridiculed. Cheering on what happened in Israel on that day was terrible. The response by Israel has been somewhat heavy-handed. In a way,
Somewhat.
I think not heavy-handed enough. But not America's problem. I mean,
Okay.
seriously.
So
I have my own personal things about Israel. I'm very, very pro-Israel.
Mm-hmm. Is that tied to your faith?
Partially, yes. You cannot be a Jew without having a bit of Zionism. So
Is a Messianic Jew, right? So
Messianic Jew. We're Jews with Jesus.
Jews with Jesus. They're like they're like from what I've heard, they're basically Protestant Jews, kind of evangelical Jews. almost.
Yeah.
So I
mean,
there's a few things I wanted to ask you. The first thing is,
you initially, and I'm glad that you went ahead and corrected the record. I'm not a Christian nationalist. Theocracy has nothing to do with I don't think theology should have any part with running a government.
You don't think so?
I mean, no.
Okay, so you don't believe that Israel should be a Jewish state then?
No, I believe Israel should by every right be a Jewish state if they want it to be. That's their decision. There's nothing wrong with that.
But you just said you don't. Like that is
I don't want my country ran that way. But if Jews want their country ran that way, they can. How many Muslim countries are there? How many Islamic ran countries are there?
And you know what? Maybe they shouldn't be theocracy. Maybe they shouldn't be theocracies. Just throwing that idea out there. You know? Just throwing spitballing that one.
I don't have the number off the back of my hand, but I
How many
think
Christian ran
Islam. Yeah, but I
would you say more than 10?
Probably, I don't know the exact number, but there are
It's
definitely
probably
countries
around
like
20
that.
to 30.
But I would
Okay. There's also multiple Christian. There is only one Jewish state. And if that's the way they want to run, I believe that is their choice. That is their right to choose.
If you are against theology or against the religion, like controlling governmental policy, though, and you're against that for yourself, why? I mean, I can understand you saying, well, that's their business. That's one thing. But if you were in Israel, you would be against it being a Jewish state then, right?
No. If I was an Israeli citizen,
so you're not against.
I would be all for. I'm an American. I believe that America should not be ran by religion. I believe in the Constitution.
But Israel should.
That's their Constitution. That's the way they have it set up.
But that's not a. Well, I mean, like a lot of people have things set up in a lot of different ways. In North Korea, it's set up in a certain way, but just because it's set up that way doesn't justify it. And if you think that religion
it does
impacting government
justify it.
policy in that way is bad, then wouldn't that also apply?
If that's the way they want their government ran,
Yeah, but
that
I'm
is
asking
their
you.
choice.
I'm not saying about the opinion of Israelis. I'm saying you live in Israel as somebody who just said they don't like religion running the government, but you're saying that Israel should be run as a Jewish state.
Yes.
Okay, but that
Israel-
doesn't that contradict?
Israel is a Jewish state. No, because just because I am not a Christian nationalist, I am not a someone who wants theocracy. I understand that the Jewish state has a right to exist. There's nothing wrong with a state existing that way.
Well,
There's nothing wrong with a theocracy? Then why don't you want the United States to be a theocracy? This is seemingly a contradiction here.
There's nothing wrong. I would say there's nothing wrong with a state existing full of Jews, or like having heavy Jewish influence, and like I don't have any problem with that. But if
Do you
you're
have any
against
problem with,
against religion impacting governmental policies like that, the Jewish religion 100% impacts Israel's governmental policies, whether it has to do with
Yes, it
marriage
does.
laws or other things. So wouldn't that be
That's the way
religion
they-
dictating government policy in a way that you said that you're against?
Well, yes, I'm against that in America.
Why is it different in
They're
Israel?
different. Because Israel was set up as a Jewish state. That's the way they want it. That's the way it is.
Whether it was set up that way doesn't mean it was the best way to set it up, though, right? If America was set up like I don't know, like an Islamic fundamentalist, like Shia country, like I don't know, like I would say that's bad, whether it was set up that way or not.
Yeah, I wouldn't appreciate that, but
So just because it was founded that way doesn't mean it's the right way. I'm just confused
No,
because you seem to
but-
not want it
no, you're not
for
confused.
you.
You're Dylan.
I'm
Dylan,
confused.
you're not confused. You understand that I'm an American. I believe in the foundation of this country. Me and you've talked about these kind of things before.
Yeah, but
You
it
know
just
where I
doesn't feel like a
stand.
very
You're
American
playing
value.
games. You're playing games.
I'm not playing
and-
game. I genuinely don't understand.
I'm
the
just
divide
asking
here.
you a question,
Because
bro.
If you're like,
Okay.
in my country,
It's very
I don't
simple.
like religion
America-
impacting the governmental policy. I'm like, okay, so if you
in
were in
America-
Israel, you would be against the religion impacting their governmental policy. Well, that's Israel. That's different. If I lived there and I was raised there, then obviously I'd be okay with religion running my life that way and the
probably
government
would
running that
if
way.
I was raised that way, but I'm raised American. I believe in Zionism. I believe that the Jewish
Okay,
state
but you
has
were
a right
raised in
to-
the United States with American values, right? And
Mm-hmm.
your American values have led you to believe that the religion should not dictate government policy.
Yes.
And you think that's a good thing because that's the
I
beliefs
prefer
you
a
hold.
secular government. I prefer a secular government over a theocracy.
So then
yes.
wouldn't a secular government be better?
I believe so. But a Jewish state has a right to exist, which is something that if you don't believe that the Jewish state has a right to exist, that's kind of messed up.
When you say a Jewish state, right? And this isn't the main thing I wanted to talk about, though. I feel like a lot of people get lost in what that means, right? Because if the question is, do I believe that Israel, as it exists today, has a right to exist? Yeah, I believe so. If someone was to ask me, do the Jews have a right to like organize politically and have political representation? And of course I do. But if somebody was to ask me, do I think it's right for the limitations on marriage law based on people's religion? No, I don't think that's right. I think that's silly, stopping two people from getting married because they're from different faiths. If I was to go through a lot of Israel's policies that is based in Zionism, I could still disagree with that and say that's bad and still not like be terrible.
Yeah.
I mean,
It depends on what you mean by a
so-
Jewish state, right?
When I talk about Zionism and the Jewish state, I mean that only Jews can hold the top offices. I fully 100% full-throatedly endorse that.
That's an apartheid state, my friend. Like, what do you what?
Because the last thing we need is homicidal Islamists taking those positions. Last
What?
thing we need is reiterations. Well, current iteration of the left, the 1939 Nazi Party coming through, demanding destruction of of Jews altogether.
This man has soup for brains. It's so smooth, it's a liquid.
Yes, I believe Jews have the right to self-govern themselves, and to exclude certain people from getting into those positions of power within their own country.
Okay, so you're pro segregation.
I'm pro people being able to protect themselves
through segregation.
Sure.
Okay. So you don't believe that Christians in Israel should be able to run for office?
They are allowed to run for office. They just
well, no,
can't
you're
be prime
saying that they
minister.
shouldn't be able to hold the top positions.
No, they should not.
Okay, or Muslims or anyone. Only Jews can hold it.
Only Jews.
Okay.
Yes.
That is the least secular thing I've ever heard in my life.
I don't care.
Okay, so you're a secular.
It's the reality. It's the reality of being Jewish in the world. It's the reality of being Jewish in a world that calls for the destruction of Jews. That's really what it is. That's where it all comes from.
Okay. Well, then couldn't
you could literally make this same argument about like, white supremacists believe, right, that like other races are conspiring to destroy white people. Like, this is literally a thing that all like conspiracy-minded like authoritarians believe.
And I just say, as a Palestinian, allowing any of the minority groups to hold our positions of power in a world that has displaced us and killed us and murdered us and all these different
Palestinians are
times.
allowed to hold
Obviously, that's
office.
bad. We can't allow Jews to hold positions of power in Palestine. We can't allow Christians to hold positions of power. Would it be okay for Hamas to declare that?
Wait, where's Palestine? Where is Palestine? No, it isn't. Where is Palestine?
I just said.
Oh, he's just going to say it doesn't exist.
Where is the country that the United States recognizes as a
I don't care if
nation
the United
state?
States
called
recognizes or
Palestine?
not.
That's
130
all that
UN
matters.
states recognize it.
Yeah, but amazing the one that
The majority
runs
of
almost
the nations in the
everything
world,
the
except
UN.
for, isn't it interesting that Israel's main ally is one of very few countries that don't recognize Palestine? Do you think that has to do less with whether it's a fair claim to national determination and more with American national security interests and religious sensibilities?
Well, I mean,
so why
don't you
should I
find it-
care whether or
Yeah, dude, very good catch, Sophie. Something to point out about Aircraft Sparky here is that he identifies as a Messianic Jew, aka a Jewish person who believes that the Messiah has already come in the form of Jesus Christ. So, a Christian. Yeah.
or not America said it was good or not to determine whether Palestinians truly deserve a state or they are a country.
There is no recognized country known as Palestine.
Over 130 nations recognize them.
No.
They have a
Over
representative
there are
at the UN,
130
not a voting
nations that
representative, but they have a
recognize-
representative.
Yeah, not a voting representative. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, because they're
Because they're not
occupied.
real. No, they're not occupied.
They are
Those are
occupied.
conquered lands.
Illegally. Okay,
Those are
let's
conquered lands.
before
They are recognized by the entire international community as occupied.
we get into this because this is getting silly, but
From the river to the sea, all that land is Israeli. Let's go.
okay.
Damn. I feel like we've reached the end of the dialogue tree here, and we're 11 minutes in.
So that was very cute. If you have any more poems, you can say them.
Oh, no. I know that, there's people in your audience that would like to say the from the river to the sea deal. I'll just finish it for them because there is no Palestine. There never was and there never will be. This is just a reality.
You just sound
really
you know
the
what you
big
remind me
problem-
of? You remind me a little
What?
bit like of my conversation with Jackson Hinkle. This is what it feels like. Remember when I talked to him once about the issue of Taiwan? And I was like, well, America doesn't. One of the main things he argued to say Taiwan isn't a country, it's not a real country, is that the United States has never formally recognized Taiwan as a country because America hasn't formally recognized them as a country. And if you look at all the old maps, there was never a country declared Taiwan, and it's a more modern conception as a state. Therefore, Taiwan isn't a country. But you do believe Taiwan is a country, don't you?
I actually do because they actually have a government.
Okay, the Palestinians have a government. They have the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. That's the Fatah government. They have Hamas government in the Gaza Strip. Those are governments.
And where do the leaders of Hamas live?
Some of them live in Qatar. Some live in the Strip.
None of them live in the Strip.
Some of
they
them
all
do
live
live in the
Qatar or
Strip.
Turkey.
It's just most of their leadership does live in
Their
Qatar, but some of them
cousins
do
live
live in the Strip. They wouldn't be able to leave the Gaza Strip if
cousins
some of them didn't live in the Strip.
Do you know why? So over 20,000 Palestinians are allowed to leave the Gaza
Wait,
Strip.
can we
daily
stay?
to
Let's stay on that position before we pivot away because we've been pivoting from like topic to topic to topic. If American recognition, why does American recognition matter in the case of Palestinian national determination, but not matter
I don't
when it
think
comes to
Palestinian are a group of people.
What do you mean they're not a group of
More than
people?
clear. They're not a group of people. They did not exist before the modern day country of Israel. They were never considered an ethnic group. They were never considered anything.
The word Palestine and Palestinians were referred to before the creation of the Israeli state. And national identity develops in so many different ways. The modern Czech government, the modern.
I need you guys to understand. I need you guys to understand. Aircraft Sparky is a monster and the biggest dumb fuck you've ever met in your life. Imagine the dumbest person you've ever talked to. They're here. Aircraft Sparky is down here, okay? And he's like just a terrible person on top of that. It's not a Forrest Gump situation.
Modern Slovak government, the modern Kosovo government, the government of Taiwan. There's so many different groups and identities and countries that, well, there's not, they didn't exist 100 years ago, but they exist today. Whether or not, and I can argue the historical, like the history of the Palestinian people, but whether or not they existed in 1910, they exist today.
What ethnicity are the Palestinians?
Palestinian.
No, they're Arabs.
What ethnicity? Like, he thinks, like, guys, I need you to understand. He thinks that he just did a gotcha on Dylan Burns. He thinks he just got him. I got him. What ethnicity are they? They're Palestinian. You fool. They're Arabs. Like,
they're Palestinian.
They're Arabs.
They're Palestinian Arabs, yeah. I mean, a lot of them are Palestinian Arabs.
They're Arabs. They're Arabs. And
okay, okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question then. Okay.
There were no Palestinians ever.
There are, dude. There's no. This is something that only is believed by two groups of people: Americans and Israelis. You said this somebody in Germany, they'd laugh.
Nah, guys, you have to understand. You have to understand, okay? You have to understand. All right. You have to understand something real quick, okay? Okay. When Aircraft Sparky looks at a map like this, right? All of these countries, Arab. Just one ethnicity, Arab. To this mentally ungifted man.
In your face. You say it to somebody in France, they'd laugh in your face. You even say it to somebody here in Ukraine, they'd laugh in your face. There's only two groups of people in the world that I've ever met that will just deny that Palestinians even exist. And that is Americans who love Israel and Israelis. Do you not believe that maybe other parties that are less biased and have identified the Palestinian people as having their own culture, their own history, their own identity, and their own struggle for national determination, like all those things exist. We can see the people yelling from the rooftops, "We are Palestinian." They identify as Palestinian.
Hey, CUF, thank you very much for subscribing to the Prime.
It's 1776. You're wearing your
I
red
appreciate
coat,
it.
probably with the British, I would assume. And I come up to you, and no, you'd be with the British, and I'd be like, "No, we're American." You'd be like, "American? What's this American? Last time I checked, this is the land of the king and the crown. America does not exist. It never existed. If I check the history books, has there ever been a group of people called America? Yeah, get out of here. This is ridiculous liberal nonsense."
If I existed in 1776, it would probably be as a Frenchman, but okay.
First of all, what a self-dunk. Second of all, what? What?
Or Pakistani, depending on which side of the family you want to count.
You get my point, though. Even if I was to secede the idea that Palestinians didn't exist until like 1948, which is not true.
Why are you subjecting us to this, man? You guys asked for more brain rot. I am providing you literally the most rotting material I could provide, okay? I'm dropping y'all by 10 IQ points.
Let's say we did say that, and and we talked about the identity of Palestinian transforming in that period. Even if I did concede to all of that, they exist now, they identify as Palestinian now, and they desire self-determination now. And the vast majority of the world, except for Israel and Israel's top ally, and even Israel's top ally recognizes this. They recognize them. I mean, even Israel has recognized this. This is something that's only held by even the Israeli fringe.
They can self-determine. They can. No one's stopping them.
If you deny their national identity, if you deny that they have a right to rule themselves,
where they want to.
You don't want them to determine their own future, though.
No, I do. I want them to do it.
Okay, can I read you something that you've said?
Jordan. I would love for them to do it in Jordan, in Syria, in Egypt.
There it is.
In Lebanon. Just not in Israel.
They're in the Gaza Strip. They're not in Israel.
You're right. And they need to move to Egypt, where they came from.
They didn't come from Egypt. Many of those people who live in Gaza are descendants of people who were displaced by the Nakba.
Do you know why the Gaza Strip exists? Do you know why Israel claimed it as their own territory?
Then they left. Ariel Sharon pulled out, and they pulled out all the settlements.
Yeah,
this was done in 2006.
They pulled out.
This
They
is
pulled
settled.
out. Yes, 2006.
Even the Israelis settled
this. Do you know why? Do you know why? Well, it's going to be retaken. It's going to get annexed now. They've lost their chance.
Can we let's get to the first topic here on your list of things here.
Oh my God, we haven't even gotten to the first topic.
Is an immoral, morally corrupt,
man. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it.
Can we play some cars? I don't know what that means.
Wait, nope, that's the wrong one. God, you have a lot of tweets on this. Okay, here it is. Israel should just announce their intent to annex Gaza and throw all the Palestinians out of the area unless they want to pledge their loyalty to Israel.
Yes.
That's your official position.
Yes.
Okay, you realize this is ethnic cleansing, correct?
No, it's cleansing the land.
Jesus Christ.
Of a threat.
Okay, now answer me seriously.
It's clear. It's actually.
It's not ethnic cleansing. It's cleansing the land. That's the most Hitler thing I've ever heard in my life.
It's great.
No, it's not great.
Well,
you sound like that sounded pretty genocidal.
You're backing people that have openly called for the destruction of not only the Jewish state but Jews as well.
Who am I backing?
Well, if you're backing Palestinians, that's what you're backing.
Okay, if you're backing Israel, then you're backing people who have declared that they wanted to ally with Nazi Germany and the Lahai, right? I can pull any amount of Israelis from Israeli.
Ah, shit. I've been pronouncing it Lahi. I guess it's Lahai. My bad.
History to say, well, then you agree with them. I don't agree with the Palestinians who say kill all, like Hamas, to say go over to find the Jews behind the rock. I don't agree with any of that.
Hey, Neuron.
That's what they consistently back.
65% of Palestinians did not want to break the ceasefire with Israel. 65%.
That's awesome. So where were they? Where were they standing up? Where was the protest?
Hamas is an extremely brutal organization that cracks down on protests.
Oh yeah. So with a group of 50,000 people in an area of 2 million plus, of course, a lot of them are Muslim Brotherhood. A lot of them aren't even Palestinian.
What?
A lot of them are refugees from when Egypt yeeted the Muslim Brotherhood out, and that's where they went.
What?
They disagree with Hamas, yet they won't stand up to them when they outnumber them that much. No, doesn't make sense.
You just described how governments work. That's true in Syria.
Is a curd.
That's true in the United States.
Claybather has donated $55. Long live the channel, no matter the platform.
Thank you for the $55, Cabler. We're governments with armies that are much smaller than the general population are able to rule over them. This is true in North Korea. This is true in China. This is true in Saudi Arabia. I mean, it's not all just intimidation and fear that makes people listen to the government. It can be other things as well, but it's not so simple.
What about all the complicit people who sit there and watch them set up mortars at their schools and hospitals and mosques They
That's
just let it
bad.
happen.
They shouldn't do that. But that doesn't mean that the Palestinian
they're
2-year-old
part of it.
deserves to be ethnically cleansed off their land,
no.
driven off with no
Palestinian
homeland.
Oh, I was pronouncing it correctly. Lahi. Okay, cool. Thank you, Netanyahu.
No, that's not anything wrong.
But they're going to still be ethnically cleansed by your policy.
No.
Yes, they would.
They just need to relocate.
That's called ethnic cleansing. Do you know what ethnic cleansing is?
I know what
like
you
if that
think
then the
ethnic
Armenian genocide wasn't a
Allow
genocide
them
because
to
they
live.
just moved them off
Allow
the Turkish land. That wasn't a genocide. They just moved all the Turks. Trail of Tears? No, that was just called the native relocation program. I don't know what you're talking about. The Tatars? No. They just took their Russian vacation.
Yeah.
Like that's ethnic cleansing. Come on, man.
At this point, I don't even care. It's been too many people killed, too many innocents killed. Move them off the land, secure
More
Israel.
innocents are getting killed right now.
Mm-hmm.
So your policy is to engage in ethnic cleansing to stop people from dying? That's not going to stop people from dying. It's only going to increase the deaths. Do you think all those people who just got pushed off their land are going to be like, okay, well, it is what it is. We're all just Egyptians now. And will the Egyptians even accept them?
No, they won't because they're all
So
a good majority of them
you're pushing
are
them off
Muslim
with no
Brotherhood.
homeland to go to.
Yes.
How
Sucks
is that
to
going
suck.
to lead to them not dying in higher numbers?
So here's the deal, Dylan. How many times has a two-state solution been offered?
I mean, different variations of it has been offered on a few different
I mean,
occasions.
There's been like 6 or 7 different variations of it. In fact, the original one came up where the Palestinians got 45% of the land, Israel got 55%, and a lot of that was unarable desert land. And they turned it away and they said no.
Did you see the most recent Trump proposal? Did you see the Trump peace plan?
No.
It certified illegal annexations of Palestinian territory in the West Bank, expanded. It looked like a lot of them were just straight up expanded, and then connected Gaza with the West Bank through a tunnel, so they wouldn't be able to pass through Israel. They have to go through this giant tunnel system. And on top of it, the exchange they did for the land that they were taking was land in the middle of the desert that they would use for technological development, which was never going to happen. It was a terrible deal. Of course, the Palestinians rejected it.
I think the best deal that would work very well, that should work well, is allow full integration of the Palestinian people into Israel as citizens, which have been offered multiple times.
And they don't.
I don't think this is true. I don't think this is true. Let me just see this. Just out of curiosity here. Yeah, currently 66% of Jewish Israelis prefer a two-state solution. Let's see. Oh, hey. Israeli Prime Minister Olmert argued in a 2007 interview with Israeli daily Haaretz that without a two-state agreement, Israel would face a South African-style struggle for equal voting rights, in which case Israel would be finished. Yeah. Yeah, again, here's the issue, right? And this is a statement from 2016, Joe Biden, speaking to us from the past. Because of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's policy of steady expansion of settlements, an eventual one-state reality, with Israeli Jews no longer in the majority, was the likely outcome. Which people like Benjamin Netanyahu find to be an unacceptable outcome. Because again, when you look throughout Israel, there are numerous places that require the Jewish character of a neighborhood to remain intact, meaning that it needs to be majority Jewish. You have numerous laws passed to maintain the Jewish nature of the state. So it is an unacceptable outcome to the powers that be in Israel to actually have a one-state solution that enfranchises Palestinians. That's the major issue. Like this has not been on the table. This has absolutely not been on the table.
Don't want it.
Oh. Yeah, you're right. They don't want it.
So so why does Israel want to force it on them?
If there's not enough land for them, if they can't get all the land, they don't want any of it. Cool, yeet them off. If they don't want to become citizens, cool, yeet them off. I don't care anymore.
Man.
Done with. There's not a. Don't
you're the
negotiate
guy who
with
just
terror.
creates suicide bombers, huh?
Hey,
like this,
you know what?
You think all those people are just gonna get off their land? They're all just gonna like, oh, you know, bygones be bygones. We don't have a country. None of all of our homes have been taken. For some examples, for the people who have been displaced since 1948, for the third time, and they're just gonna roll over and they're just gonna take it. They're not gonna target American military assets. Not gonna target the Israeli military. They're not gonna be more radicalized. This is gonna lead to peace and prosperity in the region. No, it isn't. You're just advocating for collective punishment, and quite frankly, ethnic cleansing is the soft word for genocide. You're advocating for the ethnic cleansing, and you're just going to end up killing more people. You're not doing it for peace.
You never gave two shits about collective punishment.
What do you mean I never cared about collective punishment? What? Give me an example.
It is perfectly all right for Russians in, I don't know, Crimea or whatever to suffer. You're completely fine with that, cutting off water and everything else. You were actually for that.
I condemned it multiple times.
Pretty
people
sure
on this channel can tell you. I've said this multiple times. I didn't agree with cutting off the water.
But I don't see a problem with collective punishment when you have to get the collective to actually stand up.
So you are admitting that you are engaging in collective punishment then?
Yes.
Okay, which is a war crime. Got you.
No.
It is a war
you can't
crime.
do war
The UN.
Oh, you can't do war crimes against terrorists.
The UN just interrogated the Israeli foreign minister over this. The Israeli ambassador saying, you are engaged in a policy of collective punishment. And the Israeli minister didn't respond saying, no, we aren't. They responded with, how dare you? You should be fired. You should step down. And they whined and they whinged.
And nothing's going to happen.
And but ethnically cleansing all of the people out of Gaza is definitely collective punishment. By definition,
they were nice enough to turn the water back on, and I thought that was a mistake.
Wait, no, I'm not even talking about the water. You're pivoting around. You want to take all the Palestinians and force them out of their homes and create another stateless people. A population of 2.1 million, the majority of which are under the age of 18, right? That's your policy. Now, you're doing it because of a Hamas terror attack because you don't believe peace is possible. That is punishing the Palestinian people for the actions of Hamas. That is collective punishment, which is a war crime.
Okay, enforce it.
Okay, so
dude's literally just saying like, yeah, all right, I'm fine with war crimes. Like, okay, if you're fine with war crimes, then where is your line, right? Like, where is this dude's line? Is it literally just like, is his line literally just genocide? Like, you can do anything and everything. You can use chemical weapons. You can like irradiate the earth. Like, what level of monster are we dealing with here?
You're just saying, I want to commit a war crime. I just want you to say that. I want to commit war crimes against the Palestinian people, because that is your position.
War crime does not exist because they will not enforce it.
Whether it's a crime or not, whether a law is enforced does not mean it's not a crime. Whether or not the international court has the power to arrest Israeli prime ministers or not doesn't mean it's not a crime. If I, for example, If that's the case, then
Not
Hunter
gonna do
Biden
it.
never committed
Follow
any
up.
crimes. Biden never committed any crimes ever because they couldn't catch him. They couldn't pin it on him. So Hunter Biden is an innocent little angel.
Agreed.
You
Agreed. Since they
don't
don't
agree with
enforce
that.
the law, the law
You're
is
bending around to try to make it work.
The
You
law
know
is
that Biden
good and
committed
won't enforce it.
firearms violations, right? And whether or not they found him
Yes.
guilty of firearms violations, he was still a criminal committing a crime, right?
Yeah, if it's not enforced.
So if
doesn't-
whether or not
doesn't
Israel
matter.
committed a war crime, whether or not Benjamin Netanyahu was arrested for it or not, does not determine
When was
whether
the
it was
last
or wasn't a
time-
crime.
When was the last time any Western style government or individual in one of those governments were ever brought up for war crimes and actually enforced by the international courts?
Western officials, not often. That's one of my main critiques
Yeah,
of the
it's never
international
happened.
court system is that these rules
Never
are not
happened.
enforced equally, and many states
It
just
is
reject
never
them. I want the United States to become a member to the International
only-
Criminal Court. It's one of my main critiques of the American government's
The only time
hypocrisy
it is
on the international system.
The person loses.
What?
The United States absolutely should be held accountable by the international community. It would make the United States a much better country, frankly, if we were held accountable to the rest of the world.
That's the only time it's ever enforced. Only time any
Welcome
of
back,
these
Chaotic Kitten.
international war laws are enforced is against the losing party. Okay? War crimes are a myth. They really don't exist. It's just another way to punish people who lost.
That is
Just go.
really silly.
No, it's a dangerous thing, but hey, that's the reality we live in. If you do not enforce the laws equally, the laws don't matter. And I hate
Then
to break
there's
it to
no
you,
murder laws.
but they're
There's
not
no
gonna-
murder
they're
laws.
not going
There's no
to
rape
enforce.
laws. There's no laws around shoplifting. There's no laws around immigration. Why should people not cross the border in the United States? There's no immigration laws. Some of them get over.
I
They should
agree.
all just
I agree.
fled into the country. We agree on this, right? We should open the borders because immigration laws aren't real. They're not
already
real
are.
because they're not always enforced, right? So they're not
They're
real. We don't need to
they're
respect
already
them.
open.
Open the
They're not
borders.
even
I'm glad we
enforced
could come
today.
to an agreement.
Yeah, good times.
Come
What
on.
a deeply unserious dipshit.
They're not enforced in all instances. They don't exist, and therefore Israel
Hey,
should
Amgad.
try to abide by
They are
international law
never
and not commit
enforced.
war crimes.
Only time they are ever enforced is used for extra humiliation for a loser in a war, man.
That's not true. The reason why war crimes, or we want war crimes to be enforced, is so that people in the future don't commit them again, because they think back to, remember that time that guy committed
I
that war crime and got put in
understand what
prison?
you're saying.
I don't want to be that guy. That's why we
And
need to
no, they don't
apply this
usually put them in
equally
prison,
across
they
all
hang them.
states.
But they don't.
The solution is
And
to
they
apply it
won't.
equals across all states, not to just get rid
I
of the laws
agree.
altogether. If my response
I
to you,
agree.
if you
And
said
the
we need to
moment-
enforce immigration law, and I said, but not all immigration laws are enforced all the time, so just open the border. You'd say no, the solution is to enforce immigration law harder. Make it apply to all people. That would be your
they go
response to
into
that.
Qatar, the moment that they go into Qatar and they actually get the leader of Hamas and they hang him, then you could prosecute Israel on a war crime. Go do that first.
What?
Easy challenge.
What is this
Qatar will
pivot?
give them up.
I don't know what this pivot is.
No, the moment they actually enforce they enforce war crimes against the leaders of Hamas is the moment that I'll be like, yeah, go ahead and prosecute Bibi for war crimes. Go for it.
I didn't
What-
bring up
what?
anything about prosecuting anyone for war crimes. I just
But
wanted to merely
the deal
stop.
is-
Wait.
You're claiming war crimes.
Hmm?
You're claiming war crimes.
Well, I'm not claiming.
When
you just admitted.
I'm just claiming there are no war crimes
because everything
nothing's enforced.
you box yourself in by saying yes, I do want to commit a war crime, but it's not really a war crime because war crimes
not a war
aren't
crime
real.
to separate
That
people from
was
their
your
land.
response.
There is no war. Kicking people off land is not a war crime.
It absolutely is. Actually. Doing mass displacements of people? I don't know, bud. Maybe you need to open up a World War II book or something.
You know what this feels like talking to a sovereign citizen. I can't speed. Speeding is your fake laws. I only abide the laws of the natural.
Oh yeah, he's
men
absolutely
living
a
on the
fascist,
land.
guys.
This is what it sounds like, man.
Okay.
Okay, but I
Let me
just
ask
want
you
to
this.
establish that my question was not whether or not the war crimes tribunal will come and bring everybody together and sentence them. Most war criminals get away with it, and I think that's wrong. That's why I want to empower the International Criminal Court more, so war criminals are brought to justice, both Israeli and Palestinian war criminals.
How do you empower them more?
Allow
I'd
them
actually like to know that one.
Well, first thing I would do is I would give them authority to legislate in the not legislate, but arrest people in the United States. We currently have a law in the books that is called the Hague Invasion Act, which says that if any international court, but specifically we're talking about the Hague, was to take an American, soldier and try to try them, that we have the ability to use all means at our disposal to go to the Hague, bust them out, and bring them here and do it ourselves, or just let them go. I mean, whatever we'd want to do with them. That, I think, usurps the authority of the court that says we want Russia to be held accountable for the 19.5 thousand children that they kidnapped, but we don't want to be held accountable if any of our soldiers committed crimes in Afghanistan. I think that's hypocritical, and I think that we should expand the authority of the International Criminal Court over all states in the world.
So that would usurp sovereignty of the nation.
Yes.
Yeah. So do you believe in national sovereignty?
I do, and I think it's within everybody's interests to abide by the International Criminal Court. Because if you, for example, like if we're in a position where we are ever war crimed, or we have people committing war crimes against American soldiers or committing war crimes against us, I would like an International Criminal Court or some court to be able to step in, take those people, try them, and get justice for those who were done wrong. For example, it would have been cool if after the end of the Vietnam War, not only were people from My Lai prosecuted, but also the people who ran the Ho Chi, what was it called? The Hanoi Hotel were prosecuted for their torture and their crimes. I think wars, while we cannot make war ever civilized, I think abiding by rules in war can make it so there's less civilian casualties, less torture, and it can be less painful for both countries involved.
I think it is an honorable idea to try to lessen the suffrage of war. Having seen it firsthand, just as you have, I would love that to happen. The problem is you can't violate the sovereignty of sovereign nations.
I don't think you
can't
really
just
want
allow
that
just
to
anyone.
happen. Can I be honest with you?
So when I was in Iraq, when I was in Afghanistan, I saw a lot of heinous shit happening. And I saw a lot of friends get harmed over overly restrictive ROEs. That's rules of engagement. I'm pretty sure you know that. But that is not the nature of war. War is very fluid. It's very kinetic.
Yeah, he's totally right. He should have just shot literally every person he saw in Iraq. Apparently, according to this absolute monster.
It's not something that you can litigate too much. Would you agree?
I think there are.
I'm sure you've witnessed.
I mean, I don't know what your standard for litigate too much. Like, I don't think. Like, for example, the standards of engagement for UN peacekeepers in Yugoslavia was ridiculous. It meant they couldn't protect people when they were at threat. They were not properly empowered. And I can agree that in certain situations the ROE gets insane. But I also don't believe soldiers should be able to rape random civilians and shoot random kids.
No, you shouldn't.
Okay, but if there's no international court to hold people accountable, then you are relying on the countries in question to persecute their own soldiers, which in many instances they view as heroes.
That's what exists today. That's what exists today.
And that's bad. It doesn't work. How many Russian war criminals realistically are going to be brought before an international criminal court and tried for the things that they did here? Very little. The only ones that are going to be ones that are arrested in third-party countries, like that guy who was just arrested in Finland visiting his girlfriend, who admitted to executing Ukrainian POWs. Now he's going to be sent to Ukraine and tried in Ukraine. But those instances are going to be few and far between. If we had an international criminal court that had authority in more countries, then the more of those war criminals that travel, the more of them that get caught, like that guy in Finland did. Even if we don't have the authority in Russia, if those guys leave Russia, they could end up boning themselves. And even that's better, that situation where Russia isn't abiding by the authority of the court. That's still better than having no one in place to grab anyone.
I just happen to know it never gets, because you can't violate another country's sovereignty. So there's really nothing that can do unless you catch them some way.
The majority of countries have signed on to the International Criminal Court. Why would that be bad for us to sign on to it if you don't like it?
America sure as hell. blue hat is not welcome on U.S. soil.
So you believe that if an American soldier committed a war crime and an international court wanted to bring them to trial, you think we should say, no, this has to be tried only in an American court?
We did that. We did that recently with, what was the SEAL who was accused of murdering an injured Iraqi.
Would you trust that in, say, Russia or China? Would you trust them to try their own war criminals?
It doesn't matter.
Well, no, I would
I mean, it kind of does.
My second question follows. There's a second question that comes after it.
So,
okay, should I answer for you if you're not going to answer the question?
If you're using China and Russia as the example, I would say no.
Okay.
There are many countries that I would. China and Russia is not one of them, but it still doesn't matter.
Do you think any country? Do you think it'd be better for an international institution that's supposed to be neutral to try countries' war criminals, or the country who sent them to invade and fight and do the battle themselves? I think it would be more unbiased, and we'd probably get a fairer trial if it was an international institution.
It depends. That really does depend, man. Because the way, like, okay, so my argument about the Palestinian people not being an ethnic group, they have been used as a cudgel in the UN since the formation of the modern country of Israel to punish the Jews.
Those two guys with us in the room, or is this a video we're watching? We're watching a video right now. I'm just going over this because chat wanted truly to stare into the void of what happens when you have, like, the lowest possible level of intelligence and you're a terrible person. And we discovered it. We discovered it in the form of this man who wants to do war crimes.
That is why the Syrians won't take them. That is why Lebanese won't take them. That's why the Jordanians won't take them. We already know why Egypt won't take them, because a lot of them are Muslim Brotherhood, and they don't want to bring in the old baddies of their group. They're too young to even be able to handle that insurgency again.
What?
But the reality is, no one will.
What? Man, some of the things he says are such bullshit that, like, I know I'm prepared for him to be a dumb fuck, right? But it still takes me aback sometimes. It still takes me aback.
We'll take them because Palestinians are a useful tool to use against the Jews. There's a lot of anti-Semitism that is rampant throughout the world. I mean, hell, you're seeing it right now in America with how they're projecting, honor to all of our martyrs and shit on the side of GWU's buildings.
Martyrs is just a term, like again, if you're gonna talk about this shit, like, bother to know about it. Martyrs is just the term that is used for civilian victims of war. It's as common as saying "rest in peace" in the West. Like, that's just how you refer to people who have died before their time.
Things like that. There's a lot of anti-Semitic feelings worldwide, and I don't believe a single Jew could get an unbiased day in court in an international court. I believe there are certain people who could never get any type of unbiased. It just is what it is.
Honestly, I think this is slightly a persecution complex.
Okay.
Jews have faced anti-Semitism, but the idea that no international body could ever put a Jew on trial because anti-Semitism is so overbearing that the international institutions would decide against them is ridiculous. Do you have any instance that you could point to of somebody in an international court being voted against because they're Jewish? Has that ever happened?
Not right off the top of my head.
Any international body, period?
Yes.
Which one?
What was it? There's Iran. You can't get any Jews get no justice there. Saudi Arabia.
That's not an international body. That's a country. I was talking.
Can you point at any international body? Begins pointing at not international bodies. God, dude.
Talking about something like the International Criminal Court or UN or you know. I'm not. My question wasn't are there anti-Semitic countries. My question was
the UN automatically is anti-Semitic.
And I would.
The UN literally established Israel. What are you talking about, bro?
What?
UN automatically is anti-Semitic.
The UN is automatically anti-Semitic.
Yes.
See, this is where I think the persecution complex is coming in. Like, how is the UN automatically anti-Semitic? The UN recognizes the 1967 borders of Israel.
Yes, they do.
So the UN recognizes a Jewish state's right to exist. Which, by the way, I don't even think recognizing Israel's right to exist is inherently, like, if you didn't believe that, I don't even think that's inherently anti-Semitic. I think someone can be an anti-Zionist without being an anti-Semite. But even the UN recognizes the 1967 borders of Israel. So where is the automatic anti-Semitism from the UN?
So if you look at the UN's history of their voting history, what they allow to go through, what they don't allow to go through in regards to Israel, it's very much anti-Israel.
That's because Israel violates international law like literally every day. Literally every day. The illegal settlements are in violation of international law. Like the dropping white phosphorus in violation of international law. Like disregarding human rights, violation of international law. Like I again, there are changes Israel could make to not be constantly violating international law. Yeah, like this is like saying yeah, it's like the UN says murdering civilians is bad, and then Israel's just like, what? How can you be so anti-Israel?
Now, a lot of that has to do with.
How does that make it? Wait, how does that make it anti-Semitic? You said it was anti-Semitic. You said that no Jew could be put on trial. Not
Jew every time. You vote against Jews every time, you're an anti-Semite. If you don't even bother listening to it, you vote against Jews every time, you're an anti-Semite.
Because you don't even. But they recognize Israel's right to exist. 1967 borders.
Yeah, they recognize that. That's about it, and which is interesting because
that's all they should recognize. I agree with that. That's it. That should be the 1967 borders.
1967 borders, and they should not recognize Palestine because Palestine doesn't exist.
You were just circling now.
The 1967 borders includes the Gaza Strip, Golan Heights, and West Bank, all within the Israeli borders.
No, it doesn't.
No, the Golan Heights were literally annexed like a few years ago.
Yes, it does.
It does not include those as Israeli territory. The Golan Heights is still internationally recognized by the UN as well as part of Syria. I know that it's not part of the 1967 borders as formally recognized as Israeli territory.
Maps. Because, yes.
They could recognize Israeli control, but they don't recognize Israeli sovereignty over the West Bank, over Gaza, or over the Golan Heights. No international body recognizes Israeli territorial claims on the Golan Heights. Syria. It's part of Syria.
It's Golan Heights are definitely Israeli now.
According to who? Israel? I don't even think the United States recognizes it as part of Israel.
Yes, it does.
Who? What? When did that happen?
Under Trump.
Trump recognized the Golan Heights as part of Israel? Well, that's fucking stupid.
Just like he recognized Jerusalem as the rightful capital of Israel.
Okay, but I'd really like to see the UN recognizing the Golan Heights as part of Israel. I'd like to see that.
Oh yeah, no, Sophie, 110,000%. If Aircraft Sparky lived in Germany in the 1930s, he would have been like arguing about how Hitler had the right to annex the Sudetenland.
I can wait.
Pretty, because I was looking through maps earlier this week and ran across it. Where is it? Ah, damn it. Yeah, because this is something I'm interested in. But yes, the Golan Heights.
Okay, chat. I think I caught up on all of the donations yesterday from people who wanted to be in my RimWorld colony. So now we just had a new member join. Who would like to join now? Did we do? Oh yeah, Kyrie's been part of the colony since the beginning. New member, hope they live. Yeah, it hasn't gone well for the last 4 of you. I do. Okay, Malachi, let's go.
Yeah. Where are we? This map is since June of 1967, and it does show the Golan Heights as a territory, a controlled territory, not within the borders fully.
Okay, so they don't recognize the Golan Heights as part of Israel.
Yeah.
They just recognize that Israel has military control of it, occupying it.
And it's still Israeli territory as far as I'm concerned.
No, don't pivot. The question was, you said that the UN recognizes the Golan Heights as part of Israel.
Yes.
Malachi, you were the fastest trigger.
No, you're right. United States recognized parts of since 2019, March of 2019, as U.S. started recognizing the Golan Heights.
Okay, but the U.S. still doesn't even recognize the West Bank or Gaza as part of Israel either, even under Trump.
Pretty sure.
Okay, I can wait more. I can tell you he didn't. But have fun with that.
Because it's within Israel's borders, actual borders.
So, but that would mean that Trump abandoned a two-state solution during his time in office.
The Palestinians abandoned the two-state solution on like 7 different occasions. So, two-state solution is not a solution.
Every single party involved in fighting and in negotiation recognizes a two-state solution.
Yep.
PLO recognizes a two-state solution.
Yeah,
Fatah recognizes a two-state solution. You can even get statements from Hamas at certain moments recognizing that something called Israel exists.
Yes, but they don't want the two-state solution. Therefore, it is no longer a solution.
Who doesn't want the two-state solution? You don't think Fatah doesn't want a two-state solution? Fatah 100% wants a two-state solution.
Right? That's the West Bank group?
Of course, yes. That's led by Mohammed Abbas.
Yeah.
Yeah, they want it, but they won't adopt it for some reason.
What do you mean they won't adopt it?
What the fuck is this guy talking about?
They will not allow
the
it.
line should be drawn for control of territory. Mohammed Abbas and Fatah, as far as I know, are of the position that what is internationally recognized as Palestinian territory should be given back to them, and they want the issue of the right of return to be addressed.
Oh, they want the 1948. They want the 1948 lines.
What?
Yeah,
what do you mean
that's not going to happen.
Are they pursuing that? Are they like, we will not accept everything but 1948 lines? Because I don't believe that's the case. I believe they're pursuing 1967 borders.
Oh, if they're pursuing 1967 borders, then that would just be the West Bank and Gaza.
Yes.
But they want
they want there's other issues as well when it comes to the right for people to travel between Gaza and the West Bank. They want to resolve the issue of right of return. But this idea that there's no compromise to be held with the Palestinians because the only thing they believe in is pushing Israel into the sea is a fantasy. 65% of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip didn't even want to break the ceasefire. If you don't want to break the ceasefire, how are you going to push Israel into the sea?
Well, I mean, seem to be okay with rockets shooting out of their country all the time. Their little strip of land. Why are they stopping them?
What did that have to do with anything I just said?
If they are for ceasefire, if they are for living peacefully in a two-state solution, why don't they kick the fucking Hamas people out? Why don't they kick out?
There hasn't been an election since
Islamic
2006. There hasn't even been an opportunity for them to kick them out.
Anytime that the election even comes up, either someone in Gaza or someone in the fucking West Bank does something to end elections. It happens every time. I think the last time
I'm
was
saying
in,
that Hamas doesn't want elections.
in
I'm saying that the people of the Gaza Strip have not had the ability
the
to
West Bank don't
build
want
a civil
elections
society
either. It's
to
the
even
problem.
try other options.
But the West Bank don't even want elections because
What? The West Bank, as far as I know, has elections.
Well,
they have problems.
Mohammed Abbas doesn't want elections. Let's be clear.
The West Bank doesn't want elections.
What do you? Okay, when you say the
If
West
they-
Bank, you're saying like the people there are like
people-
oppress us, no election, we hate democracy.
If they
That's not
won't
happening.
stand up, if they won't
Literally, there were elections in 2021 and 2022. What? Like what is what?
stand up, obviously they're okay with the status quo.
What is that? That's
where I'm at.
Okay, so are North Koreans okay with the status quo? They all like starving.
Yep.
Yeah, that again, Aircraft Sparky MGAD is representative of like the conservative wing of American politics. There's a certain type of conservative American that is just Aircraft Sparky.
Because they don't want to overthrow the government. What if they think it isn't? What if? And this is a possibility. What if they think that they'll try and they'll fail and then they'll die and they have children and they have wives and they have families to protect? There could be a lot of reasons as to why people don't go onto the street with machine guns to fight Hamas.
I think they should.
Well, I mean, if you think they should, why don't you go over and fight Hamas like that, huh? Like, what? I think they should risk their lives. Man, you're saying that with so much confidence.
If they really want liberation, won't they fight their true oppressors? Because it sure as fuck ain't Israel.
Israel is one of their oppressors.
Their biggest
They're
ones happen to be the
occupying
ones
their
within
internationally
their
recognized
so-called
land. Let's go
borders.
back to your tweets.
I don't know that their biggest oppressors are the ones inside their own borders. I think maybe the biggest oppressors are the ones who can just turn off their water and electricity and food and fuel supply at any given time, and just like go into their houses and steal and break shit all the time and kick them out and do ethnic cleansing. I think maybe that.
We're bumping around. We only got like 45 minutes left. Let's go back to let's do another one of your tweets. So you've already endorsed war crimes. You've already endorsed ethnic cleansing. But
I endorse the forceful removal of Palestinians from land.
that's called ethnic cleansing. That is, you want to take all of one group that you are collectively punishing and push them off the land because you think they're too dangerous.
They are.
Yeah,
they're so dangerous.
That is ethnic cleansing.
Saying, yeah, I'm in favor of that. What you just said, but it's not ethnic cleansing. I mean that word's bad. That's a bad word. Why don't you just embrace it?
No, it's not ethnic cleansing.
It is ethnic. What's your definition of ethnic cleansing?
Ethnic cleansing would be actually killing them, removing them from the earth in total.
Okay, so under that
No, that's well, I mean, it is both ethnic cleansing and genocide.
Definition then.
Removing them from the land is not a. I don't care where they go.
Where did you get that
You don't have to
definition
kill
from? I'm curious. Where did you get that from?
Oh, I didn't. That's what I think of.
Oh, I didn't actually know what the definition was. I just made one up in my head. What? What? What's wrong with you? What broke your brain, dude? Aside from conservative politics. Jesus.
When I hear it.
Okay, so you just made it up.
When I was over in Kosovo, when they were talking about ethnically cleansing, what were they doing? They were putting muzzies in mass graves
and they were forcing people off of the land. The majority of people who were getting wronged in Kosovo were not killed. Many were, but many of them were forced off of their land. Now, if you want to talk about that, do you not think that the removal of Palestinians would take force and violence and killing to do it? Do you think they're all just going to decide, okay, we'll leave? In fact, if your plan were to be carried out, I would say the killing that would be part of the ethnic cleansing is happening right now, even if that's not a necessary component. I reject that.
So what I would rather have is for the Palestinians to accept citizenship into Israel and become integrated into society. They can still
That's what
worship.
you want. That's not what
their religion.
Palestinians want. Because
Well, the
by the way,
Palestinians
what you
do
okay?
what
This
they
is the
want.
state you've lined up for them. This
They're
is the
not going
state
to
that you've
allow
created.
that to
You
happen.
saying that you believe that it makes sense for Israel to exist as a Jewish state.
I just want to bring up exactly what he's talking about here, because he just mentioned, right? He just mentioned back when I was over in Kosovo, right? Well, fun fact for all of you guys: there's an entity called the United States State Department, okay? And the United States State Department actually put together a paper on the ethnic cleansing that was perpetrated in Kosovo. And it's called Ethnic Cleansing in Kosovo, an Accounting. And it talks about the mass murder in Kosovo. You know, the 11,000 11,000 people killed in the massacres that happened over there, right? But interestingly enough, as I'm scrolling through it here, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paragraphs in on the first page, death represents only one facet of Serbian actions in Kosovo. Over 1.5 million Kosovar Albanians, at least 90% of the estimated 1998 Kosovar Albanian population of Kosovo, were forcibly expelled from their homes. Tens of thousands of homes in at least 1,200 cities, towns, and villages have been destroyed or damaged. During the conflict, Serbian forces and paramilitaries implemented a systematic campaign to ethnically cleanse Kosovo. So, yeah. That's literally ethnic cleansing.
Where only Jews are allowed to hold positions of top power. They're the only ones that are allowed to hold positions of top power. And you're telling a primarily Arab, Muslim, Palestinian population that
they did both a genocide and an ethnic cleansing there.
Your land's going to be taken. We're going to bomb everything out, but don't worry, you can be part of this country where you can't get political representation in. And we're going to specifically design the system to stop you from achieving that political representation.
This is where you're wrong. There are Palestinians that serve in the parliament.
You said
now.
you don't want Palestinian Muslims serving in top positions.
That's it. Let me guess.
You
You're going to call it an apartheid state, right?
If there was a rule in American politics that said no Jews can be president, if we had a rule that said no Jews can be president, would that be a little thing or would that be a big thing to you?
We do have a rule that that non-U.S. citizens who are not born in the land can be president.
Yeah, we don't have a rule that said no Jews, no Muslims, no. We don't have anything barring people by religion.
Well, so
hey, Jim Bob.
We did have deals. That
Also, God bless the simple bumpkin. I mean, the fact that he's lived this long with this level of simpleton bumpkinness inside of him is a testament to God's existence.
All those Palestinians were born, well, not all of them, but most of the people in the Gaza Strip were born in the areas that we're talking about, either what is now recognized as Israel and they were displaced, or the descendants of those displaced people, or they were born in the Gaza Strip. So they were of the land.
So Gaza Strip is not Israel, according to you. So
of course, but in your, I'm talking about your plan. Your plan is to go in and make it Israel.
Yes.
And then say to them, none of you can ever strive to hold positions of top power. We're going to rule you as a Jewish state with Jewish rules that we're forcing upon you.
Okay.
Or
now
you have to leave, and we're going to force you out. That's ethnic cleansing, dog.
Now do Syria. Do
I might have killed one of the people we were trying to help, and now we have to do a little crime-arino.
Lebanon. Do Egypt. Come on, do the rest of them.
What do you mean? Do the rest of what?
Do all the other countries. Do all the other Middle Eastern countries.
In my defense, he did just try and steal the corpse of one of our colonists.
You cannot be a Jew and hold the top political position of power in any of these other countries. And you're completely fine with that. But you are hung up on your fucking Jew hatred.
That's true.
That
My Jew hatred has been pretty out of control recently. I saw this guy with a kippah the other day, and I went,
You didn't see anyone with a kippah because you're in fucking Ukraine, dude.
There's Jewish people here. I actually celebrated Jewish holidays with my Jewish friends here.
Really?
Yeah, they're allowed. There's synagogues here.
I know they're allowed. Yeah, I know there's synagogues there, but I just don't believe there's really any real Jews there at all.
Anthony Bardaway, that's my good friend. You can look him up. I've celebrated Jewish traditions with him. Celebrated
awesome.
Passover with him.
Passover's an awesome thing, isn't it?
It was cool, I guess. I'm not.
I love the.
So anyway, my
like
Jew hatred.
No, but it's
let me quickly say to you. I believe that Iranian anti-Semitism is bad. There's a reason I don't use press TV. There's a reason that I don't associate with people who have worked for Iranian state press that have pushed out anti-Semitic publications. If you would have asked me, should Jews be able to hold the top office in any country in the region, I would say yes. I would say, of course. Okay. I'm not going to defend Bashar al-Assad. I'm not going to defend el-Sisi. I'm not going to defend the mullah. But I'm also not going to defend Benjamin Netanyahu or this idea for ethnically cleansing the Palestinian population and then telling them that they cannot achieve true political representation in the government that has just annexed them. You're either making them stateless or absorbing them into a state that hates them.
Dylan's killing it
here. Palestinians aren't hated by Israel.
They are very. Are you going to tell me that if I sat Ben Gvir down with a group of Palestinians, he's going to have some nice things to say?
There's actually a lot of great Palestinian people, but after what's happened, no, Israel is showing no love whatsoever, nor should they.
Do you believe after the Second World War, Germany should have been abolished and annexed by all its neighbors?
It basically was annexed for what, 40, 50 years?
No.
We split Israel up, yes. There was East Germany, there was West Germany.
Can you answer my question seriously instead of obfuscating?
British, the Americans? No, that's not obfuscating. Germany did not exist as an actual country until we actually allowed them to come together and unify under their own real flag. Do not pretend that West Germany was its own country because it had the U.S., French, and British.
It was its own country. It had its own standing army. It had its own elected government. It had its own political parties. The West German government was its own country, and East Germany was its own country. And then it reabsorbed into one country.
The Soviets in the East and the Allies in the West, man, they were not their own country.
They were their own country. What do you mean? Like, you could say that they weren't. You could say something like East Germany did not have the most sovereignty. You could make an argument like that, but they were countries. They were recognized at the United Nations, were they not?
Yeah, it was a nod, man. It was they were occupied territories, and hell, they still act like occupied territory.
What do you mean? What is
Germany?
Okay.
Germany.
This is just obfuscating. Afterwards, does Germany exist? That's my question to you. Does Germany exist today? Can you answer that question?
Germany today, as an independent state, does exist, but did not exist until the Allies allowed.
That means at some point after the Holocaust, the biggest crime against Jews in the 20th century, there hasn't been one like it in a while. I don't think there's hopefully there'll never be one again. But the nation state that killed many more Jews than the Palestinians could ever dream of killing. And I'm talking about Hamas or any of the more really anti-Semitic Palestinians who want to kill all the Jews. They could never kill as many Jews as Germany did. But the world recognized that at some point, the Germans were going to need to get together, make their own country, and manage their own affairs, because an endless occupation of German territory is only going to create friction and more violence as the German people seek self-determination. That's why the Allied occupation period ended. They passed it over to some form of government with East Germany and West Germany, and that's why West Germany eventually got its own standing army. So if everybody can recognize that when it comes to the greatest crime against Jews that anybody is alive to remember, how can that not also be true for the Palestinian people?
Too soon, man.
What?
It took 30, 40 years took 30 or 40 years before we even allowed Germany to exist.
That's not true. It took like
as its own
4,
fully
maybe
independent.
5. I think.
No.
I think we wait. No, it was 4 years. It was 1949. That's when West Germany was officially established.
Yes, that's
Yeah, look, the only proper way to treat Aircraft Sparky is like a racist cartoon character. You know, like, that's about the only way I can really conceptualize him without getting furious.
That's when we allowed it to be established. with
years.
Their own
How
little
long has it
flag and
taken Israel?
everything. They
60?
still had to get everything approved. They still had to get everything
60
approved.
years, 70 years, 80 years.
The Allies.
Seems like the Allies
Yeah.
knew what they were doing, and the Israelis didn't know what they were doing so far.
Yeah, because they've just been fighting Arabs from day one. 75 years later, same fucking war is still going on.
It seems like this needs
It's
some
time
other
for it to be
resolution
ended.
besides more violence and bloodshed.
It does. It does need needs more resolution. That's why the
Ethnically
U.S.
cleanse
is
the
pretty much-
Palestinians? Is that why?
Yes, that's what's going to happen.
That's violence, by the way. You cannot non-violently ethnically cleanse people. People are going to die. As you remove them from their homes, they're going to resist, and they're going to resist violently. And then Israeli soldiers are going to die. Palestinian civilians are going to die.
Wow.
And sadly, Israeli civilians are going to die.
Complicity.
And then all those people that you make stateless, do you think that's going to further radicalize them to do more attacks against Israel? Or do you think they're all just going to get over it?
Samson option.
What? You're being non-serious.
The Samson option is just kill them all. That's what he's saying.
Now, what is that? What do you mean Samson option?
You know what Samson option is.
No, I don't. What does that mean?
It's when they nuke them.
So
that's
just
the
kill
final
them all.
solution.
You just so genocide them.
That's what's going to have to happen if people don't stop. The Israelis are not giving up. Period.
The Palestinians are not giving
It's
up.
not-
Period.
One of them's got to go then.
Or you could just make a deal and have the Palestinians have a state and the Israelis have a state and don't blockade them.
They've tried.
They didn't try that. Okay, you said that a Palestinian state never
said they
existed.
didn't
So
try.
how can
No,
you say we
they
gave it a
have-
fair try?
Palestinians
You
have
can't
rejected
simultaneously
every
hold the
offer.
position that the Palestinians have never had a state, they're not real, they're not a real country, but also
They're not
we gave
real.
them a fair shake at having a country. You cannot hold these two positions at the same time.
You've given them the opportunity and they've denied it every time.
What was the opportunity that was so good that they rejected?
They have
Oh
been
no,
given the
Malachi,
opportunity at
you have the
different
plague.
two-state solutions. They have been given opportunities
Which
to integrate
opportunity
into
is
the-
particularly favorable to you? That you think was they rejected and shows they're non-serious.
Oslo every
Accords?
two-state solution. Every two-state solution.
Every
was
single
rejected.
proposal.
Every-
Since they rejected a single proposal, that shows they're not serious. They should just be happy the Israelis came to them and acknowledged their existence.
I think at this point, turn off the water, blockade them in, and let evolution sort it. I am not a nice person.
You just
when it
seem like
comes
a bloodthirsty maniac. You know that, right?
No.
I mean, what
it's-
you're saying is like worse than what Hamas did.
No, it isn't.
It is absolutely worse than what Hamas did.
No. Hamas
The
went in,
majority of the
burned people
people you're
alive.
going to be either displacing or killing are going to be children. Over 1 million
move
children.
them, you allow them to move, or you just siege them in.
And you know
You're
many
going-
will not
you're-
move.
you're in a
It's their
war-torn
homes.
state.
It's their lives. Would you move
You're
if
in
it
a
was your home?
war-torn
Let me
state
ask you a
right now.
question. If your community was invaded, someone tried to siege your community and said, we're going to make this, I don't know, fucking Canada. This is going to be Canada time. And you're no longer going to be able to run for president. You know, we're going to change a few things here as a non-Canuck. But you either got to, just get out, leave. Well, would you leave?
Look, the joke's on them. Because Gaza has been offered tons of opportunities. All they do is offer
You
rocket
can't even
fire
name a
and
single
terrorism.
one that you thought was actually the fairest deal. Have you looked at any of these deals? Which deal did you look
I
at?
think the initial offer where the Palestinian group got 45% of the current area that is Israel, and the Israelis got
Which deal
50
was that?
was more. That was the initial two-state, I believe, under the UN.
The
I think it was
1948
the
borders?
Yeah, I believe so.
And then a war happened, and then we got different borders. and then
Malachi,
there's
you
been a
might die
million
to the
different other
plague.
chances
I'm
to make
sorry.
peace
They
since
used all
then.
that land because
It
they
hasn't
used all
happened.
that land to invade Israel. So Israel just took
How can you say, because of a deal that was rejected in, I don't know, 1948, that the population, 95% of which was not alive in 1948, doesn't want to make a deal, couldn't make a deal. All the people that were involved in that decision-making process are dead.
So here you go. The people who are paying taxes now are the ones that are being held to a piece of paper that was signed when Ukraine gave up nuclear arms. Therefore, no aid for Ukraine because those people didn't agree to it.
Malachi,
I'm
sorry.
What's the comparison?
The security agreement that we made with Ukraine, the majority of people your age when they was signed weren't old enough to pay taxes. We don't have to uphold that now because
what are you?
Y'all
but the thing is, there is no record. The 1948 borders are not recognized by the UN. The 1967 borders are recognized by the UN.
Yes, they
so
are.
I don't understand why we would have to. What's this comparison?
You asked what the most fair. You asked what the most fair was. I said the most fair was the initial, the 1948. The 1967 borders are there because Israel conquered that land. Those are the lands that were used by the Syrians, Jordanians, and Egyptians to invade Israel. And Israel said, no, we're going to take away those lands. That's why Rafah is now part of Israel and not part of.
Why
No,
is it that because but your proposal is that because we weren't able to find a deal in 1948, that making a deal is stupid, we can't do it, it's impossible.
You asked what
so just
the
kill
most
them
fair
all.
was.
Nuke them.
You asked what the most fair was. 1948 was the most fair. It has gotten less fair throughout time. The most fair is 1948. The least fair was what? 2016?
Trump's proposal.
The last version. Yeah. Okay. That's probably the least fair.
They acknowledge that the most recent deal that was offered to them was not fair at all.
It's the least fair.
Okay.
Letting them have land is fair.
But they're also taking a lot of what their internationally recognized land, which you don't care about anyway.
No.
Okay.
No, I don't care. You really don't care about this.
Why are you saying I don't care about this now? Why is that I don't care?
You don't.
Kyryu.
You just don't. This is
There's
this
no
is
escape
like
from the jaws of the
this is some
alien
virtue
this
signal
time.
or something.
It's virtue signaling for me to hear you say we're
Thank
going to
you.
either kill all the
Hope Jim Bob
Palestinians or
appreciates
force them
it.
all off their hand, either of which would
I
be
say
ethnic
force them off their
cleansing.
land.
And me saying, yeah, I don't think that's good. No, you don't really have an anti-ethnic cleansing stance, though. That's not a real position you hold.
Also, Jim Bob, let's leave his family out of it, and also rape out of it. But I understand the sentiment. That's not exactly what happened, but okay. Yeah, no, this guy is the dumbest fuck.
The real position I hold is yeet them off the land. It's no longer theirs. They've lost their opportunity.
He's the
According to
American
whose
version of
authority?
Cybersmith.
Israel's
Or the
authority?
Israelis, yeah.
Okay, wait, Malachi, I have a very important question to ask you, okay? Malachi. Do you want to be an organ donor? This is very important. Would you like to be an organ donor? Just unrelated to anything going on right now. Sure, take all of my organs. Okay.
No. Yep.
What if I don't respect Israel's authority?
Cool, fight them. See how that works out. Didn't work out for all
So
the
this is
Arab
just a
states.
might
so
makes your
we're doing
argument just
better.
boils down to might makes right. then.
Yes. In the end, yes, because that is
Okay,
the
so if
currency of the world.
somebody, let me just be clear, if that's the way it works, then let's say that I got some boys together and I took the White House and I said, we're having President Ilhan Omar and she's going to do some things and then it just is what it is.
I mean,
might makes right,
yeah.
motherfucker. What would you say that could object to that, really?
Look, you that this is the way Jan 6 has been treated. Like, oh, it's on might makes right, which I thought the Jan 6 people think, oh, we're going to take over the government. That's stupid. But the reality is, the currency of the world is force. Every time Israel has gained land, it's been through what? Force. Since its formation. Who's going to stop them? The UN isn't going to do it. because the UN doesn't have their own forces.
Okay, unfortunately, none of the colonists we have so far are trained doctors, so we didn't get any organs out of you. Sorry.
The United States is going to back up Israel because it is the only semi-democracy in the region. It's the only multicultural society that exists in the region.
Not what the only multiculturals. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Really?
Where else?
Lebanon.
Where else?
They're literally their neighbor.
Oh, really? Really?
Yeah.
Lebanon that is ran by Orthodox Christians that allow Muslims to exist?
Rip
Come on, man.
Malachi, I'm sorry.
Society. Lebanon is very multicultural.
Is it
Its
multicultural?
system of governance is actually designed in a sectarian way that leans into it actually too much.
Okay.
Oman.
Come on, dude. You've got to be shitting me.
What do you think
been to Oman?
multicultural means? What's your definition of multicultural?
There are people from all over the world that live in Israel that have called Israel their own place.
That's not multicultural. Multicultural doesn't mean people from all over the world.
Hold on. There are also more religions that exist in Israel than any other place, and they do it peacefully, with the exceptions of the Palestinians.
I don't think you know what multicultural
The Dome
means.
of the Rock, actually, the Dome of the Rock, which I think should have been leveled decades ago, is allowed to exist under Jewish lands.
God, man, you're making me more anti-Israel by just talking to you.
This guy is the worst. It's making me hate. I don't know, anything that he might like.
Hey, that's fine.
I gotta remember that have you ever been to Israel?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Trained with the IDF too. Great people.
So terrifying.
Used to be pretty agnostic to them. And then I got to know them. Got to see how they lived. It's actually a beautiful society, man. Great people.
Yeah, your judgment is you're not helping.
Whatever, dude.
Okay, let's go through a few things before we wrap this up. You retweeted something that 99% of people who say they stand with Palestine simply have a deep-seated hatred for Jewish people and want to use this moment as an excuse to hate Jews.
Yep.
How is this not just persecution complex?
Black Lives Matter, I guess. I don't know, man.
And I mean,
Maybe it's
like,
because
you're just you've listened to my discussion today. At no point in my discussion did I say I don't like Israel because it's just full of so many I never said anything like that. Most people who stand with Palestine in the world do not think that. This is just.
I actually feel sorry for the Palestinian people.
It does. You can't say that while you're advocating for them to be ethnically cleansed. I don't take it seriously. I don't think you care.
No, with them, I don't care anymore. I stopped caring about them.
Don't say you feel sorry for them and then say I don't care. Then you don't feel sorry for them. You're gaslighting me. What is this?
I feel sorry for exactly what's going to happen now, because there is only one thing that is going to happen, because they won't allow any of the other options to happen.
What do you mean they won't allow? You mean if there hasn't been a deal that's been reached that has been acceptable to both sides to be able to reach an agreement, the solution isn't like just eliminate the other actor, make 2.1 million people
Rip
stateless.
Malachi.
That's not
I'm
gonna
sorry.
Make a long-term occupation of the Gaza Strip is not going to make Israel safer. It's going to inspire more people to hate Israel. It's going to inspire more people, sadly, to hate Jews. And it's going to inspire more people to hate the United States for supporting them in the region. And it's going to endanger American assets. It's going to endanger Israeli assets. I don't even think the majority of Israelis would necessarily support a long-term occupation.
Don't need to be there. Americans don't even need to be there. Just let Israel go.
We have American troops in the region that are currently getting bombed in Iraq. 20 wounded.
We shouldn't be there. We shouldn't be there.
Okay, well, whether we shouldn't be there or not, they are there. And our actions in the region will put those men and servicewomen at risk.
Yes. And we've got complete idiots pushing us closer and closer to war. We don't need to be in this. Plain and simple. Not our circus, not our monkeys. Let them go. None of this is our problem. But for some reason, America has to reach out and be involved with everything. Let the Israelis handle it the way the Israelis
world
are
is
going to handle
much
it.
bigger than than like a small town in Timbuktu. The international gas trade, global stability, these are all things that will affect the United States. And a war in one of the most oil-producing regions of the world would also affect the United States.
But why is it the most oil-producing region in the world, Dylan?
The Middle East is one
It's
of the
not
most
because they have
oil-producing regions in the world. Yes.
No, it is. I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. What I'm asking you is, why is it? We have more natural resources when it comes to oil and natural gas.
Wait,
than the
okay.
Middle East
I don't
actually has.
this argument
We
I don't
refuse to do
like. It
our
is
own-
true that we could drill more oil, but also if the international oil market has a crash, that's still going to affect American consumers. Or oil prices
'Cause
are
of
not
the
just
American
impacted by how much
petrodollar.
we're drilling.
You're
Because
right.
this is what happens. If prices in Europe go up because they can no longer import oil and gas from the Middle East, then American oil and gas producers are going to then sell over there because they're offering higher prices. So the international market will affect how American consumers interact with, the gas pump. I don't understand why that would just drilling more oil would solve the problem.
We are wasting our time protecting resources that we don't need. America does not need to be the world police. We need to get out of that idea. As far as
I don't
aid to
think
Israel,
America themselves should be the
don't
world
want aid to
police. I think
Israel.
the world together should police world affairs.
But that's not the
America
way it
should be
works,
involved in that
Dylan.
process.
Yeah, honestly, Aircraft Sparky is a wonderful argument for more funding for public education.
But that's not the way it's worked. Okay, who provides more military might to the UN than any other group?
I think it's China, maybe. I know they provide
No,
the
it's
most.
the United
I think
States.
personnel.
They provide the most personnel, but when it comes to all the training, when it comes to all the other things combined in with it, America actually leads the way in all that.
Maybe the funding. One second. Who funds the UN military the most? Yeah, it is the United States. We fund the most, but when it comes to like operators and people actually going there and being on the ground, I don't think it's nearly as high. Bangladesh contributes the most soldiers, actually. Huh?
That's surprising.
Cool. I know I've dealt with Pakistanis.
Do you think that the United States should give more to the UN as a wealthier nation?
No.
So you think Bangladesh and the United States should give the same amount?
I think the United States should leave the UN.
Okay, so
Okay, then the United States should stop building factories all over the fucking world. Have fun with that, I guess. This guy is deeply,
I believe it's
deeply
obsolete.
fucked.
You think a forum for people to talk about issues is obsolete? Why?
You
think
don't
we should
need-
we should
you don't
lose
need
our
to-
Security Council veto? Why?
We're not going to lose our Security Council.
If we
veto
pull out of
back
the
in
UN,
the
we will
UN.
lose
Yeah, we
our
pull out
seat on the UN Security Council. We'll lose our
What
veto
does-
power, and then we will no longer be able to veto legislation put forward by Russia and China about how the world is run, and we will no longer have a say. You're exiling us from the conversation.
Yeah, I don't think the U.S. needs the UN.
You're an
I think
American
the UN needs
nationalist,
the
yeah?
US. Yes.
Losing our veto power will weaken the United States on the international stage.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm sick of us being involved with everything in the world. I'm sick of our men and women being sent all
What do
over
you
the world.
say that?
fighting
What
other
do you
people's
mean by
fights.
that, really?
What do I mean by
Like,
that?
how does us being in the UN put American servicemen and women at risk overseas?
How many military operations has the U.S. combined
Malachi!
coalitions through the
For my
UN?
funerals.
Oh, thank you for considering your own funeral expenses. I appreciate that, and I'm very sorry that you died almost instantaneously.
In order to go to war.
I have no control over who gets the
one
plague.
in modern history that did not have UN backing.
Name one American
I'll wait.
operation that didn't have UN backing? The
In
invasion of
modern
Iraq?
times, nope, that was a UN coalition.
That was not a UN coalition.
There was a coalition.
Prove it.
Coalition
I'll
of the
wait.
willing. Coalition of the willing, my man.
There wasn't a UN coalition. The French have rejected it. There were multiple other. Do you think China voted in favor of a UN mission to remove Saddam from power? We failed. We failed the
No,
UN
you're right.
vote.
China did veto that. Yeah.
I don't even
China
think they vetoed
that.
it either. It just failed the vote.
I don't see where we need the UN as the U.S. anymore. I don't.
Do you not think that, maybe that if we listened to the UN on that issue, maybe we would have been a little bit smarter and we wouldn't have invaded Iraq? And then all those lives wouldn't have been killed, all those American personnel wouldn't have been killed?
We invaded Iraq based on a blood debt.
Blood debt
I feel.
to who?
I think George W. Bush. That's
Hey, my Lord
Iraq
Ines.
supposedly put.
I regret to inform you that you have died in our RimWorld playthrough at the hands of Kyryu in a murderous rage frenzy that I was unable to stop.
The hit on his father, he took it personally and set this in there. There were WMDs in Iraq, just not
nuclear
like
weapons, which is what Dick Cheney was suggesting.
There were nuclear weapons.
Dick Cheney suggested that we don't want the smoke.
Yeah, which of those chemical weapons were WMDs, bud? Which of them were WMDs? Citation needed, motherfucker.
Gun to be a mushroom cloud. What does that mean? That means nuclear weapons.
Yeah, there was chemical weapons. There weren't nuclear.
Yeah, they were chemical weapons.
We knew there were chemical weapons though.
Yeah, but that's not what we didn't invade to get like a few thousand tons of chemical weapons. We invaded to stop the development of an Iraqi nuclear weapons program, which had been defunct for 30 years.
That did not exist. That did not exist.
Well, it did exist. It just was defunct.
Yeah.
So maybe if we would have listened to the international institution, the UN, maybe we wouldn't have invaded, and maybe we wouldn't have done what we did.
Yeah, maybe we wouldn't have lost thousands of American lives and killed almost 1 million Iraqis.
It depends on what you mean. If it's like direct deaths or indirect, it depends on how you measure it. But a lot of people.
Yeah, but no, that was a war that we had no reason to belong in, and then Afghanistan, we stayed there about 20 years too late. America has built its wealth on war. And it looks like we're pushing towards another one. That's my problem, man.
It's very simplistic.
Yes,
but instead of me getting down into talking to you about the defense industry and how much influence it actually has, I want to.
WMDs can be like biological or chemical weapons, but like again, what would constitute a WMD of a chemical nature is very different from like a nuclear weapon. And it would depend on the chemical agent.
Let's go do a few more of these questions. Not a single Palestinian should be allowed to even see American TV shows. American land is a definite no. So you don't believe any Palestinian refugees or people should be allowed to resettle in the United States?
That's fucking crazy.
None. Zero. Because they refused
you said you
to
cared
integrate
about
Israel.
them. But we're gonna so the current aircraft Sparky plan is go into the Gaza Strip, push out the Palestinians. Egypt won't take them.
Also, just for the record, there are almost 200,000 Palestinians living in America right now. Like, this dude is so racist. He's like, yeah, we need to get rid of them. We need to deport them.
Jordan won't take them because Jordan's already taken a lot, and they had Black September.
Aircraft Sparky, more like genocide Sparky. Am I right?
Syria won't take them. Lebanon won't take them. Already a ton of displaced Palestinians in Lebanon. Probably not going to take any more. Economy is in chaos. They're now a stateless people with nowhere to go, and we also won't take them in as refugees.
They can go back to their actual roots of being Bedouin.
This is
his solution is literally they need to wander in the desert for 40 years. He's like, yeah, remember what happened in the Bible when they made people wander around in the desert for like decades? We should do that to Palestinians. I seem to recall reading that part, and it wasn't framed as a good thing, actually.
So
that means no bad.
I feel like if somebody was to take the comment, I don't know if you were probably more aware of it than I was at the time, but in the early 2000s, that kind of We just need to glass the Middle East, turn it into a big old crater. You
Yeah,
know,
I heard that.
somebody
That
with
shit
like thinking of no like complexity of these issues. They just know that they're angry and they hate that somebody attacked us, so we need to just destroy it with overbearing force.
Yeah.
That same vibe
That
is
was
what I'm
stupid.
getting from you. I'm getting that same exact vibe from you.
Okay. Can't tell you how to feel there, buddy.
Okay, why Palestinians should not
I
be
don't
allowed in the
have
United
to-
States? Why should Palestinians not be
Because
allowed to come
if
here?
they refuse to integrate in Israeli society, they sure as hell ain't going to integrate here.
Because they don't consider themselves Israeli. We have Palestinian Americans.
They wouldn't
Yeah, it was
consider
40
themselves
years.
Americans either.
Why? How do you know that? There are Palestinian refugees who have come to the United States and have become great American citizens who contribute.
Okay.
So why can't they come if they can contribute? I mean, we're the shining city on the hill, supposedly. Lady Liberty. Give us your sick.
No, don't give us your sick. We don't want your poor. We don't
Yeah. Fuck all that shit about America being a place you could come to. Fuck it.
want your defunct. We don't want them anymore. We got plenty of those that we need to fix here first.
There were
Give us-
always in every
give us your
country there were
genius.
poor people. So you're saying
Give
no
us your
one should
genius,
ever
give us
have
your
immigration
educated
period
Christian
unless
skills.
they
We
have
don't
if they
want
have poor
anything else
people?
to do.
What?
Yeah,
No,
he's
we have
allegedly a
taken in
Christian.
So many, dude. The welfare state cannot support it, cannot handle it. For Christ's sakes, we're going broke. We're going into deficit.
Don't we have a labor
trying to fund
shortage?
everyone else more.
We have an
It depends
unemployment
on who
rate
you
of like
talk
under
to.
3%. Well, what do you mean like it's impossible to take anybody else in?
No, I'm not saying it's impossible. I just said we don't need them. We don't want them. Someone else can handle them. Not our problem.
So you want to just like
Why
remove them all with no
America-
place to go?
Israel would be removing them. It's not the U.S. doing it.
But
And
we're
as far
providing
as far
help
as
to them
that's
removing
concerned,
them. If under your policy,
actually, under my policy, we would provide Israel zero help.
and it would
we
just
would
be
just
Israel
let
ethnically
Israel-
cleansing them, and then we just kind of like,
Just Israel.
His policy is a complete lack of policy. Brilliant move for a empty-headed numbskull.
Do what Israel does. Let them do their thing. Stop telling them how to run their lives. For
Why is
Christ's
it that
sakes.
Palestinian America? Is there any refugees that America should take in?
At this point, no.
What about immigrants?
At this point, no.
No immigrants and no refugees.
At this point, no.
So we're just gonna
How many
stop
problems
the
do we have
American
in
economy
America?
for what reason?
We don't need them right now. We need to fix our own
We
problems.
don't need like people interested in developing tech or people interested in becoming doctors or people interested in engineering, people interested in making a small business.
Coming back from my trip a week and a half ago, I met a guy from Russia, real nice guy driving an Uber, and he was telling me about how he was a software engineer in Russia. When he moved over here, America wouldn't accept his education as credentials. And I said, yeah, that's a common problem we have here in the States. We require, I knew a guy from Iraq. He was a surgeon. They wouldn't allow his medical training to qualify. Even as his bachelor, he had to start over from scratch, man. And all he wanted to do was go back to medical school. He was an interpreter for like 3 years for the U.S. Army. Great guy.
The complete absence of empathy here is insane to me. Like, yeah, this guy I know, like, came here, he worked hard, great guy. Can Palestinians be that? No. Like, he's just racist.
We don't recognize other countries' education, for Christ's sakes.
That's
And
not true.
we don't offer.
It honestly is.
If somebody
right?
gets a degree in the United Kingdom, that doesn't that a lot of
Yeah.
that is
If
transferable.
they're a Western country, if they're in a Western country.
I mean, even in
But if
other
they're
countries
from
as
a
well, it
non-Western
depends. It depends on the university. It depends on the institution.
So we got a lot of Indians that come into the country, and America will not accept the credentials from their colleges, and a lot of their colleges are based off of British education systems. But we don't accept those. We claim that we have a higher standard of education, and I mean, yeah, maybe we do in some aspects. I'd argue maybe not. But we have all these people here in America that is educated, and there's, yeah, what is it? It's under 3%. That's under the the participating. There's actually a lot of people who are eligible to be employed, but just aren't looking, things like that. I don't remember what the term for that is. But we, quote unquote, have a labor shortage, but we only have under 3% unemployment. I don't buy it. We're dependent on other countries to manufacture everything for us. For Christ's sake.
Wait, you don't buy the unemployment number? Is that what you meant?
The biggest contributor to slavery in the world is America, because we purchase slave labor daily.
You mean cheap labor? Is that what you mean?
Sure. The people over in China that are working for slave wages for like $2 or $3 a day.
I don't know that Aircraft Sparky knows this, but slaves generally don't work for wages. Anyway.
We're buying up all their stuff. We have become a consumer country. We make nothing. And it's actually kind of disgusting.
But why would it be bad to have those people come here and do that work here, or work here instead?
We'd have to integrate them into society. That takes money, time, and training that we don't have. We're too busy.
What do you mean we don't have the time or training to do that? It would be a case by case basis.
To do all the training.
If somebody comes here and they know English and they study for the citizenship test and they take it, what's the problem?
Actually, nothing.
But you said we don't need any immigrants. Like, no more immigrants. You said
we don't need any. Oh, not for right now. We have how many undocumented immigrants in America?
What does that have to do?
Million?
If somebody's a legal immigrant or going through the proper process of applying to be a refugee, what does that have to do with somebody undocumented?
If we
until we figure out how to deal with every single undocumented person, we can't have any more legal immigrants coming here to bring knowledge and education.
Not every single, just the vast majority. We got to fix the problems in America before we can help anyone else.
So we're just going to put a pause on all that knowledge transfers and all those possible job programs and training programs. All of that just put on pause until we deal with all of the undocumented immigrants.
Yeah.
That's be
Stop worrying about everyone else's borders. Stop worrying about everyone else's borders.
If we have a shortage, for example, the shrimping industry. I don't know if you know much about shrimping, shrimping.
Shrimping industry? Okay.
Yeah. Shrimping was a big thing back where I'm from.
Mexican labor contributes a lot to the
Mexican
industry.
Vietnamese contributes a lot to shrimping.
It depends on where you're shrimping, but in the California area, Mexican labor contributes a lot to shrimping.
California, man.
And the work visas that are being given out to those shrimpers to come to the United States and work were getting stopped under the Trump administration. And so what the shrimping industry did is they tried to get more Americans to do the job instead, and they failed. A lot of the people found the work quite difficult, because shrimping work is very physically taxing, and you have to be very fast. And that is speed that you build up over time. And so the shrimping industry took a hit because of that work visas being limited. And so that is something that is economically damaging to the country. You're saying not to limit those visas, not to limit the immigration, not to limit. You're saying to cut it all off. That's going to be economically disastrous, not just for shrimping, but for any industry that is reliant on any sort of foreign labor or trying to get more highly educated people from overseas to work their jobs in Silicon Valley or elsewhere.
So you really should have let off with the Silicon Valley deal, because that probably would have been a little bit more than we need brown people to do manual labor for us, because that's what you went to.
Shrimping is not okay. Let's not degrade shrimpers and to say, oh, shrimping is just like you just pick up this shrimp, you just did it. That is a difficult job, and it's not easy to do, and a lot of people tap out of it. And when people tap out, you're 100 feet off the coast. You got to turn around. You got to bring them home. You got to let them off, and that takes fuel, that takes resources, and that takes time. And shrimping is seasonal.
They're not allowed. They're actually not allowed to quit on the trip. They can quit when they come back in.
People. Well, it depends on the. I have seen people quit and then have to be taken back. So I've seen it, so I know
Yeah,
it
I've-
happens, right? Now maybe
I've-
it's different with
I've
whatever
never
shipping
seen a
industry or
boat
shipping job that you're working.
Never seen a boat captain turn a boat around because one person quit. They said, "Fuck it, you're working," and that's it. Now they may just be doing like mess details and stuff like that, but no, they're still going to earn their place on that boat while they're out, because while they're out at sea, the only rights they have are very basic rights. That's why
Dude, you said that in the most sussy way possible. What you're talking about kidnapping, my guy. You what?
offshore work is so fucking brutal.
I
But on
don't know what we're
the
talking
Gulf
about
Coast,
shipping this much, but Silicon Valley.
for the majority, but you should have went to Silicon Valley, because there is different points of view that usually helps in programming and things like that, where a non-Western thinker may be able to get around a problem that a Western thinker may not, because of how we teach people.
What?
You're right. There are certain skill sets that we can't necessarily fill fully, but the majority of the things that people go to are agricultural, fishing, basic labor jobs that anyone can do. It's just most
But
Americans
people
think
don't
they're
want
too
to do
good
it. People in the United States don't want to do those jobs.
Yeah, life sucks. Get a helmet.
But then that means we're going to see inflation when it comes to, food items like tomatoes and cucumbers and stuff that people have on their table.
We have tons of inflation already.
So just add more fuel to the fire.
Yeah, make it worse. Why not? No, the problem is America produces nothing. We got to start producing shit, because we depend on slave labor today. The biggest contributor to slave labor is Western society.
Slavery is
we
still
refuse
actually
to make
real. It's
anything
not
for
just like
ourselves.
a term. People like slavery does exist. People in
There's
bondage,
open air
beaten,
slave markets
and
in
hurt,
Libya
and
and shit like
actual
that.
slaves. Right? Those are real.
Yeah.
So let's not obfuscate here.
that.
We're talking about cheap labor
contributed to that.
overseas.
Hillary Clinton actually started one of the largest open air slave trades in the world. Because remember, we came, we saw, we killed him. And that what she said about what's his name, Gaddafi? Yeah, Gaddafi.
Hillary said, "We came,
Yeah.
he saw, he died." Yeah.
Yeah. And now Libya has open air slave markets. Thank you, Hillary Clinton and the Obama administration.
It's not the Obama. Whatever. Continue.
It's America needs to take care of itself, is the deal. We are so worried about everyone else's borders. We're so worried about everyone else's everything that we are
Immigrants
neglecting
can
the
help
homeland.
us. Immigrants help the United States. It
You're right.
depends where the immigrant, what
Some do.
skills the immigrant has. It depends on the
Some
economy. It
do.
depends on a whole sort of factors, whether somebody is going to contribute more or less or none at all to the United States. But immigrants do contribute to the United States. The United States would not be where it is today if it wasn't for immigration.
I don't know how Dylan has the patience for this. This is just grueling and frustrating, and how is he doing this?
I agree. But I think for a short amount of time, we need to cease all immigration. We just need to fix America, and then we can move on, letting people in. And then we'll
Yeah. We just need to fix America. Oh, when will America be fixed, my guy? The answer to that is never. Like, there's no perfect country. There's no perfect state. He's just a racist, guys.
allow people in. We only allow
Can
certain
you show me an
things that benefit the
example
country,
of this
like
model
New
or this system you're proposing being tried
New
anywhere
Zealand's
else and
immigration
actually
policy.
dealing with it?
New Zealand's immigration policy. They
New
only
Zealand.
allow people with certain levels of education. Like, if you want
They
to come in for
stopped all immigration until they deported every illegal or most undocumented
No,
people.
no,
So then
they're
this hasn't been tried in New Zealand.
no, they don't. So they don't have the same immigration problems we have because they're geographically separated from fuck all.
Okay, so can
They
you give me
live
an
in the middle of
example
the
of
ocean.
this being tried and working? Because you know what I think is going to happen? I think we're going to cease all immigration. Then all the people who are going to come here legally We're either not going to come here, so they're not going to offer the educational experience, they're not going to offer their work experience, they're not going to offer the things that America wants, or they're going to come in illegally, making the process worse, making the problem worse, and we're not probably going to deport most of the people. We might try to put more funding in ICE, we might attempt to, but a lot of them are going to get missed. And then how long does this go on for? Until eventually we tap out with a border as large as ours. How much are we going to invest into the border?
Oh, I agree. We just need to fix. We need to secure our borders where the problems exist right now. The majority of the problems happen on the southern border. We really don't have too much.
What do you mean the majority of the problems happen on the southern border?
Majority of the problems that we have with our immigration right now is
undocumented immigration problems, not just problems generally.
I mean, we have a lot of problems with immigration, but one of our biggest problems right now is illegal immigration.
Can we get back to the main topic, because it's been an hour and a half, and I still have some tweets I wanted to talk to you about.
You're gonna have to scold me on those later, man. I have got to go because I have something I have to do. But no, look, all I'm saying is that we need to stop immigration, fix America's problems, stop worrying about everyone else's borders for a little bit, stop with the quote unquote American imperialism or whatever it is the left likes to scream about. Let's actually take care of some American nationalism. Let's take care of our people. If you want to help fund Ukraine, cool. Let that go through committees in Congress.
How is he such a terrible person?
Happy that we got a new speaker. And look, individual spending bills for everything. No putting them in packages. No money contingent on another group of money to sneak in stuff. Tired of that. Let's get the single.
I'm only comfortable with that if they promise to have a vote on the legislation that matters. Because if they say we're not going to bundle these issues that Americans care about, but we're also not going to host a vote on the issues that Americans care about, then we're going to bundle it.
Let's go. Let's have a vote on all of them.
Okay.
It's about time Congress earned their fucking money.
By the way, I do need to quickly ask though, because you just brought up Ukraine. Where's the money laundering? You said on Twitter that the money that we're sending over is being money laundered. Do you have any evidence of that?
That's another conversation to have, man. We'll talk about it later.
Okay. See you later, man. You have a good one. Bye-bye. Andale. Wow. That was a talk, wasn't it?
Oh my god, dude. Well, I was true to my word. I dropped all of your, I dropped our collective IQ by about 10 points. We are all now dumber for having watched that. I have truly provided you the brain rot you all requested of me. Am I not benevolent? Wow, that was painful, wasn't it? Isn't that guy, like, just the biggest piece of shit? Vegcom, we all want more of that guy, but I want more of that guy by not watching his YouTube channel, because his YouTube channel is kind of horrific. Are you not entertained? It's been a fun show today. I appreciate that. Honestly, like, after all the coverage at the beginning of the show, I'm just glad we got to I'm glad we got to do some silly, you know? I'm glad we got to do some silliness. It helped me feel better, at least. How we all doing? Folks, if you're over on Twitch, hit the follow button. Ya goons. I've been streaming for 8 hours. Over 8 hours now. And, yeah. I think that merits your follow. I'm making that case to you. Yeah, you. You know who I'm talking about. I know what you did last summer. And I know what you did last night. You sick dog. Anyway, if you're over on YouTube, hit the subscribe button and like the stream. My goodness, why haven't you liked the stream yet? We only have 85 likes. That's 15 likes away from 100. I think we can do it. I think we can do it before we end stream. I think you guys can hit that like button. enough to get us over 100. I believe in you. I believe in us. Also, make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. We have so many videos coming out literally like every day. I put up one, the Sydney Watson video. I finally got that up today, and that felt real good to get out, and I'm glad you guys have been liking it, though it appears that it's gotten a bit of attraction from the Sydney Watson crowd, which is pretty great. God, somebody in the comments was saying I give off turf energy, which I don't think that's true. You know, something in my gut tells me that I'm not giving out trans exclusionary radical feminism vibes. I don't think I'm doing that. Wait, what? Yeah, look, conservatives aren't sending their best, Malachi. They're not. You know the meme about like they're sending God's strongest warriors. They're sending God's weakest. Okay, they're sending God's most dipshittiest warriors. And so yeah, go watch the videos if you haven't yet, and remember to hit the like button on those too, and leave some comments. It gets it going in the algorithm, really juices it up, you know. God. Oh, now we're 3 likes away from 100. I think you guys can do it. I believe in you guys. I'm the turfiest trans to ever tran. And, yeah, if you've enjoyed the show, consider dropping some subs or donos. Always appreciated. And, how y'all, I feel like we're all doing all right. My potions are only for the strongest, and you are clearly of the weakest. Potionzilla. Is Blair White a turf? Yes. She's also a trans medicalist, which is super fun. A super fun thing where some trans people are just like, you know, I'm trans, but I'm far enough along in my transition to become the good one. TM. Anyone who's not far enough along is one of the bad ones. TM. I mean, yeah, that's really the thing, right, Erica? That would be, I guess, why I would say, I guess she's not. She has a lot in common with TERFs, but I don't think Blair White would ever call herself a feminist. Can I be something? I think I want to be a group of people who supports cleaning dryer lint traps. What? Vegcom, what does that even mean? Like, you want to be multiple people? Or you want to be part of a group that cleans lint traps? I mean, more power to you. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it, buddy. I condemn the uncleaned lint. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like...
That might have been me. I just said, so much TERF energy, and I didn't clarify that I meant Sydney Watson.
Oh, no.
Sorry
Kyryu.
about that. I'll fix it after stream.
Kyryu, the person who responded to you, I think is just... there was someone who responded to you in the comments who was like, yes, Riverboat Jack definitely has a lot of turf energy. That's the person I was talking about. It made me laugh. You were fine. Also, thank you for the $5 dono. Matatiyahu, who doesn't clean their lint trap? Clean your lint trap, chat. Lint is like the most flammable substance on Earth. I'm pretty sure they stuff like rocket engines with that shit. Clean your lint trap. How do you even like dry your clothes? How do you like go through your day if you don't clean the lint trap? When your clothes are done drying, you take out the lint trap, you take out the lint, you throw it in the garbage, and then you go about your business. And after you do that, wash your ass. True. I use lint to start fires when I go camping. That is the super hack of life. If you ever need to start a fire, just use dryer lint. I'm opposed to people who don't clean lint. I like to live on the edge. In my head, I just like played out like an animated little like 30-second long short of like, I like to live dangerously. Like a guy saying that to a lady on a date, and then like it shows him getting home later, and it's like the smoke, the carbon monoxide detector doesn't have a battery in it. There's like a candle burning that he left while he was gone. The lint is still in his dryer. Just like just like a bunch of things that are just common nuisances that just that can be dangerous if they pile up. I don't know. I thought it was funny. Anyway, my belly button is a lint trap. True, we all have our very own built-in lint traps, don't we? The Uchronian, thank you for following. I appreciate you.
This has been so much fun, ha ha ha.
Yo, Kyryu, thank you for gifting a sub to the all-seeing dude. Also, guys, if you are in the YouTube stream, we are one like away from 100 likes. Do it. Do it for me. Hit the like button. Do it. Sugar is very flammable. True. Also, fun fact that you should totally never use for some sort of nonviolent resistance movement. Sugar in any kind of like engine absolutely fucks it. Just a fun fact I learned. You know? Just a real fun little goof. Aw, hell yeah, we got 100 likes on the stream. Feeling good. Thank you all so much. Do not put a little sugar in the tank. No, don't do it. Unless that tank belongs to a real bad person. In which case, I would never advocate for you to break the law. Have you seen the 1,000 degree heated meatball? Oh, sorry. I have seen the heated metal ball. I haven't seen the 1,000 degree meatball, which now I just really want to see a 1,000 degree meatball. I cleaned our shared bathroom today and pulled out a huge clump of hair from the drain. I'm pretty sure most of it wasn't mine. Oh, gross. Gross. I put sugar in my fuel tank. Okay, that's an acceptable fuel tank. Apparently gasoline is pretty flammable. Guys, I like you all a lot. It's only breaking the law if you're caught. True, my lord Irons. Also, just as a heads up, I got caught up on this show called Jujutsu Kaisen, and it's really beautiful. Like, the animation, like, I'm not super invested in the story of Jujutsu Kaisen for the most part, but the animation in that show is breathtakingly good. Studio Mappa is just one of the best. Like, my goodness. This would be a great time about leaving the oven on for a little bit of extra heat. Oh god. There's also like I do have to say, I don't know if anyone gives a single goddamn shit about my take on Jujutsu Kaisen, okay? But I don't care. So Jujutsu Kaisen, right, is an anime about this high schooler who accidentally eats the finger of like a sealed sorcerer through chance and happenstance, and becomes possessed by his spirit. And unfortunately, because of how this works, you can't get that finger back out. And they need him to now eat all of the fingers, and then allow them, like the other sorcerers of the world, need him to eat all the fingers, and then allow himself to be killed. In order to rid the world of like this ultra powerful sorcerer, right? Who's been sealed away for like 1,000 years or whatever. And he needs to learn how to be a sorcerer or whatever, except that he doesn't have any magical ability, so like he's kind of fucked in that regard. And he meets a bunch of sorcerer friends. It's good. It's fun. It's fine. Mainly though, the animation is really great. And I do have to say, there was an interlude between the first season and the second season that literally made my jaw drop, because not only did it look good, but I actually started caring about what happens in the show, and now I'm halfway through the second season, and I'm really upset that there aren't more episodes. I just need to... Sakuga. We got some Sakuga. Do we have a Sakuga highlight here? Like, Studio Mappa is just so fucking good. I'm sorry. I'm inflicting this upon you. None of you can stop me. This is not the trailer I wanted. Okay, do we have this? Alright, I'll accept it. Here we go. Oh no. Wait. Yoink.
没と同時に我々は百鬼夜行を行う。地獄絵図を描きたくなければ視力を尽くして止めに来い。思う存分呪い合おうじゃないか。凄まじいね。これが特級過剰音量織本理香の全容か。
理香と雄太は大人になったら結婚するの。約束だよ。ええ、乙骨雄太は呪術高専で預かります。無理だよ僕。乙骨お前マジで何しに来たんだ。呪術高専によ。僕は誰かと関わりたい。誰かに必要とされて生きてていいって自信が欲しいんだ。頑張れ雄太。僕は呪術高専でリカちゃんの呪いを解きます。
Oh yeah, there's also a Panda Man. The premise of this anime is basically, what if Harry Potter didn't suck ass, and the secret wizarding world was secret for a reason, and also, like, people die a lot. There's a lot of these precious cinnamon rolls die. And yeah, there's a panda character, and he's great. I love him, and if anything happens to him, I will be very sad. I just feel like that didn't really even do it justice. Oh, here we go. Here's the trailer for like the current arc, right?
五条悟は叱るべき時、叱るべき場所。五条悟は叱るべき時、叱るべき場所。こちらのアドバンテージを確立した上で封印に臨む。決行は10月31日渋谷。
So basically, the premise here, humans leak cursed energy as we go through our lives and have emotions and shit. And that cursed energy turns into basically demons. And sorcerers exist because they can channel their cursed energy into different forms. And essentially, sorcerers are people who are able to do that, and their job is kind of to kill the cursed manifestations of human energy, right? Except it gets more complicated because curses that manifest can sometimes be sentient, and that then opens a whole entire can of worms where the curses are starting to band together and form plans to fuck over humanity. And then there are sorcerers who have different ideologies about what the roles of sorcerers should be in regards to like the waking world as well, you know? So that there you have it. And then in all of this, one of the sorcerers was so powerful 1,000 years ago that they had to seal him away and use his fingers as catalysts. And now there's a normal human thrust into all of this who needs to eat all these fingers and then be killed by the other sorcerers. Yeah, it's pretty good. I like it. The first season was mostly I was just watching it because it's pretty, and now I'm on the second season and it's pretty good. And the premise of the second season is essentially the cursed spirits get together and they're like, that one sorcerer, he can really fuck us up. Let's do everything in our power to kill him or trap him forever. So that's basically the premise of this arc.
覚悟はできてるよな。
You are my special. You are my special.
Also, just to let you guys know, this guy is the ultimate daddy. All right? He's got daddy energy so powerful that literally in the middle of him beating up like a villain, people stopped and went, "That's really hot." Yeah. I just need to like Yeah, here's the image in a nutshell of that moment. Just I'm not gay, but hear me out. Yeah. Anyway, yeah. Look, all I'm saying is this guy, this guy's got some riz, all right? It's a very good-looking show. Anime's cool, and I like it. God. Anyway, the current arc is so powerful. I'm not gonna lie, Zakina, the interim arc between season 1 and season 2 was where it clicked for me that, like, the show, like, there was an emotional core to the show that I cared about. And I gotta say that the one character that came back in the current arc, I literally went, holy shit, when he showed up on screen. I'm like, I geeked out real hard. So anyway, you should watch Jujutsu Kaisen. It's good. I need to watch the new season of Invincible. Ooh, I need to do that too. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. All right. I am going to raid y'all into Cassifel. Y'all have fun with our favorite little goblin VTuber. And behave yourselves. And I will see you all likely not until Monday. So enjoy your weekend, folks. And if we do a movie night tomorrow, or a movie daytime, you know, as we sometimes do, we'll be doing Star Trek movies in the Discord. So if you haven't joined the Discord yet, just use !Discord in any of the chats, and you can get a link. Or just type in riverboat.gg/Discord. And with that, I hope you all enjoyed your stay. I appreciate y'all, and hope you all come back again real soon. Bye.